What is going on? Chad Berkeley here with my good buddy Scott. For the first time in a long time, I'm all charged. He's Infernosis, looking sharp with the new lighting, by the way.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Infernosis, we got a banger. We got a 4 seed versus a 5 seed for the first round of playoffs here in the Emergent Yellow Division. We got Stevens College taking on Howard Community College, and one little narrative I want to point out is Howard Community College have kind of transformed what they were able to do in the season. First 4 weeks, they went 0-4. Last 4 weeks, they haven't lost a single game. So that is a team, the lowest seed right now, and they are just coming in with a ton of momentum, a ton of fire. Infernosis, what are you looking to see out of this game?
the first and foremost that you want to look at is going to be their performance, like you talked about for the beginning of the season. They've transformed themselves, but keep in mind as well, they faced Stephen College in the latter half of the season, and they won 2-1 your scoreline. Yeah, a map was given up, and this is a BO5, and it will only go to 3 if it needs to go to 3. If it needs to go further, then we will. But seeing a 2-1 scoreline going in favor of Howard College, then that immediately gives me the indicator that they have come to rumble, and there's going to be some problems for Stephen College. They've got to make up for the mistakes they made prior, and that could be fairly difficult. But starting off first, the first map we'll be heading to, where we get to see who will come out triumphant or not, will be the map of Lijiang Tower. You know what I want to say, Berkeley? I won't say it because I feel like it'll be a broken record by the end of the afternoon, but I love this map, and I'm really excited to see it.
It's not a broken record. Go ahead and say it. It's been a while since you've been on an Overwatch cast with me. What are you looking to see for real?
Widowmaker.
Yeah, I know.
I want to see Widowmaker.
You would love to see a Widowmaker. That'd be like me wanting to see a Reinhardt, but luckily for me, I get to see that all the time.
Yeah, that's cheating. That's not fair.
My main is way more common. No Widowmakers, Infernosis, unlucky.
I'm so upset right now. This is actually so disappointing. But we can see from their composition, they kind of want to be fairly swift. Howard are rocking for the Reinhardt and the Lucio. That will allow them to take away space and create space when it comes to their defense and assault when they're trying to push towards any open space whatsoever. Stevens College not doing that, typically more of an aggressive composition. Obviously, with Hammond and the Diva, they'll have a bit more of an aggressive front line in comparison, but they still have the Lucio as well to get the rest of the team pumped up and ready to go into the fights.
And speaking of pumped up and ready to go into the fight, Howard Community College running the sim definitely get to the point first. Now look at stabilize early here, but College, I like what the girls are doing. They're running the brawl dive. So they've got the Lucio speed boost, but they can also just pounce with those mobile heroes. And that's what we see going on right now. Mommy's playing Pharah, and she is just raining rockets in with a roof over her head. Doesn't care to get close quarters with that bird. It looks like Laplios is the first death of this fight. Nightingale falls, getting scorched by a fire strike in Howard Community College. They get the CMTP, they're on point early, and now they've stabilized.
They're able to separate themselves, bring themselves a large majority of kills, and get some of their ult charges fairly high. But take a look at Stevens as well. Laplios is at 86%. Second best for their squad is going to be Mommy. She's at 67%. On the opposing side, Polito has managed to charge their ultimate, but no one else is really up there besides their secondary healer of Tanoy on that Lucio. So coming into this next fight, it really will be a difference maker whether or not that garage door will be influential enough, or whether or not the minefield that will be placed is going to be super dangerous for the Howard side to stick onto the objective.
It looks like Howard can stay pretty safe from that minefield. They use the Baptiste and Matrix as well to just make sure they can really start zoning off Stevens College with a ton of damage that they're able to just output on this point. And still, I love how they're playing this Reinhardt shield and the natural cover, just switching side to side along this point, but things are about to get dangerous here. Laplios has gone down, so has the Diva Apple Juice. They've got a barrage online, but they would be smart to save it, and it looks like that is the play. Howard Community College will hold the point further as they near 50%.
their ability for Omitar to sit on the objective and hold that shield up and just not allow for them to push forward or really get any tag team damage going. Yes, it limits the amount of ult charge that Omitar is actually individually charging, but at the same time, it allows for the rest of his squad to step up tremendously. But speaking of ults being charged, one will be sent, that's going to be the Valkyrie. Second one will be a Pulse Bomb coming out from Nightingale, and Mommy has hers. They'll try to drop it in. The D.Va will try to eat up most of it, but doesn't manage to catch enough, and Tinoy will lose his life instead. Lachleo steps up, takes one more to the afterlife, and Silver Dipple will bring the resurrection forward to bring Mommy back into the fight as the D.Va bomb takes two more.
Stevens College just rolling with these ultimates now. Great use of the barrage to open things up. Very close play there by Rosanito by just eating up as much of that ult as they could, but in the end, too much of the barrage to handle for that one D.Va cooldown. Ended up getting desuited, and then both tanks were down. There's not much you can do. Stevens College did use 3 ultimates in that last fight, so they're not on the best foot here going into the next one with just a sound barrier.
It's going to be fairly rough. They do have some ultimates ready and charging, though. They'll have their, Death Blossom coming up fairly soon, only 25% away, and it's not too hard to charge that once they get into the face of things. But Rizonto does have that D.Va bomb, and they can go ahead and send it. We'll see that go here. Unfortunately, gets put in the worst situation possible, but it still manages to tag down two. Molly and Nightingale laps that fight. Silver Dipper's going to be the next to fall, and the fight is handily favoring Howard CC as they continuously dish the hurt down to the objective. But Lapleos has charged that minefield once again, puts it down. But unfortunately, there's not much behind it as the rest of the squad slowly but surely fizzles out of existence, ending off with Smithsonian and Nightingale fighting for their life. It's just the last remnants of their fight. They're trying to not allow them to take this one. You need these scraps, and Optimal does not want you to get them. Pops the Death Blossom, does take out the opposition's Reaper of Mommy. They're just slowly trickling in and making it so difficult for Howard to actually fully take advantage of this.
And that's why those mobile dive tanks are so good on this Lijiang point, is they can get that contested. And we see the Sombra coming in as well. This team just chews up about 30% here when the fight was lost half a minute ago. And now they're closing into the final fight territory. Mommy does not make it to the other side of that little area there and does fall fatal, but things are going to be a little tricky here. The dive tanks will get in once more as overtime is just about to be underway. Lapleos gets in with the Winston, but doesn't look like there's going to be much of a play to make as Omitar lets the Shatter down, and that just drops 3 members of Stevens College early.
Ooh, and now you have your soldier ult. You're going to go ahead and take more than that. The aim bought a bit too much to contend with, and it will be a team kill. No chance for Stevens College to bring the rest of the gals on over and continuously trickle that objective down. Howard will take the first round here on Lijiang Tower. And I guess the question really and truly is there need to be a change in strategy for Stevens College? I don't believe so. I do believe that their overall lineup was fairly standard. I did like what they brought to their approach, and I love the amount of time they bought, that extra 30% that you mentioned being added on. They just need to be able to retake it. The 80% that Howard had gotten in their first take was just too much, and Stevens College only had one single chance to go for the retake. The second they lost it, and a team kill at that, it was all they wrote for them.
I will say this is the one map of Lijiang where I think they do need to adapt their strategy, and it looks like they're doing it perfectly. I love having the Reinhardt be ran on Control Center and the Junkrat even more so. This map is tailor-made to that hero, the blow-em-up offense as I like to call it, and you can rely on a Riptire, especially in this kind of division, the Emergence division. That's where a Riptire can just sneak in and get a 3K, 4K, no problem, and swing a fight back that is easily lost. And now we can see Nightingale just letting those nades fly, trying to keep everyone on our team safe by just throwing in those concussion mines, getting those boops, just making a little bit of space, but it's not enough, and Apple Juice goes down to Reisaku's beam, and now Howard should be stepping up forward. They've gotten the high charge sim, they've just got to roll through with it, and it looks like 2 counter kills for Stevens College, but a big slam by Omitar. Lays down 3, and that is the fight 1 for Howard.
That was one thing we didn't get to see a lot of there on that first map for Lijiang the first round, was Omitar not being able to charge the ultimate as much as a lot of Reinhardts typically do, because he was using his shield to give his team safety and allow for them to charge their ultimates and play the fighting game instead. This time around, though, Omitar was in the front fighting, contending, aggressive, and was able to charge their ultimate up to max. It was in the latter half of that fight, but he single-handedly, basically, won them that entire engagement and allows for them to once again take the point first, which will give them a large majority percentage as this goes forward, but they're going to sim teleport from behind, trying to give space, split in multiple directions, a pincer attack on Howard's defense, but they'll drop the Ant Matrix, and now it's going to be a fight for both sides to dish out as much damage as possible.
And the flip comes in pretty early. No contest here from Howard, but now they're starting to swing around to the back of that Sim TP that Stevens College let go. Nightingale has gone down to Optimal, who sends in the Doomfist Meteor Strike, unable to collect that kill onto Mommy, but not done yet with those cooldowns. There it is, the rocket punch into the wall. And that seals Mommy's fate. The beat drop having to come loose for Stevens College to keep them sustained, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Even though Stevens has control of this point, the fight doesn't seem to be going in their favor, but just like that, the DPS, Nightingale, and Laplios come back with 2 kills, and it's still anyone's fight in Phronosis.
It's just a slow trickle effect right now. They're trying to keep themselves engaged. Mommy's been somewhat disconnected from the arrangement. Gonna go ahead and TP into the sites. There is still a lot of support there. As you can see, Apple Juice is still charging up their ultimate. They're on the objective, fighting as best as they can with their Diva suit still up, but soon to be demacked as the rest of the DPS for Howard when we remove them from their suit, but they get the bomb in time, now forcing Amatar to sit in front of it, and that gives the rest of his teammates a bit more of a dangerous position, but Optimal steps up big, finding 2, signing their 3rd on top of it to take out Smithsonian, and Amatar was able to rotate over, take 1 more. That was Nightingale, and once again stagger their spawns. Howard may have lost it, but they retake it fairly quickly and now have another chance. They should hit at least 50% before we can see Stevens College start to put a real fight onto the objective.
And that was another one of those fights where it seems like Stevens College lost it 30 seconds ago, but never let go of the objective. They just keep their aggression up, and that just results in them having the lead in this game to this point. Now, of course, it's tied, but they've got ultimates to burn here. Howard doesn't have a ton to use. The Riptire is going to come up empty, but it is going to take out that Immortality Field. Big Meteor Strike there from Optimal, able to take care of the Junkrat Nightingale, and the Diva Bomb gets 1 more. Smithsonian goes down, as does Laplios, and Howard looking very strong in this fight. Paulito just controlling this high ground, able to support the entire team from this position, and that's what makes a good brawl comp effective.
One of the big things we can talk about immediately in the way that their fights have dropped, the ultimates have been swinging a lot of the team fights in favor of Howard, but even when the ultimates are being so effective, Stevens College does not give up on any of these fights. They stay there for so long, they'll brawl it out to the end, just trying their best to force at least 1 or 2 more spawns staggered on their side, because they know they're capable of making it very swiftly back to the objective and continuing to contend. But unfortunately, Stevens College has switched up a couple of their heroes and now don't have as many ultimates. We see both shatters being popped, neither one being truly effective, until we can see now the Blade Storm coming out here for Ray Saku. He found one before in a Silver Tipper, another one going into Smithsonian. He follows suit into Nightingale, and it's another team kill to finish off the map of Lijiang Tower. Round 1 and round 2 dropping in favor of Howard.
And Howard just keeping that momentum. They ended week 8 with alive and well as they win the first map in playoffs. And Amatar with the play of the game. I think this is a Reinhardt player that the rest of this division has to watch out for, because like you were saying, when Stevens College was playing the dive, was playing pretty passive, right? Holding up that shield a lot of the time, but the second it goes brawl v brawl, Amatar just starts to shine, and we can see it here just letting that hammer fly.
It's so aggressive, yet being so passive-aggressive, right? It's that balance between the two differing sides, right? It's the yin and yang in that situation. They were able to build space, create space, and yet keep their distance in certain moments. We talked about it, or at least I spoke about it at the beginning. Having that Lucio to boost you forward does give you the ability to close that space in an engagement, but in round 1, they didn't opt to do so. They still just wanted to fight on the point. They wanted to contend there instead. They left the space open, and while there was a fire they needed to worry about, it wasn't a huge concern for them when they can just tag that damage from behind the big shield and just make themselves the regressors, but still being able to aggress when the situation is more favorable for them. It's better positioning, better pizza, Papa John. I think that's the second day in a row I've made that reference in a row.
Oh my
I got to
gosh.
make it an Overwatch too. I got to go through. But it was a really fun map. It was really fun. Lijiang Tower had a lot of mysteries, a lot of surprises, but Howard taking it, that's a good chance for them. They'll need to take the next 2 as well if they want to close this out quickly in a BO3.
And we do have a map ban system, and the losers will pick the next map. I think Howard Community College, for the last year, ever since they've been in the NECC, they are a Doomfist heavy team, and that is something that can really devastate these lower divisions like Emergence, like Navigators. You have to find a way early to counter a Doomfist. Sometimes it's with a Cassidy getting that flashbang out there. Sometimes it's with a Junkrat. How do you think Stevens College is going to answer it tonight?
I guess it really and truly depends on the map that's being picked up. I heard something in the background. What was that? Oh, they banned Blizzard World. So we know at least
Okay.
Blizzard World's not in there. One of the things like they can deal with in terms of close engagements, Doomfist is really annoying to deal with in terms of really aggressive dive and things of the sort. A wider, more less hallway-oriented map, Streets phase, and any map's going to typically be a more wide phase. It can really assist you and you can dive fairly easily, but we saw the ultimate go down there towards the end for Doomfist taking out Nightingale on that Junkrat fairly early in one of those last fights. That's one of the things that you can't really stop no matter what map it is. You kind of have to bite the bullet in a lot of ways. I would say keep your distance, keep your spacing, be very wary of the comms that are going through. Don't clutter them too much because you need to be able to hear the information and callouts coming from some of your back line to be able to turn and assist them in any sort of way.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And when Optimal is just rolling on the Doomfist like that, you're bringing up good points. There's nothing you can do about that meteor strike coming in unless you're right next to the Baptiste and have immortality field. That kill is just going to happen. Sometimes as well, we're going to see that rocket punch connect, and that's a one hit that you can't do much about. But those roll-ins where he comes in with that slam first, trying to get that uppercut combo, that's when you can try and chain some CC onto him and make sure you're able to deal with that DPS player. Other than that, Infernosis, how do you think Stevens is going to fare better against the brawl comp of Howard? Do you think they looked a little bit better on the dive, or do you think they could be one of those strong brawl versus brawl teams?
This is a bit of a loaded question, right? One, their dive composition was good when it came to keeping on an objective and holding when they controlled it. It wasn't super strong in actually taking it. They only got one fight out of
Mhm.
the five they attempted to push forward in round one. They didn't really get that much control. They were able to hold on, but it wasn't them holding on and winning the engagement. It was them trickling and just buying time with their dive composition, being able to return. So I would say their brawl in round two was much better. I really enjoyed their brawl. I liked what they did. Swiftness, teleporting across, creating a pincer, creating more outlooks in multiple directions. There was so much available for them that they utilized and they did a much better job of. But ultimately, they're facing Howard here, and they have been headfast. They have been completely dominant when we've seen them fight and brawl in that close range of game. And Amatar is not giving any sort of space, so I'd be hesitant to still rock that. Maybe try to go for that early pick. Aggressing is strong, but find something else there. And with what we see right here, and obvious a map like this, I don't think this lineup I'm seeing is that odd. I don't think it's that strange. On the defense, you can bring Mommy in with that Pharah. She can be pivotal towards their attacking lineup. However, for the opposing side, Optimal's not on the Doomfist. They're bringing Ashe, and that's going to be a sniper that can pop you out of the air, and it may just be hunting season, so you need to be very wary if you're on Stevens College side.
Yeah, if I'm looking at these team compositions, I'm looking at Howard as just a very well-rounded comp. Like you're saying, Optimal on the hit scan threat has the mercy pocket to be with him at all times, just to make sure that damage threat is even greater. And Mommy's going to have a very tough time taking to the skies in this one. And then the rest of Howard on this dive comp where they can have either a nano thrown onto Amatar on the Winston or nanoing Reisaku. We've seen how good his Dragon Blades have been. Just amping that up another notch. This Howard comp is something that I'm really impressed with out of the gate. We'll see how it works for him.
They're trying to hold the high ground, get some damage downward, and they'll be able to accomplish just that. Genji, Reisaku not able to reflect all of the rockets, and Mommy will collect the first kill. However, Tanoi doesn't really want to wait to get the chance to push forward. They'll go for the resurrection, and now it won't be really available for their next team fight, which could be a bit disadvantageous, but if they just don't die, it's not the worst thing in the world. But more and more damage is continuing to cascade in their direction, and they're starting to get ultimates. Amatar's going in with the Winston, diving as they get nano boosted, and Optimal snipes down two in the same spread. An absolute slugfest that's dropping in favor of Howard as they continuously pick off player by player, and now are starting to whittle down those tanks and removes both of them just as quick.
And that's something we see so much in higher ranks of Overwatch when there's a Winston and an Ana composition. Just losing that first fight, not intentionally, but getting farmed so you can charge up that nano in the blink of an eye. Paulito had that ultimate ready way before anyone else was close to theirs. Mommy does have the barrage online now. Maybe they get a recontest with that. The minefield gives them a little bit of hope here, only if it finds a pick, and it doesn't look like it's going to be able to. But what I was getting back to is this Howard community college team, they did a great job staging there, getting their Winston ready, knowing their win condition for that first point, going in with the nano and executing perfectly.
I want to bring up the question towards you here, Berkeley. Do you think Polito was telling his team to take a lot of damage there in that fight to allow for them to be hurt so that he could continuously heal up, nade them down, and allow for them to charge the ultimate faster? Yes, it would give Mommy and Nightingale and probably Laplios their ultimate sooner, but it would guarantee that Amatar and Polito could have theirs, or at least Polito going in with the Nano. It would give them the advantage in allowing them to be the aggressors in the situation. I think that's what I saw going on, but it's a little hard to tell in that moment.
Well, Howard's definitely smart enough to know that they're throwing the Nano Boost on the Winston in the first fight. The Genji Blade is not going to be ready. You just can't really get that much alt charge if you're trying to single out a dive target. Usually it's a squishy. Genji just can't farm Blade first fight that quickly. But I don't know if he was calling for them to take damage. Right now they're taking a ton of it from that barrage, but they are able to take Mommy out of the skies, not before Chip Milk is desuited. And now here comes the Blade coming in, trying to cut up the Mercy, but the elevator, oh, it takes him away, but just in the nick of time, able to hop back down and also cancel the Valkyrie there. That was a very unpredictable little tech of movement as the elevator just brought Reisaku up, but it looked like it actually paid out in his favor.
Yeah, Silver Dipper, I guess panicking maybe, trying to think the Valkyrie would allow for, her to get away, did not, and instead they'll be sent the other direction. That's not what you necessarily need. Now that's going to be another ultimate that's not available for you, which is going to make this refight a bit more difficult. However, Laplios is on the flank, has the minefield available now, pops it directly on the payload, and now can start to contend in multiple directions as his teammates also contend to dive onto the site. It'll be Laplios to take out Optimal, the minefield takes out Reisaku, and now there's no DPS available for the Howard Community College side. Amatar may be able to bring themselves a little bit closer, finding one, but both his healers are taken out quickly by Mommy and Apple Juice. And while there will be a Diva Bomb that takes out two, there's just not much left here for Howard. It's Amatar forcing here with the Primal Rage, just trying to get them all off, maybe move a little bit further, but it's Stevens College that have been the king of the trickle. I don't know how much longer it's going to go on, but thankfully the rest of the team of Howard has started to make their return, but the same can be said for Stevens College.
It's still pretty much anyone's fight here. If the DPS for Howard get picks, they can actually push this payload to the objective, but it looks like they've got to take some better positioning and just stage this fight a little bit longer before they fully commit. Laplios is doing great things on the Wrecking Ball here, almost has another minefield charged up, used it midway through the previous fight, and we've seen them 2 maps in a row now have that ultimate ready first for the Stevens College team, so clearly banging on all cylinders is the Wrecking Ball player for them. The rest of the team looking like they're finally doing pretty well. Also, Nightingale has another Pulse Bomb that they can use. Mommy has a Barrage coming online as well. This team is in a pretty good situation to hold this point for a while.
It's something that we look at here and watch as the fight goes on, and it's just kind of marveling at what Laplios has been able to do. But you can see the Bob now being sent. It's Optimal trying to get a little bit of congestion towards the site, but Bob's now on the opposing side, and it'll be minefielded down. The Bob's just there to do a little bit of tag team damage on the side as they'll continuously eat a couple of the minefields. It may be a big boon in that way, but the Barrage also will be sent. Mommy failing once again to really find massive impact with it, being shot out and killed by the Mercy player of Tenoy, and Optimal has not been forced away from their cubby position. Shoots down two, will be killed off by Laplios, but they're not able to do much beyond that. They now have to fight in the other direction, and Laplios needs to continuously charge the ultimate like we've seen them do the entire time. If they can continue that, it'll be a whole new game. However, Diva Bomb is dropped, hidden inside the Winston bubble. They'll be killed immediately afterwards. A dominant Howard CC fight, and they'll take themselves through. They're finishing off the Streets fans.
And I like what Howard is doing with Optimal, always off-angling on the Ashe, not playing the main line of sight, always trying to take that high ground and get the complete different angle that the front line is going toward. On third point, it's much more linear. This is a tricky part of the map for your hit scan to set up like that. Really, you can only hope to get up on that high ground we're looking at right now, and as the payload gets toward the finish line of third point, there's another high ground around that final corner you can take as Ashe, but this first part of this point is going to be the trickiest one for them. Amatar switching over to the Reinhardt is a perfect switch for this part of the map as well.
Saku's playing very, very cheeky right now. Rat angling up top. Will be spotted out by Laplios, who's made the switch over to the Winston, but some extra assistance will go through. Chip Milk's going to go ahead and make their rotation up top as well. There's only one ultimate ready for Howard, though Optimals is coming up as well. We should be able to see them employ the aggressive approach by sending in Bob and then trying to find a Blade Storm on top of it, but ultimately it's going to come down to can they find a first pick, which directions can they push through, and what they're going to do first. Optimal throws out the Bob. Ultimate now off. Reisaku's taking a bit too much damage, and in fact is now sitting at a sliver of HP, not yet being able to be finished off, and in fact will be able to heal. And now it's Optimal stepping up, finding two. Another fell. That's Laplios by Reisaku. And Stevens College are once again facing a precarious situation, but they're close to their respawn. They can make a return if Howard College fail to find all the kills quick enough.
Howard's playing all frontline here. They know they've got this one in the bag. Ultimates to burn. The Shatter and the Blade both come out, and just like that, Hollywood finished with over a minute, and that is crucial in Infernosis and Hybrid. Just 3 seconds over that incredibly important time bank. That could deny Stevens College the chance at overtime if they don't get it with time on the clock.
This is going to be a very interesting situation now. Stevens College are going to have to think twice about each and every single one of the fights they take, what positions they have during it. We noticed Optimal. I know we hyped him up in between as well, but we noticed Optimal's off angles, taking shots from different corners, not giving themselves in the center of the fight, and just looking for what was going to be a better lineup for them. We need to see Stevens College do the exact same thing, and it doesn't have to be on an Ash to do so. You can also just bring... you can bring Dave, aka Cowboy, over to the side, aka Cassidy. You can bring them around to another corner and get some tag team damage off. You can also bring the Soldier we had seen previously that was kind of utilized for a short period of time. There's a lot of different available options as a DPS, but at the same time, if you're trying to play that brawl, Reaper's not a bad choice for it if you are able to get in there quick enough. Nightingale, they won't have a problem to do so. You can Sombra in fairly quickly, cut the back line, then start to tag team the backside open. But at the same time, you also need to be able to make that retreat. And there's a fairly competent Howard side where they're going to be sitting very steadfast on the objective, strong holding it up on top. As you can see, they're bringing that Reinhardt, they're bringing that Sigma, and they're looking to keep the opposing team at bay and only fight when they need to on the actual objective.
And again, very impressed by the composition that Howard chooses to defend with here. 2 snipers, 2 shields, a Baptiste Immortality Field, and the Mercy Pocket to make sure everyone can just do that much better. Stevens, on the other hand, they do have a dive composition with the Reaper and the Sombra. If they can jump on hack targets and that focus fire is there, it's going to be beautiful. But they could have a lot of trouble doing it, getting around 2 snipers, 2 shields. Sometimes it is very tricky to get damage in.
We're going to go ahead and jump onto the site, though. They jumped up to kind of force Howard down and off the high ground, and it did work to a very large degree. We obviously saw Optimal being forced away, but they've also lost 2 players. Laplios had fallen off the high ground, then had to leap over to the site. Applejuice was in and involved as well, but when Laplios and Nightingale lose their life, well, take a step back. Howard have won that fight. They can jump themselves back up to the high ground. They're doing a fairly weird split right now where Amatar being on the low. That's going to be their first line of defense, and then they're going to have their DPS being boosted up top. Reisaku is pivotal towards this early start, already tagging the head of Laplios and dropping him down to 45 HP. Now they're going to try and go through the screens and try to give themselves an outlook, maybe a shorter angle to dive in until you can see finally Laplios commit and leap onto the high ground.
In Stevens College, they can't be slow here. The DPS are able to get a pair of picks. Mommy, and it's going to be Nightingale taking down the support and the Hanzo. Those have been 2 of the carries for this defense so far. The Dragon Strike was online. They're not going to get to use it. It's going to be coming in from spawn, but it could be too little too late in Infernosis. We're going to see that ultimate, but I don't think it's going to collect any kills unless people got their feet stuck in cement. It's just making its case right now, coming through the point, but a little bit wasted here. Reisaku looks like he'll be staying on this hero for second point as well, so that is an ultimate they would like to have back, and a good starting time bank for Stevens as they come off the first objective.
This is a really good time bank, and while Howard died fairly early into that one and didn't really contest beyond that, they'll be able to position themselves up on the street's phase fairly high up, giving themselves dominant control of the high ground. But think about what they did here on the first phase towards the capture points. They tried to keep the high ground, but Laplios did a phenomenal job of diving in with Applejuice, and it's only going to get worse from here as Laplios has the Primal Rage. They're popping it now, looking to contend in that direction, and while they commit initially to where the tanks were lying, now they try to jump up to the second phase and try to go where the DPS backline is. It fails to do so. They lose one of their players in the process. Now they lose Laplios, and Stevens College are now in a precarious situation. 2 players down to the fight, and everyone lying down as a massive shatter connects here from Amatar.
Amatar was feasting for that shatter too. You could tell. He knew there was no Winston in the way. There was no shield that was going to pop up and block that shatter by surprise. Just a kid in a candy store waiting for as many enemies to be on his screen as at once. And then it was just a no-doubter laying down force, solidifying the fight victory. And now they're set up again on this high ground, playing the fundamentals of Overwatch very well, always setting themselves up fight after fight.
See them going around the backside. Stevens College are looking to play this one in. Go for the semi-flank. They'll also TP around. You can see their Reaper Mommy trying to find something, however, stunned, and then I guess, proceedingly charged. As you'll see, they'll be killed by Amateur. And while Silver Dipper, they will be able to find Optimal. They need to be able to do more than just that, and hopefully this Diva Bomb will be enough. It doesn't seem to do anything besides getting rid of Polito's utility, but Nightingale, while the rest is distracted, guns down Amateur, now leading the Howard side to be a tank down. Chipmunk has now been hacked as well, not really able to utilize their full tanking utility, and they're being gunned down in the back line by the duo DPS combo of Mommy and Nightingale. Stevens College have given themselves space and are now looking to capitalize off of it, as Howard are now forced to come back on their refrag and try to keep themselves calm and coordinated.
And this is going to be Howard's most difficult fight, going up against the EMP. Nightingale on the side, and it looks like they're able to take down Reisaku. That is the somber counter. Now the EMP should be much more free to use here, and they should be able to finish off the streets phase of Hollywood. Just meters to go here before that checkpoint is reached, but Howard come out in the nick of time for a contest, and they get the rally off. They're able to counter the Death Blossom as well. Mommy doesn't get any eliminations with that, and Nightingale goes down with the EMP in hand. This fight looks like it actually might be won by Howard. What a turn of the tides here with 2 minutes to go.
1.15. That's how close they were to success here. Now, the time bank is the most important thing. We spoke about that. I guess you spoke about that. You were smarter than I am. They need to have time on the clock by the time they get the payload to the end. They need that extra time if they want to have any chance. This is a great time burn that was set up here for Howard. Their retake, their playability to actually stop them at the last minute at the 1.15 meter mark allows for them to burn even more clock off the board, and that's exactly what is necessary. However, it might not last that much longer, especially if the whole side of Howard is proceeding to be hacked by that EMP. And while Amateur are able to swing down one, they need their actual utility back to assist, and Reisaku will do just that. Takes out Mommy. DPS gone for Stevens College. Silver Dippers being rushed down as they try to take the elevator back up to the high ground, and Stevens College are now saying, hey, we'll take this one a little bit slower, take a step back. That first pitch did not work out for us. We're gonna have to wait for the rest of the squad to come back in and actually contend.
Those are 2 massive fight wins in a row for Howard as well. 1, winning the first fight, not letting Nightingale get that EMP off, and then 2, surviving the 5-player EMP that connected on the high ground, and Howard was able to just stay alive with 5 members and swing that fight back. Now they're in a position where they've got a Dragon Strike for this fight. They're going to have a Gravitic Flux as well, but Stevens College, for 3 fights in a row, are set up with the ultimates to win it. They just have to execute on the hardest part of Hollywood to take. They go in with the Winston Dive, the Primal Rage, but farm down. That is 1,500 HP gone in a flash, and now Howard are on the back foot. They've lost a member as well. Tanoi goes down close to the rally. All they're going to have in this fight is a Baptiste. And I don't believe the Immortality Field is going to be online as well, but it looks like Howard are doing a pretty good job here corralling Stevens into that corner with the Mega Health Pack. Not able to hide from that Diva Bomb as Apple Juice gets a pair, and now the dive should just be full throttle. They've got to get these kills quickly because I think the payload might actually be far enough away where Howard get back.
I think you may be right here. That's actually an insane chance. I don't know, actually. Maybe?
It's going to be close.
It's going to be really close. I don't think they're going to come in. I think they're going to say, nah, no chance. We're not going to actually waste any more time off that. They got 1:40 left. That's somewhat good time, but Berkeley, I don't think that's enough, really and truly, the way that Howard have been playing. It's going to have to be a flawless performance in this push, and Stevens College don't have any ultimates. They're 1 away, 2 away players. It's Mommy and Nightingale. They're fairly close, but there is 5, almost 6 ultimates in Howard's pocket that they can pop at a single notice. And that's going to be at least 2, maybe even 3 team fights if they play this correctly, that they can proceed to pound the hurt on Stevens College and disallow any chance for them to go any further with the payload.
Howard's doing a great job with those ultimates, just setting up for the end game. They're conceding space on the payload right now, but they know the time is already in their favor. Stevens is playing with under 1:03 seconds, and if Howard can just stall this out to even overtime, no seconds left on the clock, they've got the only chance to win this game in overtime, and that is what they're playing for right now. Mommy does get the kill onto Amatar. Nightingale and Apple Juice both go down, and now Mommy has to commit even further with the Death Blossom. Now it's a 4 versus 4 fight, but it looks like Stevens College doesn't have the resources to stay in it.
Man, Mommy was at a sliver of HP, and now being able to brought back, gets the actual full HP pack, and while it will reset that, they also have a Somber, so they can hack it if they necessarily want to, make sure it's allowed for only their team, and it will recharge a little bit quicker for them. But Stevens College are really wary of pushing past this chokehold, but they also have that EMP. Nightingale gets a charge. They'll pop it. Hack Squadron of Howard. Their ultimate's useless if they're not allowed to use them, but they're not able to get enough picks towards the end until they're finally able to find impact on a player that actually has their ultimate. That's Chip Milk. They will be able to be killed. Now have to go to the respawn. Avatar goes for the shatter. Doesn't find the biggest amount of impact, but will allow for one more kill to go for Reisaku until Apple Juice dives in with the Diva Bomb and finds 3. A huge impact for them, but it looks to be Howard are in their wits end to go for it. Gravitic Flux is popped, forcing them off the payload, now trying to contend. It's a slow stagger, methodical trickle as they try to keep on, but the overtime has been forced, and Stephen College have to keep this one together, but the Immortality Field of Polito makes it just a little bit more difficult until they can continue to clean off the last few players.
Stevens College has done a great job just staying in this map, too, even though it was not winnable. For about the last minute and a half, they could probably tell the time bank was not going to fall in their favor. They're not going to get a chance at overtime to win the map, but this is playoffs. You've got to play for every single inch. Every single round of Overwatch is so important, and right now they're hoping to at best draw, and it looks like they're more than strong enough to do that. Howard is coming into this game with a ton of momentum, but Stevens is the higher seed, the better team on paper, so I think they're starting to hang with the big dogs of Howard a little bit more because Howard looked so good on control, and now it looks like it's a very even game going forward.
Now, Berkeley, what do we do if we tie this map and then we proceed to tie out the rest of the maps? Not tie, I mean, but like, Stevens wins one to tie it up and then 1-1 for the rest of it. What do we do?
I'm pretty sure it's best of 6, and the last one is another control, or go until someone has more maps. Yeah.
So it would be a best of 6.
Would the
then,
map
right?
6, asking production, would the map 6 be payload or control? Control again. Okay, so
see,
that
we don't have
answers
this problem in other esports because we just don't allow ties.
Yeah,
we just
thing
don't
about
let teams
Overwatch is
tie.
they're like, you know what? It's anyone's game all the time.
Blizzard's like, hey, just throw it out there. Y'all do whatever. To be fair, Overwatch was probably one of the largest esports in the world for a very long period of time. So, I mean, you can't blame them for their game mode sense, right? I mean, they handled that fairly well. But
I'm actually going to blame them for 2CP, and I'm never going to let my gripe go.
That is a good call. Blame them for 2CP. That is the biggest one. That is a very fair blame. But with 1 minute and 3 seconds left here, they just need to be able to get a little bit on the point. They just need to jump onto it. And they're still going to play somewhat passively with Optimal still in the Hanzo instead of that Ashe we saw previously, which will make the shots a little bit harder to hit. But the damage output that will be available for them on that front side is going to be astronomical for the side of Howard.
Yeah, you're right. And what I do like about Howard, what they're doing here, they path with the Lucio and they get in early. What Stevens was doing on their first attack on this point was they were being a little bit slow, being vulnerable to hit scan, to snipers. And that's not what we're seeing Howard do. We're seeing them just go in full throttle. Again, they've gotten 2 picks here, and it's all Amatar. Make it 4. This should be the fight one. All they've got to do is take 5% more, and they have won. Hollywood jumping out in front in the series 2-0, and now Howard could move on with a win on this next map.
Diva Bomb? Is that the play of the game? The 3K we saw that kind of gave them even the chance? I think it is. I think it's this 3K towards the end of the last phase. Yes, indeed it is. This being said, completely split the defense being held up there by Howard. It just opened them wide open. And while the overtime was already being sent, and that was essentially now forcing them into a situation where they have to play for the draw, it still was a really good job. They played that really well. I was fairly impressed with their performance in that one. That map as a whole was very close, straight through thick and thin. And while the last push didn't necessarily give us the indicator that it was as close as it was, the rest of the map really and truly was very close, back and forth action, neck and neck in every one of those fights.
Yeah, Steven started to show a lot more strengths on that dive comp like they didn't quite show on Li Jiang. I think you made a great point spectating Li Jiang where, yeah, they were doing great just stalling the point, getting stagger fights to kind of go their way, but the coordination onto the target they were jumping on just wasn't as succinct as it needed to be. On Hollywood, it seemed like they really started to click, so going into our next map, if they can get that dialed in just a little bit more, it should be enough to just finally topple Howard on a map. Infernosis, before we go to our short little break here between maps, do you have anything you would like to say to Stevens to just pump them up, to keep them in this season, because they are looking at a reverse sweep to stay alive?
Reverse sweeps are definitely not impossible. We have seen much worse in the NECC. Basically, the entire Overwatch playoffs last semester. Let's be brutally honest. Every single game was chaos. Every single game was going all the way through to map 7s and everything beyond and everything possible, right? It was insane. You're not out. Don't count your horses before they've gone back to the stable. You have plenty of chances. Keep yourself together, keep yourself calm and coordinated, and have some confidence. You made your way here in the first place. You deserve to be here. Now show everyone why you do.
I really wanted you to say hatch when you were making that metaphor about horses, because it's what I thought you were actually going to do. Very impressed that you were able to bring it back to the stables there. Chat, stick around. Couple minutes. We'll be here with map 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC for some more Overwatch action. Wow, you shouldn't really let me intro. I apparently can't get it right here. But my name's Infernos, is joined here by my great friend Berkeley. It's back to be, oh my goodness, it's great to be back in the booth. I'm so nervous in front of you, dude. It's
No,
hurting
it's okay.
me.
It's okay.
I've actually
I
never
asked you if you
struggled with
wanted
an
to
intro so bad in my life,
two
dude.
seconds before.
I've never struggled so much with an intro in my life. But we're going to Volskaya as the game continues onward. The Howard side has taken 2 maps in a row and a very dominant performance for some of them. Close on the last one, but ultimately they'll come up on top. No draw was forced by the Stevens College side, and they were incapable of bringing themselves any chance closer to bringing this fight maybe to a BO5, maybe to a BO4. If anything, we kind of have to go all the way to the BO5 as Stephen College goes. A full reverse sweep is required, like you mentioned. Chances here, Berkeley. You dropped it on me earlier. What are the chances they can bring this around?
There's a pretty good chance that they can bring it around, because if they're able to win this next map, that will be the first map that Howard has lost in 9 maps. So that can really throw them off kilter, just realizing that, oh yeah, we're a beatable team, which they look like. After that Hollywood game where it was pushed to overtime and Stevens almost had it with time on the clock, almost had a chance in overtime, they're making Howard look very beatable despite the incredibly strong finish of the season Howard has had with 4 straight wins, 8 map wins in a row. Stevens is starting to take it to him, and I think since they're able to keep on picking these maps, this one might actually fall in their favor the most, because this is one where, yeah, double shield with the sniper, the hit scan looked great. Howard's composition has looked good all game. It's going to look good again here, but Stevens, I think this map plays to their strengths more than anyone we've seen yet, with Mommy on the Pharah. First point and second point look great on that hero, and then the dive DPS can really collect this first point quickly. So I think if Stevens attacks first here, they come out with a big time bank going into point 2, they've actually got a very good shot. And if they're able to win this map, they could just go all the way with the reverse sweep by throwing Howard off.
But the high ground is going to be heavily utilized here by Howard. You can see that they've brought the Ashe. They also have a soldier to just continuously do that tag team range damage from above. And while, yeah, there is a lot of... Actually, it's Stevens that are the other way around. Am I incorrect here? Is the color just backwards for a second? There we go. It's fine. My brain for a second fell apart there. I profusely apologize, but the high ground is going to be heavily utilized here by Howard, but with Stevens College being able to swing aggressively, like we've mentioned, the Diva and the Hammond allow for them to make a quick and swift entry into the top ground sites, and they can push from multiple areas. Laplios will come up quickly using the grappling hook to do so, and the rest of the squad will come in from the high ground on the opposing side. Now trying to flush out the rest of Howard, an Immortality Field will be utilized, but it'll be flushed out just as quick as it's placed. Howard have now been forced away, losing 2 as Apple Juice collects onto them. Optimal and Tanoi out for the count, and you'll see your Pharah player Mommy take Reisaku out as well.
Look where that fight happened. Stevens College did great just moving where their Wrecking Ball made space for him. The Wrecking Ball Laplios went in with the slam. All of Howard just focused on Laplios when that slam happened on the high ground, and while that focus was happening, Laplios not only was able to stay alive, but everyone else on Stevens moved up to the high ground around the horseshoe and closed in on Howard, making that fight happen between spawn and first point. No defense is ever comfortable fighting there, and if Stevens is able to move Howard's defense around like that and take the fight on their terms, that's how you just decimate this double shield on defense.
Right now, the time that is being gathered for Stevens College is immense. 5 minutes and 10 seconds by the time they reach this opening gate, the arches, so to say, of trying to bring themselves on the precipice of a round win. They've got plenty of time to do so. They can lose a plethora of fights going forward, and they've got themselves in such a good position that they can just swing in multiple directions. Laplios does that aggressively, a grappling hook combo swinging into the back of the site, or dropping their minefield, both on the high ground and the actual site itself, but Optimal's quick to frag them in return. The Cassidy's being very successful for them, but they need to actually charge the ultimate a little bit further, and now they're being dived in the backfield. Thankfully, Reisaku on point, manages to tag down 2, now make it a 3rd as the Helix Rockets hit Smithsonian and remove them from the fight. Just one player truly left standing now for Stevens College, and they're all going to run back the opposing direction. That was Nightingale, their tracer, and they're extremely low. Sliver of HP in a dream, but they'll make their return until Avatar nails the fire strike across the map, forcing the Hand of Silver Dipper to drop the resurrection quite early.
That was from beyond the 3-point arc for sure. Nightingale had no business on Tracer with Blinks to go down to a fire strike, but Amatar's been flashy all game. That's just another moment of greatness for this main tank player for Howard, nailing that fire strike. Now Howard is looking pretty good. They've got the visor from the high ground ready to go, coupled with the amp matrix, so that is a ton of damage that'll be done onto Stevens College if they don't play their sight lines well. And it looks like they're just starting to close in here. The Valk has been popped, keeping this dive comp sustained for now, but the visor is out, as is the Matrix, and this is just so much hurt coming the way of Stevens College. The visor finds two. Optimal's able to take down Apple Juice in pilot form, and the Flux connects for a ton of damage. Stevens College sent packing again. Now they're going to have 4 ultimates online for the next fight. That might be enough. But Howard are looking like they're just playing the fundamentals of Overwatch very well here on Volskaya second, and these high grounds suit their composition incredibly.
5 ultimates, Berkeley. They use 5 ultimates to keep Stephen College down. Even if you don't win this next fight in like a base fight stage, you forced Howard to use 5 ultimates on you in a single team fight. That is a massive burn. It's insanely influential, and you can walk away from the rest of this now going, we've found at least a simple... Oh, no. Laplios tagged the corner. We'll still make it. It's fine. We're still here. We're good. But Laplios now can have that backline, and with a minefield available, we've seen the cheeky angles that Laplios likes to play, and they have information. They see 2 players on the backside. They see 2 players here as well. The high ground swing can now go forward, and you can see the dive attempting to be played. However, Optimal shoots one out of the sky. Silver Dipper thankfully has the resurrection available again, but High Noon will attempt to flush out more than one, but only flushes out the mech of the player Polito.
Polito going down there is pretty big. The high ground healer no longer in this one for Howard's defense, but it looks like the hit scanner just keeping them alive and well in this fight. The charge connects there. Laplios goes down to Amatar the Reinhardt, who has almost farmed up another Earth Shatter fight after fight, seeming to have that ultimate on the ready. And once again, Howard, of course they had a ton of ultimates burned in that last fight, but Stevens, they lose that advantage by not executing on that fight. That was their chance to win in the advantage they built up for themselves. Now it's over, and they've got to start from scratch.
Piece things back together. They still have 2 ultimates. They've got plenty to work with. Silver Dipper has been charging theirs, methodically throughout this, but in that last engagement, despite the fact that the High Noon didn't really do that much, the Deadeye was not as successful as it was. It wasn't Polito. That is entirely my bad. It was Apple Juice's mech that gets taken away. Despite the mech going down, Apple Juice still has the ability now to drop the Diva Bomb. Going forward, they can just toss into the site. That will force Amatar to more than likely have to turn their shield. Yes, Chintmilk can turn around and deploy their shield to block it as well, but it's a little bit easier to hide behind that Rhine shield and try to force and flush it out the other direction. But here comes the quick dive. Barrage being utilized by Mommy. It finds not just success onto Optimal, but damages Tanoe, allowing for Mommy to clean up and gets rid of the Immortality field. Amatar and Polito will stop the bleeding as Polito cleans up too, but Mommy was failing to be killed with and dealt with as they take out Rosaku, finally dying to Polito, and it's the fragments, the last few players remaining. But as the fight drops, it goes more and more in favor of Howard as their respawn point is so unbelievably close to the actual last objective.
Risaku and Polito have just played this second point of Volskaya textbook, never hopping down from the high ground. That is the key. The only way Stevens is able to take this point is to just focus everything on that high ground catwalk, and while they do that, there's just no damage ever being done onto the tanks, like we're seeing Amatar and Chintmilk being pretty much at full HP for that entire last fight. Just not much of a commit onto the tanks. Just squishy targets targeted the entire time. Chimp up in the sky here as that Flux does not connect with anything, but it still looks like Stevens are scrapping a fight together for themselves. The Valkyrie keeps them alive through that first engagement, but now they've only got the minefield to use in this fight, and Apple Juice loses the mech. The Shatter connects. Mommy gets stunned. You hate it when your Pharah is laying on the ground like that. Very vulnerable, and overtime will tick down with ease. Howard are able to hold second point at 0%.
That is a very good statistic as well here, Berkeley. Howard were in a position where they had 5 minutes and 35 seconds total being allowed after first point got taken in one single push. Yeah, they brought Laplios fairly aggressively if you are the side of Stevens College, and they did get dropped fairly low, but they boosted, packed up, got some more health packs, and then when they engaged in that first fight on this first point, the high ground that Howard were attempting to hold was flushed out and absolutely dismantled. There was no chance they were going to be able to contend that objective, and it was a fight handily and easily won by Stevens College. However, that didn't work on second points. The only time we saw a fight that really dropped in Stevens College favor, and it was an even fight. Howard managed to keep themselves even in the engagement, and that is advantageous towards them because it's the curse of 2CP. They're directly next to their spawn. It takes them 5 seconds to make that return, swing back into the point, and just continue to dish out the damage and continue to be a massive thorn to the side of Stevens College. These girls got to figure something out because it's not working so far, and the defense is going to be even more difficult because Howard know they have a lot of time to work with. They just need one thing to work right on both of these points.
Infernosis, I will say, this is the first time all game where I'm looking at compositions and I am way more impressed with what Stevens is using out of the gate here. Double shield with the Torb and the Hanzo. This comp answers pretty much everything except a Pharah, and we haven't seen Howard run that, so we know it's probably not the biggest threat they've got to worry about. This is the full hold composition right here. They have got to get it done on this effort or their season could be over.
If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then there's going to be a lot of things that they necessarily need to nitpick. However, that first shield, their Orisa shield, will be able to be cleaned up first. They're trying to get the second one down, and they'll be able to do it fairly quickly. It looks to me that Howard is just ignoring the majority of it and just trying to flush into the objective fairly quickly, and they're fairly successful at doing that. Now swinging into the low ground. Almatar is extremely low, but not able to be finished off just yet, but they'll still be able to find 2 on top of it. Frags dropping in both directions, 3 for both. Now Polito will make it a 4th for their side, and Howard have a man advantage. However, Mommy's in the backfield has not been damaged, and Applejuice is refusing to fall. They'll place the shield. It's Chip Milk, demeched, not able to be, I guess, fully utilized in this next engagement. And it's just going to be a very slow and very staggered assault going forward. Applejuice goes down as he takes out Chipmunk at the same time as she does, sorry. And Optimo will be able to one who cleans it up. Still alive for the Howard side, has essentially saved this point from dire straits.
That was a messy fight right there. It was a Hanzo duel, and it was ugly, but Optimal made it out on top, hitting those arrows when it mattered most, and now they're able to capture the first point. That means that Howard could just outright win. If they're able to take 1 tick on second, they will be moving on. They have over 5.5 minutes to do it, but just like we saw last round, sometimes it doesn't matter what your time bank is on Volskaya's second point.
Still trying to play the high ground. We saw Howard utilize this very effectively. We know how dangerous it can be. However, with the Dragon Strike available and now being sent towards, it does flush out a majority of that high ground. And you said you have to stay in the high ground. You cannot hop off of it. And Mommy will now utilize their Dragon Strike, which flushes the opposition of Howard out just as much. However, Optimal and Reisaku comboing to find more than just 1. 4 dropping for their side alone. And it's Hanzo majority right now. It seems to be just the player that's him getting the job done. And it will be the side of Howard, I believe, that wins it. Am I incorrect here? Yeah, it's just incorrect on the thing. That was the entire game. You could also see it in the bottom left. They didn't get changed on the halftime screen, but a very, very phenomenal performance for Howard College here as they managed to completely utilize the fact that they were not allowed to step off the high ground. They knew they couldn't get off of it, and so they say, hey, stay here. You're in a pincer. There's nothing you can do as we're going to keep you funneled in that hallway, and you can't step onto the fight to actually contend.
Amatar was a bruiser that entire game long, and this Howard Community College team, they set up their main tank to do the most dangerous work. On that Volskaya's second point, they did something that we didn't see Stevens even try, which was take a brawl comp, speed boost from that first high ground you get access to with the elevator, get right on top of that little perch, and then just run a Reinhardt right down the throat of the enemy on the high ground. That is just so lethal anytime you're able to do that. So I give Howard a ton of props for the compositions they ran today and how they ran them. Rotating that Reinhardt on Volskaya like that is not something we see a lot of teams do, especially not in this division. So this is a Howard team that came to play, scrimmed so hard, had their strategies down pat no matter what map got thrown their way, and they've earned themselves a win.
That is, I believe, that continues their flawless second half of the season. From week 5 onward, have not lost a single game. Howard are continuing to pound the hurt going forward, and that means they're going to be facing the victor of the number 1 seeded team, the victor between the number 1 seeded team and the number 8 seeded team. So there can be some inferences gathered there already, right? I mean, you know who's the fan favorite going into that one, but we've seen upsets much worse, or about the same level of worse in terms of statistical analysis. But we're going to have to see who necessarily makes it. It doesn't matter. They're going to have to face Howard in a team that has been unstoppable in the latter half of the season. I can only imagine that's a very scary thing to look at, especially after this match.
Yeah, we're at the point of the season where it really does not matter what your seed is. If you're Howard and you're scrimming as hard as they look to be, they can hang with the number one seed. If you're playing Volskaya the way they just did it in Emergence, you are looking like you don't belong in this division, because that brawl comp we saw right there, that defense we saw them hold for 5.5 minutes, 0% on second, that's insane. You have to work very hard to get that done, especially against a Steven squad that came to play. They were crisp as well. They captured first point in a blink, and second point, Howard just responded. They answered, they adapted, and they did it all well. Infinosis, our next game up, match number 2 is going to be the BSC Bobcats versus the St. Clair Saints. That's a Legends Division game. You are not going to want to miss, Chad, a 6 seed versus a 3 seed. But before we get to that, we're going to have an interview from this game.
That is true. I think we're having Optimal come in and actually speak with us. I don't know if we're going to take a quick break beforehand to get him situated and going, or if we're just going to, ad lib for a little bit longer and then let him come in. We'll have to hear, but I think we'll take the quick break just to be sure and make sure everything's coordinated work. We had some interview problems last night for game 2 and for R6 as the audio cut in a couple times. So we want to make sure it's perfect. So stay tuned. You'll get to hear Optimal, and then I guess let them digest exactly what happened and why they're able to come up so victorious. So stay tuned for more NECC Overwatch action. back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the absolutely gorgeous Berkeley Stevens. We've also got another person here in the booth. It's the player of Optimal on the phone, quite literally, as he had to use the phone to actually be able to be and enter our call. But how you doing tonight, Optimal, after your audacious victory here in Game 1?
I'm doing fantastic. Everyone's doing fantastic here. Big win.
I'm actually really glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that. I'll start things off with the first question. Did you anticipate being able to finish this out in just 3 maps? Or did you think they'd be able to take a map like the last time you faced?
Well, obviously we come into it thinking we're gonna 3-0, like we're gonna win every map, no matter what team we face. Um, we did know that we played them and 3-0'd them, so we just were that elevated our confidence. We decided to go to what's natural to us, which is me and Reisaku playing off of each other on Ash Genji or a variation of hitscan DPSs. So that was just the factor that pushed us over.
Berkeley?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, when you're scrimming, how much is it just trying to pop off as a DPS player, and how much of it is trying to set up Amatar so he's able to do all those Reinhardt things? Like on Volskaya's second point, your team took a rotation where they hopped high grounds with a Lucio speed boost. That is not something anyone in Emergence ever does. So you guys seem to be well oiled on Reinhardt comps. As a DPS player, what are you doing to make sure that comp succeeds?
I like to try and set him up as much as possible because whether we call it or not, he likes to flank and shatter or do his own thing. So in scrims, we just try and practice and reining it in a little bit, but also being able to read when he does it so we can play off of it and capitalize on his aggressiveness.
I wanted to ask you, sorry, Scott,
You're good?
just a follow-up question on Volskaya on your defense. Things did not look good on the first point. You guys got dove by a wrecking ball, and the fight happened like in between spawn and first point. Were you a little bit worried that Stevens was coming back with some pretty heavy punches, or were you just collected despite looking at a 5.5 minute time bank? Did you know that your team had a shot at the full hold on second?
I always believe in my team. So it was a miscommunication on first point. We cleared it up. We reset up. We told everybody where we should play, and we reset it after every fight. And luckily, they weren't able to break it. We It was just a big miscommunication from if we should have held point or if they should have rotated to help us when we were getting dove.
All
It's an
right,
interesting
Scott.
point. Yeah, I got one more question. And it's not really a question. It's almost like a fanboy, right? It's almost fanboying. A lot of the moments that really dictated the pacing or dictated how the rounds are really going forward, especially in points where you either just won a team fight or just lost and you kind of have to come back from it. Who was leading the forefront but you on Ash on map 2 and then you on Hanzo when you guys were attacking on that last stage of Volskaya? Point 1, you guys were in a dire strait. I mean, it was tied. You got 3 kills, and then it was D.Va and Sigma in a firefight between. You were trying to fight an opposing Hanzo. It was a very interesting fight, right? It was very weird and everything going on. You stayed alive throughout all of it. Not only did you do so, you killed the opposing Sigma and then turned and found the opposing Hanzo and were able to get some more tag damage off and let your team appear. What's going through your head? What's going through your heart? How bad is your pulse? Do you wear a heart monitor? Like, what's going on here when you're able to pull up so many clutch situations? Like, does your team even know what you did in that moment? Like, just a lot of questions and concerns, right?
They did. They recognized it, and we're celebrating. My heart, it's racing off adrenaline, but at the same time, I've played enough competitive and organized play that I know I have to calm down and just focus on my shots. I saw the Sigma was half, and I saw the Hanzo had no jump and he was out of position, so I storm arrowed him, and then I found the Sigma who had no eat because our diva forced it out of him, and I was able to capitalize on it, and then fire on the Zen and Torb coming back, so we were able to cap it. The high ground control also really helped because it's very hard to shoot up as Hanzo, so I had the advantage overall in that.
Hearing that, the number one thing that goes through my head is the sheer ability for you to digest the information that's just glimpses that are given to you and utilize it in a perfect manner. And Berkeley called it so many times textbook play, textbook style for your defenses and attacks, and pristine coordination and chemistry. it's just obvious, especially the more you talk about it and how swiftly you're able to take that information in and act off of it. So once again, we haven't said it yet. Congratulations on your victory. You're
Thank
going
you.
on to face the victor between the 1st seed and the 8th seed. And that is a game that I think was against a team, or I think both of them were in the first half of your season where you guys didn't have a great start. But
Yes.
you guys are in a flawless second half and continuing it going forward. So I can only predict so. But I'll give you a second to talk and thank anyone that's behind you and to shout out any of your peers.
Okay. Well, one shout out to Stevens. You guys played a good map. Also shout out my teammates. We're all on the same page today. My boy Rosanto, he hasn't got in a lot. He shows up to scrims every day and practices. He got in first map. Did his thing, saved me a few times from junkrat traps and whatnot. I shout out my coaches, Coach Jordan, Coach Winkle. You know, they really set us up for victory by teaching us and helping with micro and macro. And yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate you coming here once again. Looking forward to what you guys can do in the future, and best of luck going onwards in the playoffs.
Thank you.
All right, that's all we have here for Optimal, and I believe that's also all we have here for the gorgeous Berkeley Stevens, aka at @ultcharge, ult_charge on Twitter. Make sure to check him out. He's a handsome guy, and he does football stuff as well, so you can see all his stories and innovations. You can follow me too. That's not a great idea. I don't tweet that often. They're pretty stupid, but follow me at INFERNOS1S. I'm Infernosis, have been joined here by the wonderful Berkeley Stevens. It's great to be back in the booth with them, but that's all we have here for now. Make sure to stay tuned. There'll be another game coming up. Chef Billy's coming on in, so it'll be a good one. Much better than me being here, but stay tuned for more NECC Overwatch action.
And we are back. My name is Jeff alongside Billy here as we get into the legends in our quarterfinals. First week of playoffs, Billy. Oh, I'm so excited. I love postseason. I absolutely love postseason.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, hence my background. A little bit of
Oh, I like
Kings
it.
Row
I like it.
Christmas.
You can't. My background is just a few pixels.
Yeah.
So that's. I'm living inside of a Super Nintendo. I'm in.
Right. So
Yeah.
we are here in the Legends division here, first day of playoffs here in the NECC. And I tell you what, this is going to be 3 versus 6 here. Bryant and Stratton Bobcats out of Virginia versus St. Clair Saints out of, I believe, Ottawa, Ontario. And, looking at what they have faced coming into this lineup, this matchup, man, they started out pretty good. St. Clair started out pretty good. And then they went on a 4 out of 5 losing streak to end the season. So they've kind of stumbled in across the finish line here and gotten themselves in. They're facing a Bobcats team that has won the last 3 or 4 coming in here. So on paper, I'm looking at, the Bobcats, to come out and establish early dominance. However, if G-Scale or if Apostle really has a good game on main tank, I think there might be we'll have a really good chance at extending this series beyond the 3-0 Overwatch that we have come to know and love in some of these competitions that we've been casting lately. But I tell you what, I'm looking forward to seeing how the 3 versus 6 matchup goes, because I think that we can look at the Bobcats. They came out against the Ottawa Braves out of Kansas, and they absolutely took them to the woodshed. Bay State, that's one of the strongest teams here in the NECC, and getting an 0-3 to them, St. Clair Saints, steel sharpens steel. We'll see if they can bring some of the lessons that they learned from that last loss, because they did get a win in week number 7. So we'll see if they can bring it together. I hope that they can get their act together and make this a comparable series here.
Well, and that series just goes to show that anything can happen in playoffs. Once we get a postseason, yeah, those standings are pretty indicative of how strong the team could be in regular season. But teams tend to ramp it up come postseason. Sometimes, you're just a playoff team, and we just saw the lower seed take the dub in that last series. Potential is certainly there for it to happen again. Saints coming in that 6th slot would be your underdog on paper. See if possible, the rest of the crew can rise to the challenge. Starting off on Legion. We're going to head to Gardens here to open up this first of 3 series.
Oh, we're running 6-man comp here from Brandon Stratton. So that is a early warning sign for the St. Clair Saints. They're not going to really recognize that until they get on the point. We'll see how Slater plays in that Sombra role, if they're going to be that full 6-man person there, or if they're going to be the assassin type of Sombra. However, you do have some real good weapons to combat a Sombra and a Reaper with the McCree and the Brigitte.
Yeah, we'll see if they can handle this, because, this 6-man competition just rush down all together really fast, very lethal. Nobody wants to die. Twitter should be playing with their squad in this right out of the gate. Cyber going down. So, Jeezy lands shot. Everlong finally takes him out of the fight. It's another this Bobcats comp. Long can give the +1 on over. Slater can't quite get the translocate in. Already being used as Everlong picks up their 3rd of the fight. Still a +1 to the Bobcats as they grab control.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't press in once they started getting picks and really establishing dominance on the front line, especially with the Winston out for the Bobcats. That was absolute go time for them. But the Bobcats able to hold their ground and really deal with what was coming into them. Now, looking at Cyber again, he's just getting focused down. They are not taking any of this monkey's business at all.
No monkey business whatsoever. But this comp can still work without it. We're gonna get Argent K go ahead and drop in the Transcendence, try to push back in, escort the Saints onto the objective. Nice kill onto OBL just before they can call that mech back into place. And a great retake here from the Saints. Didn't really use anything else but that trans, and now they've got some else to work with. Balos can go ahead and toss in a late pulse.
Well, I think that the real problem here for them is that they did use that Transcendence, and EMP is ready to go from Slater, so they're going to have a lot of value, especially if they wait for, they're not waiting for the Death Blossom.
Nope, it's a 4 EMP. Give me a coalescence to survive. People needs to stay alive long enough. Everyone gets stuck. Lost it. You will get the rally off the back of that. A huge chance. Big play from the Brig to turn this fight on its heels. Well done, and they maintain control, survive in the big combo.
Yeah, they invested 2 ultimates into that, so that is a little bit worrisome. But still good economy for them. They still have the stall tactic of the Primal Rage going in, as well as this High Noon.
Yep, Deadeye out. Not going to find anything with that as Apostle goes diving into the back. But there's a Primal on the other side. And that's Cyber who's able to pick up one. And Justice is going to go ahead and invest the Death Blossom. And Cyber finds their third of the fight. OBL is going to devour up a tasty little pulse bomb. Nice little morsel. And follows it up with a self-destruct kill as well. So there you go. Nice kill there from Obi. It should be enough to take this back. Gardens is the most stallable map in the entire game, and St. Clair are doing a good job of getting as close to that 85% as they can. 79 before it finally flips over.
Yep, I mean, the healing resources are out there coming from BSC. They have a definite sustained advantage going into this next fight and overall. Looking at this upcoming Transcendence, man, I think you got to hold it for the EMP that Slater has already built up to again. As said, it's getting so much burst down with this Moira. That's the real look into this next one.
Slater's going to go down, though. It's Yubel again, who is coming up with the big plays for these EMP fights. The most important fight for the six-man composition. And neither of them coming up fruitful for the Bobcats so far. The Saints are able to hold on, taking Everlong out of the fight. It's a large chunk of the damage absent. And Saints flip it right back over 70 to 80 on the board at the moment.
I mean, bailable. Gonna have to be better precision and recognizing where the Diva is when they decide to let loose with this pulse bomb. But they have the chance to stall out with the Rebek coming in from that EMP, big EMP coming out.
Nice coordination right as Cyber moves in and Set drops the Coalescence. They're going to net 2 kills on the back of that fantastic play. And another one on the board for Cyber. Nobody gets to the points. If the point had been over in the small house, in the tea house, that would have been fantastic for the Bobcats. Unfortunately, they unleash their fantastically coordinated play in the wrong spot. And maybe perhaps a miscommunication, but nobody initiates the overtime. A disastrous turn for the Bobcat fight handedly, Billy.
They absolutely did. Now, they did lose the speed element, which they were probably banking on to get them to the point. And, I mean,
it may have been, yeah.
Yeah, and, I mean, they were so close to the sound barrier as well. So, maybe fortune shining upon the Saints right now. A little bit of divine intervention, if you will. Going into that and getting the first point there. But, I mean, we'll see what they come out with next. I mean, Saints are coming out with a ton of damage.
The patron saint of C9? Is that what just happened there? All right. It's going to be a Doomfist and a Civ coming out from the Bobcats. And Slater goes in heavy right out of the gate. All eyes on the Doom, the initiator of this cup. And make no mistakes, it's not the Reinhardt. When you have a Doom, it changes everything. And it's up to Slater to kind of determine the timing. Everybody should go in on the back of that. Slater's going up against Bailable right now, and that could be a tall ask for a Doomfist. You see the mines come out, and Slater has to fall back. Still no kills here in this opening fight. Already a Baptiste amplification matrix on the battlefield as Everlong is able to burn down one. Obi burns down another, and the shadow comes through from Cyber. That's going to lay 2 down flat. And the Bobcats win the war of attrition here, first control.
Oh, my word. I mean, that is a astronomically fast amp matrix coming out of Set. The damage that was output that I talked about at the beginning, absolutely laying into the Bobcats, and Set was able to keep everybody up and healthy. So Photon Barrier is going to be available in the next fight. Also, it's going to have to be deployed against this upcoming Tire. And Argent K on the opposite Baptiste is going to have amplified damage going through this window.
Could be nasty, especially when combined with the Flux and the Tire coming up. I mean, a Shatter landing. It only finds 2, but the kills are there, courtesy of said Tire. Slater strikes back, finds 2 of their own. The Flux trying to bring it back the other way. G-Skills does pick up Everlong. So the Bobcats looking a little worse for wear as G-Skills is able to win out what I believe was a 3v3 in the middle of the point. Slater's still alive, lands the big right hook, but only has 7 health to their name, and G-Skills will finish him off. But it's bought enough time for Cyber to get back and stall off this point even more.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely fantastic stalling, and they actually flipped the point! Oh, all that progress was there, and it was just stalled out, and they take a foot off this point, and the point flips in favor of the Saints, and they're coming up on sound barrier, so they're going to have staying power in this next fight.
I mean, Cyber did a great job. I mean, really, Slater and Cyber did a great job of getting that extra 10-15%, which has kept Saints from buying their percentage. That one pays out double. It's going to be the sound barrier coming out. Yubel almost got stunned out of that by Slater. Just barely got the toes on the ground. The right hook comes through, and the charge is there. Justice is going to respond. The later sound barrier, typically the better one, and Cyber's going to win the Reinhardt duel. Cyber now free to throw down that hammer. Picks up a couple with that, including the Baptiste, and that's going to be enough to flip this thing right back over.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's a quick retake. I mean, still 41% going to the Saints, and they're going to have 2 ultimates going to the next fight. Reset available to Slater and another Photon Bear. So that's what we're looking at for this next fight. I really want to see how did the Saints really force the issue here, because Slater has been really unchecked. Cheesy is not doing enough to keep him out of their back line.
And I think Slater's just doing a good job of avoiding the flashbang in number 3. Availables Tire won the last fight. Can it do it here? It's unleashed, circling around to the back. Immortality Field is gone, and it finds 2 yet again. And what a huge pickoff. Baptiste's gone. Cyber's going to fall. Slater is down. You still have Injustice, who might be able to stall this thing to 99, but they are the last remaining member of Bobcats hanging around this point.
You got
there's a Diva there too?
Yeah,
there's a Diva there too. Okay, and Injustice gets a kill, Billy. I don't believe it. No way. Did they actually hold on? The ball gets booped back. Justice and Obi hang on through that fight. Absolutely outstanding.
Absolutely fantastic back and forth action there, Jeff. And I mean, you said it best. Later sound barriers will always win you fights. And they kept control. They kept their wits about them. Even surviving the 2-man tire from Bailable, they just were not able to push hard enough to get to the point. Slater, once again, that Doomfist that he's got is absolutely nasty. And we'll see if they continue to run it. Looks like that. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. St. Clair Saints look like they're going to opt for a little bit of Bulldozer, baby. This is going to be interesting.
Bulldozer created to fight Shield. So I don't know how it's going to work against the very brawly Doomfist Reinhardt composition. I can't help but feel that G-Skills is going to be a little bit vulnerable. A lot of shields for Everlong to charge up. That's only if Everlong can get in the battle. That was a massive anti. Slater picks up one before eating a big old right hook to the chin. And, I mean, it was Argent K won that fight before it even started.
Yeah, massive anti coming in. They did not understand the assignment there and failed it miserably. And Bobcats are going to have to think about how they're going to retake this point, especially with the Symmetra on the point. Yeah, they're going to a little bit of a May Reaper setup here. So definitely going to be looking to wall off the main tanks. There's a great wall coming out.
This is going to do even better against that Bulldozer comp. Obviously, the Reaper's just really good at mowing down those tanks, and Slater already has an opening pick. Fossil does have the Shatter ready to go. We could see a teleport Shatter here. So no, I'm just going to drop it on the front line. Finds 2 with that. But Cyber responds with one of their own, and it's Cyber who comes up with a kill. The back here and claim this objective for their own. It's now blue.
Yeah, that's absolutely filthy coming out from Cyber there. Fat chat all day long. Somebody type MTD in the chat because that was dirty. You're looking at your choice here. You can either nano the Rhine here, or you can nano the Primal. You get even more damage out of it, but you're going to have a self-destruct coming up huge, and that is a big blocking wall in their face.
And the nano went on to Yubel. It's a Boostio on the battlefield. Maybe jumped in front of G-Scales. G-Scales out in the middle. It just kind of left the Reinhardt behind. And everybody from Bobcats focused down the German Crusader. Primal Rage was popped, but G-Scale is now sitting on roughly 75 health. Make that none. I think that was just a reset in the end.
Oh, man. This next fight is going to be absolutely chaotic for the Saints when they come in. They swapped out their Winston for a Diva now. As Bobcats are crossing 50% here. They do have sound barrier, but they're going to be facing a whole bevy of ultimates coming in. I don't know when you decide to deploy it.
I'm expecting them to open up with the Blizzard because everybody's caught tight in that small little area. GZ already goes down, and May was actually outside as the Death Blossom to start the fight on the front lines, picking up 3, including the D-Mech. Everlong just decimated the ranks of the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, you take that trade all day long and twice on Sunday. So beautiful work there from the Reaper player. Now available, swapping over to a edgelord of their own. Still only 1 ultimate or 2 ultimates going into that fight. And now you're setting up for Cassidy to, really deal with the incoming Reaper. So, I mean, they're going to have to really bide their time here and decide how they're going to address this point. They got the sound barrier.
Oh, huge play from Cheesy. Shuts down Slater, and the Sound Barrier's out aggressively. They're going to charge right past the Amp Matrix of Set and just start rolling on this objective. A lot of focus on the Cyber, who eventually fall, while Bailable is able to deal with Everlong. And with the overtime going, the Saints do a great job of overcoming the Bobcats and their win cons.
Yeah, and I mean, but they hold on to ultimates, and that's the big thing for the Bobcats. They held on to the self-destruct. They no need to invest that. They have the Blizzard coming in. Great early pick on the Slater with the May. So now, they can hold off the point here a little bit with the Amp Matrix and then hold out that Immortality Field until you are ready to go with that Blizzard.
What is that Amp Matrix? That must have been a misclick. Blizzard finally comes out, and I think that throws Apostle mid-shatter. Cyber's able to get theirs. And here it comes, the Bobcats once again to plant the blue flag flying high. Point almost slips. There it is. Just need to survive a little self-destruct coming in. Nice job from the shield. Justice does get caught out, and a couple of tanks have made it back to the point. DMAC in with the Wrecking Ball trying to stall and picks up a pair of kills. Apostle's able to take down Slater in Set. Is it going to be enough? 2 tanks on the point. Cheesy has to stay alive long enough against the Reinhardt and against the Diva. Tracer comes back to replace Cheesy as they tag in. Now Jubal is there, and Cyber goes down, taken out in the back by the Lucio as Bobcats reinforcements finally make it to the objective, and it's a very broken fight. Oh, the Diva doesn't quite touch. And the C9 goes the other way. Not quite a C9, but yet a Lucio and a Diva there. Both of them got off the objective, and as long as that overtime wick had been going, it vanishes in a heartbeat.
Yeah, this has got to be the three. Yeah, this has got to be the 3-man shatter. Yep, right here. Just look at this. Absolutely plays them for the fiddle here, and just whack. Done.
So good. So good. It got 2 with it. Looked like it got 2 with the initial fire strike, but the second one just didn't show up as a fire strike icon in the feed. So well done. 200 hit point fire strike, that'll do it to you every time.
Absolutely. Now, Saints really put up a good fight, so I don't think this is going to be as one-sided as I initially looked at. I think the playoff really will be going here. So, playoff teams show up in the playoffs, and maybe the Saints are a playoff team because they absolutely fought tooth and nail for every single map here in Lijiang. So, to remind everybody what our format is, the winner will ban out a map type, and the loser will pick from the map pool that is remaining. And we'll see that coming up very soon. We'll get a little word from the birdie in our ears of where they're going to be going to. So, what do I think really the Saints need to do here, Jeff? Of course, Control is its own outlier. We always talk about that. And there's 3 separate comps that can come into Lijiang especially. So it's going to depend on where do the Saints feel most comfortable going into their next map type, which is going to be hybrid, I do believe. And I really want to see, what do they think is going to be their win condition? Because Cyber looked really good on the Reinhardt. So is Rush or Brawl going to be their real forte? And do they want to avoid it?
I think they want to avoid it. Just judging by what we saw there, the Bobcats ran some variation of Rush or Brawl. I like to distinguish between the two, the Rush being more of that 6-man speed down, everybody get into the fight as fast as possible, versus Brawl, which can, especially with a May, play with a little bit slower pace. And it's just anything that dares come near you, everybody turns and looks at them. Kind of like a bunch of wasps protecting their hive. Anything that gets close, just suddenly everybody just comes out with stingers at the ready. So that's I think you'd want to avoid that. It sounds like the Bobcats have banned Eichenwalde, so that's going to be they want to keep it on the Brawl, and the Saints are going to oblige them, Billy.
Yeah, they're going to Kings Row, and I want to see, are we going to see the Ice Cold comp come out, formerly known as McFlurry? Or are we going to see some more variation come out from them? I think that's something that we need to be, kind of zeroing in on when we see the comps come up on the screen, because there's quite a few different ways that you could actually go at this. You can go with a double shield comp. You can run a Torbjorn, especially to deal with, dealing with, any kind of flankers coming in. We'll look and see if they run the Ice Cold, which is the Diva with the Rhine, and then the May and the Cole with the Baptiste and Lucio alongside with it. So, it just depends on what their forte is here. What do they feel is going to win them? Because, they're swapping sides. So we're going to see Bobcats on the offense first. And we'll see St. Clair Saints on the defense. So you can either run there's really two good comps here. You can run double shield, and if you know how to play it split, you can have a two-tiered defense coming in where you're kind of corralling people in, getting that CC from the Sigma on top, and kind of stunning people out and being able to focus that down. Also using the Halt to kind of rally everybody together. Or you can run the mirror to it and run the Ice Cold comp or the McFlurry comp, and really go in face to face with that. I'm going to expect to see the Ice Cold come out from the Bobcats here and really try to establish their dominance. We saw the May come out already from them once, so I don't see any reason why they wouldn't go back to it, especially if they're favoring this rush or this brawl. It just depends on how they really get those members and what kind of composition they decide to run with.
Right. On the attack, the Wrecking Ball dive comp is also viable, especially if you're going into a double shield to go dive on top of them. So that's certainly an option as well. Can work on the defense, but I consider that more of an offensive comp.
Mhm.
The Orisas just can be so oppressive on any defensive setup. So that's that double shield split comp you're talking about, either a full on treehouse where everybody's on the high ground, or the split with the Sigma and say an Ash and your BAP up on the high ground. And that can be tougher to break, but it has to be timed just right. From the Bobcats, particularly going on the attack first, I'm expecting one of the two comps we saw before. Most likely, the May composition. May is just so good on this map because of the narrow corridors. The same reason Reinhardt is good, and traditionally this is the home of the Reinhardt. May is excellent on this map for the very same reasons.
Yeah, I mean, just denying space or creating space, respectively, from how you look at it. Bobcats showing a little bit something weird here. I don't know if they're going to stick with that. But here is the what I call the Celtic Pride. You've been with me long enough, Jeff, to know this, but I'll explain what I call this. This is the Germanic tank line of a Dutchman and a German, the Sigma and Rhine. So you're going to have the double shield variant here, but you're going to have more kit available to you from the Sigma. You're also looking at a May and a Hanzo here. So you're looking for a little one-shot potential from the Hanzo. Also going to be able to get vision with the Sonic Arrow. Definitely a good support line here for the Saints here. They're going to have the immortality barrier to keep them up in the midst of really heavy fights. Double bubble from Bobcats, though.
Interesting. With the Shimada brothers to boot. So it'll be all about that nano engage, particularly on this first fight. I'm not sold on the Saints comp. It seems to have kind of two different objectives. Some want to fight from distance, some want to fight close up, but we'll see if they can make it work. Cheesy on the Hanzo, you can get a lot of work done with either, and G-Scales can put down a ton of damage, as Slater is painfully aware of at the moment. Oh, nice set of Storm Arrows, and that's what makes Hanzo so strong right there. An absolute tank buster, and Apostle off the battlefield. Obi's able to pick up one as well, so a big opening here for the Bobcats to move in, and they've claimed a lot of space around this statue. Now it's a matter of when they choose to pursue. You still got Cheesy giving him a little trouble.
Yeah, and I think the engage here is going to be with the Nano Primal or just the Nano Winston in general, because Set is getting so much value on this Ana right now. Saints are able to get back and recontest, though. They've got a pesky ninja up in the windows firing in the shurikens, but there we go. Everlong taking down their opposite once again.
Yep, and Slater's able to pick up too. So the Nano Winston did lead the charge. A Blizzard comes out, but I don't think there's enough reinforcements. They get a couple of kills, but it's not going to be enough to stop this push. Great patience from the Bobcats on that. They claimed the space around statue first and just kind of waited, knowing Saints were going to recontest. They didn't overstep their bounds, and their patience is rewarded with a point A pickup.
Oh boy, but they have made some serious swaps here. I mean, they're busting out a mobility comp here. The only thing that's not mobile is your support line, so G-Scales is going to have a lot of work to do here, Jeff. However, Discord Orb onto the Genji. That's what I'm going to be looking to really see how they focus that down. And they don't have the Nano available into this fight, so they're going to have to be waiting for a bit for that.
I mean, Slater could go dry, or he could couple it with the Graviton. Could go, although the more traditional pairing with that Graviton Surge. Yeah, it's just going to be a Dry Blade into Black to start things off alongside Cyber. So a bunch of melee coming out, but it's Cheesy with a defensive Dragon Strike taking Slater down, but I don't know it's going to be enough in the end. This is a 2v5 favoring the Bobcats as they continue their trek through the streets of Kings Row.
So here's what you got going on right now. You've got Set being able to sit back and pump the healing in, throw the nades in at will. Apostle, you know, it's a good swap, but especially with Set and their ability to hit, sleep darts may really hinder them in the end. And the inspired healing from Injustice in the front line is going to be something scary for them.
Graviton Surge is out. There's the Dragons to couple with it. And before the Dragons even reach it, Cyber's already in, picking up a couple kills. And Cyber is just able to kind of have free reign. Set's doing a great job of keeping Cyber alive through these engagements, doing a good job of managing the Winston cooldowns to get in and out. And with the Discord Orb, I mean, that Saints need to do a better job of focusing down the monkey if they want to have a hope of stopping this.
Absolutely. But there's another nano available. So this will be the third one available to the Bobcats here. That's incredible generation from the Ana. And they're not looking like any kind of stopping right now. G-Scales has got to do a lot more to keep that support line alive.
Yeah, Arjun's already in trouble, and Everlong's able to find that pick. Nice Bionade into the pack. Both supports are done. And what a fantastic start. The Bobcats should just be able to overwhelm at this point. You can see them looping around the far left-hand side. Apostle just rolling their way back into the safety of the spawn room.
Oh, this is dangerous. Yep. Slater getting the kill on a very pesky Tracer. Available, not being able to get anything really done with the small British hero here. The only thing, well, if there's anything lacking on this defense right now, is the grab generation. Only one so far. Big set of mines coming out from Apostle.
Hey, great things come in small packages, okay? I'm just saying. Speaking of small packages, there's a whole flurry of his name of Apostle's Mines. They're able to get some work done. Finally, the Saints plant their feet, winning their first real team fight at Kings Row. Apostle doing a good job of not just finding the kill, but splitting up the Bobcats on that one.
I love it. And they're going to have Rally going into the next fight as well. However, 3 on the board for Bobcats. I'm looking for Cyber to really start annihilating with this Primal Rage, trying to boot people off the cores or just get them out of position.
Ooh, discovered. Eating a lot of damage. Slater's diving in the back, has that blade ready to go. He's not going to try to pull the trigger just yet. His Apostle's diving in deep. Baleable did as well, but Baleable gets sent away. Apostle has to run for their life, and, well, doesn't make it too far. Everly in the tree. Nice fan the hammer from Cheesy. They grab him somehow alive. Across the Cyber on the back. Bobcats continue to press the issue. Not even the self-destruct is going to stop him just yet. It looks like we're going to hold up and soft reset on this corner. No, never mind. Here comes the grab. Here comes the blade. The katana unsheathed and dive it in. But there's a wonderful transcendence from RJ. Make sure he dies as the result of it.
I mean, that is absolute work coming out from them. Here is the nano Winston coming through, but Cheesy takes him down. Oh my goodness, that is a huge flashbang. It's just buying more time right now, but Injustice going ham. Slater and the Shimada brothers clean up the point. 2:19 on the clock. The Saints are going to have their work cut out for them, and they just got comp diffed. Once the first point was lost, I mean, really, the work coming out from the Bobcats was just a little bit too much for them to handle. They never got their feet set on point B and point C. They finally made their stop once they had the mines come out. But after that, I mean, it was just really stalling for time to see how much time they could whittle off because the win condition for Bobcats, I mean, that grab was absolutely filthy coming out of OBL. So, I mean, Saints are going to have to think about how lethal can they be? How aggressive can they be? Because this is their playoff lives on the line. They'll be facing match point if they happen to lose Kings Row here. So you got to start really swinging for the fences here. And I want to see how they address this. And, you know, Bobcats coming out with the Ash. I love it. They may be going with that high ground treehouse effect with the Sigma and the Ash, with Everlong being the nuisance factor. They're going to bring out their own Zenyatta here, Jeff. So we're going to have the Discord Orb once again on the field in play. We'll see how they focus it down. Saints did not get a lot done based upon those discords. We saw it happen a couple times, but not nearly at the rate that you would expect.
I mean, Cyber just did such a great job on the Winston staying alive through those discords. I mean, even in that final fight, was able to get both supports out of there before finally getting taken down by Cheesy, and it was all downhill from there. Now Cyber on the wrecking ball is going to be even harder to take down, even faster, even more elusive to avoid the damage coming in from Saints. Saints trying to go up top and drop through this right-hand alley.
Oh.
Nice start from Cheesy, able to find that kill onto Everlong. They're gonna just kind of hold up right now. They're waiting for cooldowns to come back. Cyber tried to go in with the flank, but just caught alone over there. Nice shot from Seth, though, to take Ubel out of the fight. This might slow down this attack a little bit. I'm curious to see if Saints want to continue to push in without their... I mean, that's the bulk of their healing gone here, Billy. Set is the only support on the battlefield at the moment. Or,
Big
you know, it's
rock.
Argent K, but yeah.
Big Rock came in from OBL and kind of slowed everybody down, and Cheesy actually goes down as a result of it. Look at that. Set gets absolutely murdered. You trade out the main tanks here, so now Sigma v Sigma. Argent K getting work done, but Cyber takes him out in return.
Yeah, it's nice trades coming through, but the Sigma in that tiny hallway, just get all that splash damage, so much. Just overall DPS with those hyperspheres. And taking that battle in that tiny little hallway was the death of the Bobcats. The Saints do merge victorious. Good patience, waiting for Evil to get back in the fight. And then they just rush forward. The opening kill on the set served him very well. Obi gonna try to contest here. Might be room if Everlong. Nah, they got a deal. Available is keeping an eye on it, so they couldn't work the flank.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a comparable time bank to what we saw come out from Bobcats on their first, or in the take of point A. So this is not bad, but a quick kill from Slater, taking down the pulse bomb. Oh my word, Everlong with a stick!
Yeah, I think Argent K was lucky to get out of the way of that one. I thought they were both dead. Oh, beautifully done. Beautifully done. Everlong just opened up that fight nicely, and Obi comes in on the Sigma, cleans up. That cart didn't even make it out of the garage.
It really did, then. Everlong, you know, getting the early pulse bomb. I think it was really all set up by Slater on the Ash, taking down Cheesy taking down Available. Just absolutely shuttered any kind of resistance that the Bobcats were going to face.
Nice gravitic flux from Obi. At least going to get Transcendence out. Argent K doing good to that one. Trying to shield up Obi from that past it. And Beagle comes in. It has their own. It's Cheesy's gonna pick up equal use of ultimates comes through. The Deadeye, the difference maker. Slater picked up two before you will take some down. Don't think it's gonna be enough in the end.
No, but I mean, there's going to be recontests obviously available to them. And look at this. Apostle chasing the kill on OBL. That's actually massive going into this next fight. I mean, Cyber will be able to get back in touch and let those mines out. But Ubel has the rally available. That could hold him in good stead. Woof. This is going to be an explosive fight for point B.
Very much so. Rally's coming up from both sides. A lot of extra armor there. Available taking a lot of damage. The Trishers just need to build up a little bit more, particularly Everlong now has the pulse bomb, might be able to shut down Ubel, but that rally has been fully dispatched. Armor for everybody. Mine's on the point, and Bobcats just holding down the fort right now. They're able to buy some space, buy a little breathing room on the back of this corner as the Saints are looking a little disheveled. They finally converge in, sweeping all the way around from the alley, and G-Skills picks up a pair in doing so. Big Omnic Butler is down on the battlefield, though, and combined with Cyber, able to get a whole host of kills. Great ultimate coming out of Slater. Some great work from Cyber to pair with it.
That is fantastic work out of them. And now, you know, Apostle trying to get out is going to get out with their life, thank goodness, for the Saints there. And now Cyber is looking at, looking at getting another set of mines up here. Oh, my word, Slater! Assassination on the Tracer. That is going to reset them in a hurry.
That was filthy. That was an absolutely disgusting shot onto Everlong. And just buying more and more time. It takes so long to get back to this point. That those kind of kills, that could be map winning. Also has mines here. It's just kind of a little bit of a duel. Everlong died to their own pulse bomb. Not exactly sure how that happened, but, you know, hey, it happens from time to time. Unfortunate and on their own, but hey, at least available pulse bomb gets eaten as well. But there's no more DPS left on the Bobcats. They do have a Transcendence, which is going to come out directly to hold on to this. The Deadeye can muscle through it. Oh, look at the body block coming out from Set.
Oh, he kills him with the
waiting
flex.
it out. Waiting out. Yep. Cheesy manages to kill Obi right as they press Q. And this is Saints weathering the storm. Set was just a touch early on that. Try to get aggressive with the Transcendence. It just doesn't quite work out.
Oh my goodness, that's a great play, and it keeps them in this map. Probably not going to get to the end of the point with the same time bank as Bobcats, but they need to get in with time. So Apostle RJK goes down with Transcendence in hand. That is absolutely stunning.
Yep. Speaking of stunning, Cyber eating a lot of chain CC there in the back, but is able to find some kills in the end, and Slater continues to pop Bailable between the eyes time and time again. Slater has got Bailable's number right now, Billy.
Yeah, I would be swapping out the Tracer right now. I'd be looking at getting a little bit of mid-range poke for myself, or a little long range. Maybe bring in Hanzo in here to work in combination with Cheesy on the McCree. You're going to have the mid and the long range DPS being able to get in there. So we'll see what they can do.
Finds out Apostle diving in, rally on the battlefield for the Saints as well, but Apostle can't escape. Injustice dropped a rally of their own, and here comes the dive. Cyber looking for the counter attack. Slater taken to the high ground. Available's able to take down Injustice. That's a great start. As a large source of the healing absent from the defense of the Bobcats right now. They're going to have to find a way to deal with Slater on this high ground, who has the Omnic Butler. It's Apostle combined with G-Scales. They are able to take the Southern Shooter off the battlefield, and it's a +2 to the Saints right now. Available is going to increase those odds. No longer having to fear Slider, can go take that duel. Still a gravitic flux from the defense is Obi. I don't know if it's just trying to buy time or actually thinks this is winnable, but the Saints are way up in this fight.
They are absolutely available in this fight, but Omnic Butler's going to come out, but Self-Destruct is also going to come out. Oh.
Big placement on that Bob. Cyber is just filthy on this wrecking ball. Holy cow. They had no business winning that fight. Cyber, what are you doing to him?
Somebody put MTD in the chat once again, because Cyber is absolutely wrecking with the wrecking ball right now. And you see Apostle opting out of the mirror with the wrecking ball there, bringing in a little bit of brawl. So this is going to change the win conditions here for Bobcats. They're going to have to face up against this Reinhardt, who's going to be absolutely going into it.
Yep, just trying to hammer this thing home, quite literally. Available throughout the pulse. I think that one got blocked by the Shield of Injustice. Skills gets demeched, but Cyber's down on the other side. So that is one pesky threat gone, and the Saints can focus all their attention forward onto Obi and the rest of the crew. Slater, who's been outstanding all map here with the Ash, is sitting in this back left-hand corner, but Apostle is able to muscle over Obi, and the Saints are fighting tooth and nail. The best they can hope for is a draw, but step one is finishing this map. Apostle is going to smash down the Zenyatta as well, and the swap to Reinhardt proving to be wise indeed, as they will manage to finish. Now they just got to hold on for 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Well, considering it took them a minute and a half, roughly, on their first attack, I think that's what we're looking at, is they're going to have to be able to hold their stead for an extra minute, and then some overtime into that. So, Saints are up against it here. I think you go in with Max CC. If I am the Saints, you definitely need to have a Baptiste here on your defense. I think you need to have speed as well. So we'll see what the Saints decide to do here as they materialize into our server. Looks like we're going to go into the wrecking ball mirror again. Oh boy. That is a questionable look from them. I would throw a Sombra out there just to throw a little bit of worry into Cyber, but Cyber is going to pull out the Winston here. So looks like we're going full on dive minus the Lucio, my dear friend. Injustice is going to be able to get the Inspire uptime when they're in the midst of the fight, but not a lot of speed to get them on the point. Lots of mobility for the Bobcats, though.
Lots of mobility. And, okay, I was worried about Bailable's pick on the May. They're going to swap to the Tracer at the last moment. Should be able to triple blink up and rejoin their friends on the objective. Bobcats with this dive comp. I anticipate are going to try a stage up on the high ground and search for a vulnerable target who could be Argent K, but with Yubel protecting them, that Zenyatta can be very difficult to pounce on.
And Cheesy's up there too. So you're gonna, oh my gosh, yep, there goes Slater down in a heap.
And Bobcats just kind of got separated. I can't help but feel there's a little miscommunication. Half the team tried to chase the wrecking ball. I think Slater went ahead and tried to pursue the back line. And you've got to be more coordinated to make this dive comp work. There's a reason dive is considered the most complicated composition in the game to execute.
Set 55% to Nano. That is a definite win condition for them to get on this point. I still think that Argent K's Discords are going to be the winner for them. Oh, Slater.
Yeah, Slater already gets in the back, picks up 2 before going down. These trades obviously favoring the attackers, because the Bobcats have much closer spawns. Huge ante onto 3 in the back. Apostle's down. Yubel's going to fall. Cheesy's going to try to run back with the legs. His set is dueling with the Tracer. It is Available who drops the pulse. Didn't see much on that one. Nice ante, and Available ends up falling. Great job from Set to stay alive through that. That's going to be the cap.
Oh.
And it will be Bobcats going up onto match point. Beautifully done. A nicely coordinated attack. The first one kind of faltered, but the second one, they got their act together. And Slater with those 2 great opening kills. Nice play from the Bobcats. Obi getting our play of the game. On the Cyber dive in on top of it. Stealing the kill away from Slater. Was that the Dragons?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that was better from both squads. I mean, it was better from St. Clair as well. But in the end, compositional differences coming to rear their head here in the overtime for St. Clair. So. I mean, they had it on their mouths, but just weren't able to finish it out in the end. I think the Onadiff was huge. That anti-nade absolutely securing the last point there for them. So, I mean, as you go into map number 3, you've got to be thinking about how do you take care of the supports? How do you deal with Cyber in the main tank role? That's got to be a focus for them going into this next map, because right now they're getting MTD'd time and time again.
Oh, we're going to take a little halftime break. When we come back, it will be the Saints map pick going into Assault. We'll see if they can start the comeback when we return. Bobcats of Brian Stratton up 2-0 at the half over St. Clair Saints with a dominant performance. They're on Kings Row. It means they had the ban going into hybrid, going into assault, banning out Hanamura. And the Saints have chosen Volskaya to set the stage here for map number 3.
Oh boy, if Slater brings out an Ash again, that's going to spell trouble for them because we've seen this player pop off today so far in the DPS role, and really looking forward to seeing if they bring that out on the defense again, because they will be looking at defense first. So Bryant
Bobcats will attack first, I believe, actually.
Bobcats will attack first. Okay.
Yep.
So, I mean, we could see the Genji come out again. I mean, got a lot of value with that last time. We could see Obi come out with the Zari. We could see Double Bubble rearing its head once again. Defensively for the Saints. I mean, I would like to see an Orisa come out here. Really pull the double shield, really control the mobility of Bryant and Stratton, because right now they're getting diffed in the mobility department. So I think that if they can bring that out, you're going to have a Baptiste though. So I mean, Lucio and the Baptiste with the double shield, I think could be the ticket to their salvation here in the quarterfinals. because they're getting a little bit MTD'd right now. I mean, Apostle right now is just absolutely having a field day right now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to bear here on the defense, because I mean, it's match point. This is the end of the season if you do not win here, and St. Clair don't want to go home with an over.
No, no, they certainly do not. I mean, as nobody does, but Cyber, excuse me, has been absolutely outstanding here today, alongside Slater, as you mentioned. So I mean that tank leading the charge, whether Cyber's on the Reinhardt or the Wrecking Ball, has looked really good. Was getting a lot of work done. Won some fights there at the end. There one fight in particular on point B that they had no business winning. It was Cyber bringing it back, being oh so elusive. Even with a Discord orb on them, Cyber still is just bold and daring in their lines, and has been leading the charge thoroughly. So I think that's the first thing I'm going to keep an eye on. The Saints have got to do something about the front line, the main tank of the Bobcats.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at, we've seen 3 of the main tanks come out from Cyber. We just haven't seen the Orisa come out yet. That's the only one we haven't seen. I mean, I'd love to see the variety for a main tank player. So we'll see if it actually comes to bear here on their defense, but we're going to see them on the attack first. So, I mean, you can run in with Rush. You can go in with the Winston double bubble once again. That's going to have to be really coordinated, as we have spoken out before. But Set has been putting on a really, really fantastic performance on the main heels for them.
Oh yeah,
I love the Ana coming out of Set right now. I mean, not to be outdone, Cyber has. Injustice has been really fantastic in the flex support role, either running the Brigitte or running the Lucio. So we'll see what Saints decide to brew with here. They're going to opt for quite a bit of mobility, but once again, it's a slow back line, so Available and Scales are going to have to be in combination to take care of Ubel and Argent K.
Indeed. I mean, and Ubel's job is kind of to protect the Argent K, protect that Zenyatta, is typically what the Brig should be doing in this composition. But yeah, I mean, a little help from your Diva certainly doesn't hurt. But going back, I couldn't agree more on Set. Set's been outstanding. Like I always say, Billy, there's no good tank without a core keeping alive.
Gosh, that is the truest words ever spoken. And I mean, Ash is going to come out here on the offense. So we're going to see the Viper early in the fights here. And you know what? I love it. Showing the confidence of this hero. Cyber feeling no pain right now on the Wrecking Ball. So we'll see what the Bobcats do here, how they decide to address this point. They've got some mobility going in on the slower comp of the Saints.
And they've got both sets of high ground. The Saints are going to try to clean off the one on top of Mega first. I think that's a wise move. You can see the Discord orb on Cyber, but they've hardly taken any damage as they're going to go into the back, look for a slam. Gets stunned up, drops the adaptive shields, while Slater once again pops Available right in the dome. The Viper has been trained in onto Available's head all series long. And with that pesky Tracer gone, like Bobcats just have few worries. I mean, that's it. That's point A, done and dusted. One and done with a massive time bank.
I mean, 6 minutes, my friend. That's a lot going into point B. Argent K closest on the ultimate department with Transcendence coming up, but even Zet is ahead of him on that, and Pulse Bomb's going to be early out here. So where does Everlong go with this?
Interesting little Tracer duel going on, as both of them just trying to control that left-hand flank. Don't want to give up an inch over there because it opens up so many avenues to both of the bulk of the rest of the squads. So this is why we've got the Wrecking Ball, the Tracers fighting fervently to hold down this side. Apostle sticks their head up, only for Set to take it down. Ball has exploded, and the Transcendence is out. Bobcats looking to do this in 2 fights. They're already starting to make some progress with the big Omnic Butler building it up, protecting that corner. Nobody dare step out. Nobody can come through the right-hand side because of the mine, so they know exactly where they're coming. Shield up on the left. Tanks make it through, but Injustice is able to pop that rally and keep pushing forward. But now with Cyber gone, they might be running out of steam. 2 ticks picked up at least.
Yeah, I mean, 75%, a little bit more than that. But they're going to have facing ultimates, and Everlong never pulled the trigger on that Pulse Bomb, my friend. So that's going to be available into the next fight. And if you can catch Ubel or they pop Rally, that could be the absolute killer.
Oh, there's no transcendence for this Flux. That's huge. That's 3 down. 2 with the hands. Both supports, as a matter of fact, of Obi and those hyper spheres. Set picks up a pair, not to be outdone. And that's going to be all she wrote. Oh, only 1 tick needed. Doomfist coming back. Doesn't stall for long. It took Bobcats 3 fights to take all of Volskaya. That's what I'm talking about.
They chose violence. They chose violence.
Clean.
Jeff. That was clean. Oh my word! You know, I was kind of questioning the fact that Everlong didn't pop that pulse bomb. Yeah, didn't need it. Was more worried about focusing those machine pistols on any kind of a target that Cyber went in on, and the focus fire, the coordination going in these dives, my friend, have been absolutely spectacular from the Bobcats. So, oh boy, Saints, time to turn the page in the playbook. And figure out what you can do to throw the Bobcats off their game right now, because they are firing on all cylinders. And yep, I like this coming out of Cheese. If they stick with this, I called for it back on Kings Row. If they bring this out and they can deal with anybody, whether it be Cyber not being able to leap out with the mobility, not being able to put that bubble down, or taking the mobility and the defense mitigation from Obi on the Diva. Those are 2 great hack targets for them. So, I know that they're expecting the ball right now, but you can still get work done with the Sombra here. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult, especially when Obi turns around to defend the healers.
And this Sombra is going to play very different from when we saw it in map 1. So this is in much more of a dive setup. So I'm expecting Cheesy to actually play more aggressive. If they do choose to stay defensive and try to protect against Cyber, perhaps they were expecting the Wrecking Ball, in which it would have even more impact. But no, Cyber's going to go ahead and run all the way to the back, try to set up a flank with Bailable. G-Scales kind of by themselves. Oh, does get hacked up. Or I think that was Obi getting hacked up. Manages to escape while the bulk of the Saints are going to try to grab this front left high ground.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great hack target. Once again, I mean, going in on the Diva is exactly where you want to go. You want to take the mobility, you want to take the defense matrix and the mitigation out. So that is great work, and there's a great opening pick on to the main tank.
Yeah, Cyber gets caught inside the center box. Obi's not faring much better. Managed to fly out there temporarily, but nope, there's the stun, there's the DMAC. And that might just be point A right there. There could be room for a recontest. It depends on how long Everlong can stall. Manages to get that kill unavailable, and the first tick hasn't come through, so the tanks of Bobcats might just make it back into this thing.
Oh my gosh, that's a great roll through and knockback there. But Set, once again, is just putting out the healing so massive in these fights, keeping the members up, my friend. I mean, got the sleep almost available. Cheesy does take down the Tracer, though, my friend, so that is a massive amount of work getting done by Apostle.
Injustice with the get down, Madam President. Protecting Set beautifully in there from the Wrecking Ball. Oh, that was amazing. And okay, second tick is picked up, but Bobcats have managed to muster up their reinforcements. I think they're going to go ahead and try and touch this thing. It is Obi who gets the touch, but is quickly demacked. Like, ooh, nice sleep unavailable, but it's not going to be in time as the recontest is just a little bit too late. Bobcats were hoping Obi could stay alive a little bit longer than they did.
Yeah, I mean, they've got EMP and mines going into this next fight, so I mean, there's a lot for the Saints here to actually play with. They could actually take this in one fight if they have it all available. EMP bomb definitely on the books here. I wonder how they're going to address this. I mean, full 6-pack, Jeff. This could be very explosive.
It could. Especially with self-destruct and the mines online. A lot of times there's, 6 ults that kind of fall away from it. It's going to be a nano engage from Cyber to start things off, but explosive assault indeed. Bailable finds one. G-Scales finds the Ana and was set out of there. I don't know how long Cyber's going to be able to survive, not even with this Primal Rage. Obi's going to use that self-destruct, I believe, just to get back in mech. Manages to pick up a kill onto Yuma while they're at it. So with the Brig out of there, I think that's just the ticket. St. Clair's going to pick up 1 tick of permanent progress. I don't know that they're going to be able to get a whole lot more than that here, Billy.
I mean, Apostle's going to have to find that Mega, and Obi gets out of the mech once. And Injustice! I said I like the support line a lot. I wasn't kidding. I love this support line of the Bobcats. They are bloodthirsty, and they're ready to get the job done. You see the swap back from Injustice back over to the Brigitte. So Saints invest their entire bank and get only 1 point of progress, just barely. That is a great hold from the Bobcats.
And that was part of the curse of the 6 ults that I was talking about. You tend to just invest heavily, and now they need an eco push. I don't see them getting it here. The defensive hold, the respawns are just too good. Now, into the back goes Cheesy alongside Apostle. They're able to find Slater, who moved over to the cast. But Cheesy is going to fall. It's going to prevent some more of that EMP charge. It is a +1 to the Saints right now, and they're getting some progress on the point, but the contestation is there. Is available, almost got knocked off the side. Recall used. Cypher's out of the fight. Saints are actually doing an okay job of winning this in the neutral. Skills and Apostle will purple there for a moment, but the Bionade fades. Oh my goodness, Injustice back on the Brig. Injustice Brig has been just ruthless. Like an absolute ironclad statue back there.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. It's actually fantastic work out of that player. And I mean, Cheesy gets out with their life, gets a little bit more ult towards that EMP. You've got to hit set in this next fight to get that nano off the table for Cyber.
Easy. Got the CMP ready to go. Looping it around the left-hand side. Everlong's going to drop in, and again, it's the Bobcats who take the fight into their own hands, forcing a Transcendence out early. Injustice, nevertheless, is able to get a kill, and so is Slater. And Cheesy's not even going to get a chance to use this EMP. Please don't use this EMP, Cheesy. Please do not.
Oh, man, that was a botched attempt there to take the point. There goes Yubel down. That is definitely the sign for them to get the heck out of Dodge. Cheesy's going to be caught out here, I do believe.
It's Bobcats who are getting aggressive. I mean, despite an EMP engage, the Saints are taking just a little bit too long. And in that moment of hesitation, the Bobcats are the ones to strike. They force Argent K to use that Transcendence early, and now they're not going to have it for this fight. Cheesy's got to be decisive here, Billy. Like, they need to get in position now. You can already see him working around in the back.
Yeah, EMP into rally is the way to go here. And then you can use G-Scales to flush out the remaining members, and hopefully available can just land a sticky bomb onto them. So we'll see what they can get here. But I mean, that's the unveil here.
I think Cheesy's trying to draw people onto the objective. But Argent K is already down. Now the rally is popped. And Eagle has a Tracer on their back, has Cyber on their front. Nice scales, but that's not going to matter. Everlong and Injustice are still able to put down so much damage. Obi coming up with that little jab for the final blow. And she's still holding on to this EMP.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to minus 60 seconds here, and you're still looking at EMP bomb now as your only real initiators here. You got the Nano, you've got the Primal, and the reset from Eva here, my friend. So this is where we're looking at, and there's the opening pick. Oh my God, this is done.
They're so good with these Nano engages. Set puts in the Bionade. The Nano goes in. Nope, there's no jump. See you later, Cyber. Could have popped Primal, I suppose, and leapt up if they really wanted to, but they're going to save that for this last fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is great work out of them. And, I mean, Set has really made these Nano engages what they are. Perfect timing, perfect patience and deliberation when they decide to let it out. So, I mean, you've got so much staying power here now for the Bobcats. I'm not sure how they get in. Mines could just really dissect the point.
Cheesy coming in, finally unleashes the AKM EMP, but it's too little, too late. Nobody gets to the point. The Transcendence not even enough. And Bobcats take the clean 3-0 sweep. GG's in chat. Bobcats moving on to our semifinals.
That is a pretty emphatic performance, my friend. I mean, this engage here from OBL getting the only person that can really take him out of this gravitic flux, and he gets the beautiful joy there to 3K to boot. So, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. Beautiful work out of all that were involved here. But in the end, I mean, it's just an overwhelming performance coming out of Bryant and Stratton out of Virginia. The 3-0 sweep there, Volskaya, they never looked like they were losing it.
No, they didn't. And I think I've got to give my player of the match to Set personally. I mean, it
Yep.
was, different players on different ones. Obviously, we saw Slater pop off there on Kings Row a bit on the Ash and was really doing a good job of keeping Available in check throughout this entire series. But it was set on the Ana, who was able to build that nano up so quickly, huge bio nades at the perfect time, and the engages with the nano boost. And it's all because Set is able to get that ultimate at a quick pace. Without that, they're not able to keep up the fast tempo that the Bobcats were showing us all day long. I mean, Set definitely gets my nod for player of the match.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you on that. I think that they, whether they played the Baptiste or they played the Ana, great work for both of them. So I mean, that was fantastic work from the entirety of the support line. I mean, if I could give the star to both of the support line members, I would, because Injustice played a very close second fiddle to Set in that support department. We saw Injustice pop off
Indeed.
not only on Brigitte but also on the Lucio as well. So big ups to the entirety of the support department. But Set, yeah, absolutely my MVP of the match.
All right, we're gonna get a bit of an interview. Let's get Bobcat side of the story here on what we just saw in this quarterfinals matchup. Give us a moment to set that up, and we'll be back, and we're gonna have a little chat with them here in just a moment. Right. We are here with Cyber, main take extraordinaire for Brian and Stratton Bobcats. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the dub.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
So coming in, I mean, quite a dominant victory. We saw you start off on the 6-man comp, go over to a little bit of brawl once we got in through Li Zhang, and then a lot of wrecking ball. So I begs the question for me: which is your favorite of the main tanks to play? What's your favorite composition to play?
Winston.
Because you looked really good, comfortable in all three of those.
Winston by far. Winston.
Winston?
Yeah.
Nice. Of course, the one we saw the least of, right?
Yeah.
Why Winston?
I don't know. Juggling has been like probably the most fun mechanic in like any main tank that I've played. Over like the past like 4 years of me just playing the game. So I guess that's why, if anything.
Honestly, I share that sentiment wholeheartedly as a main tank player.
Yeah.
So, virtual fist bump and all that.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of that as we move through the playoffs.
All right, so I want to get into the nuts and bolts of it. So you guys had a 2-1 victory on Li Zhang. Heading into King's Row, you brought out the Wrecking Ball. You started off with a little bit of double bubble on your attack, and then you guys brought out the Wrecking Ball, much to the chagrin of the Saints. What was your thoughts really changing up and throwing that curveball at them at that point? Because you guys seem to be really favoring the Winston comp, and then swapping over to the Wrecking Ball. It changed the win condition for you guys so drastically. They actually pushed it in on you, swapping over to a Reinhardt. Talk us about the decision to go from the Winston to the Wrecking Ball, and why you guys made that decision.
All right. Well, we like when we were like playing, like we decided like try like running like Winston on attack and like right on defense, because like it's more easier to just like go in, farm nano, get out, like and like cycle ults, like of course grab dragon and nano blade. But like on defense, that's just like too slow, so they get to just like walk in us for free. So we wanted to like play like a different comp on like defense, and we tried to like rush, but that wasn't really working. So we tried to like play like ball comps, and that seems to like be like decent.
And then on Volskaya, we did actually get another taste of that Winston there. Huge props to Set. I think we actually gave player of the match over to your Ana player, Ana Zen player in the back line. If you had to highlight a team or a player from your team, who would it be? I mean, not that you didn't do fantastic, you did a great job. We were calling your name a lot on broadcast, but just from an insider point of view, was there anybody on your squad that you thought really popped? Slater? Yeah. Yeah, that Ash was keep available in check every step of the way. Well, we appreciate you joining us here. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Nah, not really. All right, Avenue.
All right, no worries, no worries. Well, congratulations on the victory. You're moving on to the semifinals. We look forward to seeing more from you and the Bobcats as we press forward. Good luck in the rest of the playoffs.
Thank you.
All right, that was Cyber there from the Bobcats. Always good to hear from the player point of view. Always good to hear. So that's hey, we got another quarterfinals match in the book. This one from the Legends division. Tip of the hat to the Bobcats moving on to the semifinals. But we are not done. We have got plenty more Overwatch coming at you here at NECC. Coming up next, we're headed to the Champions division. We've got Purdue Gold taking on Missouri Baptist. It's the Boilermakers versus the Spartans. We return with more NECC Collegiate Overwatch. All right, it is time to keep going through our opening week of playoffs. Keep going through these quarterfinals here at the NECC. It's Jeff and Billy back at you. This time going to the Champions Division with Purdue Gold taking on MBU Spartans. Missouri Baptist, kind of a little close to your home and heart there, Billy.
Yeah, a little bit closer to my home, about a 3-hour journey for me here in Springfield. They sent out some warm wishes to me, and I want to reciprocate. Hi, guys, like you guys too. But this is going to be a pretty difficult task for them to be able to go up against the number 3 seed Purdue Gold here. As I'm looking at their their last coming into this. They lost 1 and 2 to Purdue Gold in week number 5. However, ever since that point, Missouri Baptist have been on a 3-game win streak, Jeff. So Purdue coming in, losing to their, I think their senior squad in Purdue Black, 1 and 2. So they come in on an L here into our quarterfinals. So there might be a bit of momentum coming in here for the Spartans out of St. Louis. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes down.
Absolutely. And as we saw in the bracket, I mean, Purdue has 3 teams. All 3 of their squads from Champions Division made it into the postseason in Puce, Black, and Gold. Gold being the highest seeded at 3. Purdue coming in 6 and 2. So that one loss you're talking about is one of only 2 losses that they had in regular season. The Spartans are coming in 4 and 4 at the 6th seed. So, I mean, Spartans definitely the underdog here, and so they could use a little bit of that momentum that you're speaking of.
I mean, I'll throw whatever mojo I got from down here in Springfield up I-444, up towards St. Louis. But Purdue, I mean, they have really, I mean, they have a fantastic Overwatch program. They have a fantastic esports program in general. But I mean, anything can happen any given Thursday. That is the Overwatch day here. I had to change the day, but anything can happen.
Fair enough.
Anything can happen, and if they come in, riding this wave of 3 wins in a row, Jeff, this could be everything that they wanted to play for. I mean, they could have the edge coming in. So psychologically, they're absolutely feeling it. And we're heading to Ilios. Oh, I love this map. Love this map so much.
We do have a little bit of a ban system here to start things off. So after 2 maps were banned from the higher seed, 1 map ban from the lower seed of the Spartans, Ilios ended up being the final choice. And we're going to start here on Lighthouse. Purdue showing us a little bit of the old ice coals, we like to call it. It's the casserole with the Ice Queen herself. So a lot of up close and personal. Going up against a little bit of a variation on the 6-man rush. It's still a rush composition. But we're getting the Tracer as opposed to the Sombra. So,
well, you're going to have the repositioning available. You're going to have the recall as well. So, Mipichilla is going to be the nuisance factor where ship ad tie is going to be the tank buster. So, here we go. Mipichilla going wide on those flanks, just like I'd like to see.
Yep, has to use recall early, and Fredo Lance finds himself on the business end of a giant hammer. And that is a quick flurry of kills, including a nice little environmental there from Bush Spy.
Yeah, and there we go. Fertilance going ahead and swapping over to the Reinhardt to mirror that. So, going to be behind in the old economy, Jeff. But yeah, actually quite a few wholesale changes coming out of the Spartans. So they are abandoning this rush and going to more of a poke. And I mean, you're going to have double shields here as well. So there's actually a lot going on here, Jeff. We're going to really look into it moving through these fights.
Yeah, it's the Spartans are going to take some high ground and see if they can get some early picks. There it is! Dunzo able to find May. And what a priority pick indeed. May was 4% away from that amplification matrix. Now Golix is the next in their sides. Golix went down so low, but does get topped off before it's all said and done. It looked like Tiber had to try to get out and press the issue, but just found themselves surrounded. And the Spartans move in, clean up that tie, finding a 3-piece on the back of that fight.
Wow. I mean, great swap all around, and now they're going to clear it and take capture at 48%. Now, 4 ultimates are on the line here for Purdue Gold coming in this next fight. I am really looking to see, how are they going to really stagger these around? If they invest heavily, this could be a pretty easy hold for Spartans.
Yeah, and there's really nobody to get up to the high ground. There's not even a diva available. That got shut down. Mina, unfortunately, had that Deadeye just canceled out before she could even pull the trigger on it. Bertolance is going to go ahead and throw down the hammer. Bush Spy not caught in that, able to get the sound barrier up, but unfortunately, Thick is off the battlefield. A big advantage going over the Spartans right now, and they're going to go ahead and drive Purdue Gold away despite the blizzard. They're trying to bring this back. Lamp somehow keeps Bertolance alive, but not for long as Tiber's able to find that final blow. Self-destruct in with the duplicate from Shrimpad Ty. Trying to respond with a blizzard of their own. Flux from Blue Phoenix is going to go ahead and land. Shrimp Atai and Meepy both low. Meepy's going to go down. Shrimp taken out of that duplicate form. Only got the 100 health back. Olix able to finish that off with a nice size 6.
I mean, that was a heavy investment from Purdue Gold, though. I was worried about that, and they actually invested super heavily. Now they do get the point. However, now they're facing Transcendence and a window coming into this next fight. So Thick is going to have to be thick with the Shaddy. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick take for the Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, they had to win that fight. I don't necessarily mind the investment because Spartans were so entrenched. Oh, look at that. A perfectly placed Bob goes all the way back into the corner. Nice Maywell buys time for the entire team of turn around and take it down. And Golix! Golix! Holy cow, with some homing icicles. For the top, through an Amp Matrix. That was one icicle pill coming through. What a... Hey.
That is absolutely disgusting, and Tiber, not to be outdone,
That was disgusting.
Gets all the value that they need. So, I mean, they're going to really look to see who they can get on point here. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to touch.
Tracer does barely make it in. And Meepy opens up with a good shot. 98% towards sound barrier. Bush goes down, but Nina lands this Deadeye. She won't be denied and takes down Fertilance. No more shield, no more sustain, no more Lighthouse for the Spartans. Purdue Gold starting off strong.
Beautiful swaps coming out from the Spartans. However, there's one thing that they lacked that I noticed throughout the entirety of Lighthouse, Jeff, and that was speed. 0 speed for them. And running this Baptiste and Zenyatta backline is a little greedy. And you don't have the same mobility as well, especially with a Reinhardt and a Sigma to get around. So speed kills. Purdue Gold absolutely capitalizing on that. And it looks like they're going to keep going with the casserole going through here.
Yeah, and Spartans are kind of sticking with their poke comp. And make no mistake, that's what it is. That's why we're not seeing the Lucio. And I don't disagree that maybe the Lucio might have helped in that last one. But the Spartans are hoping to win this thing at range. They're hoping to get some damage down. Now Fertilance is going to go over to the Wrecking Ball to try to play Disruptor. But look at this. Purdue Gold just rushing all the way across, utilizing that speed to gain a whole lot of ground right out of the gate as they're holding down the left bridge. Now they're going to emerge and look for a target to pounce onto, and it looks like Blue Phoenix has been the chosen target. Back to spawn you go, just executed.
Oh.
What? Solo Zen able to start things off, and that started the dominoes of fallen, followed up by everybody getting involved in that one. Solo Zen even will get the kill onto the Lucio. Trust me, that is such a tough kill to get with an Ana.
I mean, the help of the Discord orb absolutely showing its face here. Now look at this. Golex, here's a couple of changes. Thick going over to the Winston. Maceration going to the Ana, and Golex bringing out the legs. So you're going to have spot healing. You're going to attack Pfizer coming up soon. So, I mean, you're looking for this instant burst damage coming down from them. So the rush is gone. Now it's more of a pokey dive coming in.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a hybrid comp. Thick does a good job of buying some space, but Tiber's in trouble. Gets D-Mech. Shrimp Pad Ty is just throwing massive damage down with that Hanzo. I mean, look at all the damage flying through that little choke. I mean, you've got Hanzo, the Ash, the Blue Phoenix with the Sigma, which is now off the battlefield. And look at that. So Golex is going to follow up with another. He is apt with the Soldier 76 as they are with the May. Fertilance isn't quite done with this fight, though, and still trying to brawl it out. And finally, Mina's able to send Fertilance back to spawn.
I mean, there's a lot going on.
Dunzo?
Dunzo, yeah. Yeah, absolutely bushwhacked by the bush spy. I didn't even mean to make that pun there, and I did. And I'm kind of proud of myself.
I approve.
Thank you, thank you. Gravitic Flex into mines could be a great way to start this next fight. They don't have much to be able to deal with the mines in a quick way other than thick. If Mazeration can get this nano up in a hurry, that might be the deal that they need to take care of this.
It's going to be a Nano Sigma right on the back end of that Flux, and Thick goes down, so they're not even going to be around to receive that Nano boost. Kyber not far behind, and Gold have just got to back it out of here. The Spartans have stormed over this thing.
Look at Dunzo showing up in the assist feed. I mean, absolutely wrecking havoc with that Discord orb, Jeff. So 4-pack of ultimates ready to go. You can go in on a either a nano tac visor, which is a scary proposition. I've had it in a couple of my games, or you can nano up thick and see what kind of havoc he can wreak.
I mean, that's 30 damage per bullet on auto aim from a nano tac visor. Definitely can be a little scary if that's what we get. Oh, nice stun. Might devalue a little bit of that. The nano is still there, though. Bushfire dropped in. Oh, my goodness. What a huge ante into the Transcendence. Dunzo's Transcendence falling on deaf ears as May is able to land the fat Bionade.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Mazeration is really having a great game here after the swap to the Ana. Still has the nano in pocket. Bushfire did invest the sound barrier into that last fight, which really kept them up and helped them really storm the point. But I gotta say, that massive nano coming in, or anti coming in, was just massive.
Yep, and now Thick is charged up and just holding the line, not letting anybody through the choke. We had a Deadeye, self-destruct, a lot of investment. As Purdue Gold are just trying to hold the Spartans here. If they can win this fight, I don't think there's any chance of them touching. Not a whole lot of speed from the Spartans. I guess Fertilance is going to get back to touch. Yeah, you can see Fertilance dropping some mines over the point right now, but there's not a whole lot of reinforcements. Blue Phoenix trying to make it there. May in a lot of trouble and eats a Hypersphere to the face. Now we're going to get the Flux coming out as Spartans fell back, or excuse me, Purdue fell back to deal with Fertilance. And the Nano Boost invested, a Dying Wish from Solo Zen onto Blue Phoenix with the 99% Wick burning against them, and I think it's going to be just enough to keep the Spartans in this round.
Man, the picks and counter picks coming from these teams right now, Jeff, is absolutely beautiful. I love to see where teams are willing to go ahead and swap up their comps and adjust to the varying environments that are on these fights. So, I mean, you know, we're rapidly approaching that last fight territory. Tac fights are almost ready for Golex.
Spartans just barely won that last fight, and it was Dunzo. Dunzo was mad about that last Transcendence getting wasted, laid a bunch of headshots down, and now has ready to go. But here come guys you were talking about over the point. Couple with dive from Thick Company and of the supports gone for the Spartans. Golex does sacrifice themselves for it, but I don't think that will be in vain, as Purdue Gold are starting to swarm over this thing, coming up on some support ults. Yeah, there's a Bob on the point, but a nicely placed bubble from Thick is going to deny a lot of that. A sleep dart will finish it off. Bob is just going to sleep off the rest of this thing. No cleanup for you. The final Transcendence is a desperation measure, but Solozin's going to get taken down as they try to get in and touch the point. Dunzo finished off as well, and Purdue Gold finish off Julio, starting it off with a great 2-0 win.
Woo, boy. That is a fantastic result there for Purdue Gold, and the Spartans made them fight for it, though. Tooth and nail. I'm liking the adaptation and the counter picking coming from both of these teams, Jeff. This is turning out to be a classic, and I can't wait to see where we go next with the map and picks. Bushby, yeah, getting a lot of good value there, and the poofs just coming through nice and fat. So I'm telling you what, the supports really pulling their weight there once again. Keeping their teams in these fights. Fantastic transcendences, fantastic nano engages. I mean, this is all that you want to see here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, May and Bushby in particular really standing out. Of course, with the winning team, you know, everybody's going to look a little bit better. The coordination was there. In general, I loved the dive composition coming out from them. So great job by Purdue to steal that one away. It was close. Spartans definitely put up a good fight. You know, a lot of those team fights went down to the wire. And I mean, we saw the Spartans come in and, you know, have a great retake on Lighthouse and set up very well. But Purdue Gold had the ultimates. Yeah, they had to invest heavy, but they're able to dislodge and never give it up after that. Very Spartans take Purdue look very versatile.
Yeah, I mean they seem to be a very versatile squad, and what I'm really liking is the speed component as well. They still, I still think Missouri Baptist could have done with a little bit of extra speed in there, but the rock and roll tank line of Blue Phoenix really got a lot of work done on that Sigma. Very accurate with those hyperspheres, especially getting the nano, the Dying Wish coming out. So I think this is going to go back and forth. Honestly, I want to see what other tanks they have in the hero pool, because you can't. I mean, you can run a lot of rock and roll. It is a very versatile comp. I want to see a little bit more out of the tank line. So we'll see what we're going to get out. But it looks like we're heading to Kings Row, my friend.
Oh, is that what the call was? I didn't quite catch it. All right, well. So yeah, we had Eichenwalde band, and Spartans have indeed chosen to take us to jolly old England. So you know, home of some snowmen, as we're seeing on your screen right now. That's great, by the way. I love that backdrop.
It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites.
That's a good one.
I can't wait for the Christmas event to come out. I mean, I threw up my Twitter that if you put up your Christmas tree on November 1st, you're absolutely anathema. And I tell you what,
I agree with that.
but it's a week
here you
before
are.
Thanksgiving, and I'm feeling festive despite the holiday or the Hawaiian shirt here. I really am getting into the holiday spirit, and I felt like doing it. I want to see Torbjorn with the Christmas hat on again.
Well, it was Purdue with getting their early Christmas present here to start things off. Looks like, well, it sounds like, should I say, that Purdue will be starting us off on the offense as we head into our hybrid map. Or okay, never mind. Purdue is on the defense going into our starting map. Yeah. So there we go. We'll get to see what they choose with. Winston not as viable here defending. So
Yeah.
I mean, you know, perhaps more brawl, but only time will tell.
I mean, we did see Thick come out with the Reinhardt in the beginning, Lighthouse. So I mean, they've got a service.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they got a little bit overwhelmed by Fertilance's Reinhardt, to be honest. So that could be a matchup that we're looking into. But we'll see what they decide to run out here with. Purdue Gold looks like they're going to bring out that that's ice cold comp, a very standard rush comp here. Looking to obviously focus down a main tank behind a May wall and try and draw out that immortality field. So you know, nothing unexpected here. This is a pretty standard defensive comp here on Kings Row. Looking at the Spartans, though, if they decide to stick with this, this is going to be a very interesting coordination of dive. I'll anticipate Shrimp Pad Thai to swap over. So, you know, we're looking at the Zapper. Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Get out your formal well, friends. It's time for the top hat.
They have no idea it's coming either.
There we go. Teleport up top. I love it when the Ryan charges to the high ground from here. Oh, the Maywall buys just enough time for Purdue Gold to duck around the corner and not give that LOS over to Shrimp, but they step out. Immortality field used both sides, as a matter of fact. May sticks around a little bit too long. The Bastion eventually goes down, but with so much work being done and a res available, Spartans are just going to storm over point A.
Yeah, I mean, that is great work being done there by the Spartans. Completely caught them unawares. And yeah, that's going to be an easy, fast take of point A. Now, we've already seen Meepy swap over to the Ash. So that's the one change that we're going to see there. They could run a little bit of pirate ship here, or they could just press forward and have that double shield and just pour down the damage down the streets here. So Golex is going to have the wall, but it's going to be burned down in a hurry.
Yeah, and well, at least the Spartans are able to push all the way up. So it could just be one fight territory here to take point B, but Purdue are getting aggressive. We're going to run right into Blue Phoenix's Flux, but Flux kind of whiffs. And Purdue are able to just back out of it. Now they're going to respond, charge forward with a Deadeye of their own. Shatter coming out of Fertile Lands only found Tiber, and the Deadeye picks up 2. Mina able to find some great kills on the back of that before finally going down. Somehow they don't get the res. Those must have been way in the back, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be able to, for them to set up behind Archway here, and now, kind of deny them being able to touch point. Nope, Spartans are just going to rush on top of them and start
too many
pushing.
casualties.
Yeah, too many casualties. So, I'm looking for Blue Phoenix. They're going to need to eat a frosty treat here to stop progress going forward, but, Immortality Barrier should keep them alive through it.
Well, that'd be a tall ask, and yeah, no such luck. The Blizzard will make it out. Immortality Field currently keeping Fertile Lands alive, but that didn't last very long as there's an Ant Matrix up. Double damage into Blizzard. Great combo. Purdue Gold making the most of their ultimates on that one.
I mean, that's a great turn of the fight here for Purdue Gold. And now Sigma's going to have to really haul to get out of here.
Timer's just going to let him go. Doesn't want to overextend, and I think that's wise. Set up here behind Bookstore. Thick with the Shatter online. See if they can get the best of Fertile Land. I mean, it's 2 shields to work through. It can be very difficult to get the Shatter down. And Purdue are giving up a little bit of space. Draw men, throw out the self-destruct. They wall up, and then they go in and engage. I like that little feign of a retreat and then go rushing in. But this Flux does not miss. Blue Phoenix finds several with that, but the Immortality Field, or excuse me, it was the Sound Barrier that was there from Bush Spy. And Thick does manage to get a few with the Shatter. The follow-up's not there, and Shrimp is going to unleash this tire into the back, pick it up 2, closing out this fight for the Spartans.
Yep, and then now it's all going to be a matter of how far do they get. I mean, look at Golex trying to contest for as long as they can. They just don't get the joy that they want out of it. And maybe Chilla has Bob available, Jeff. So, oh boy, how do you defend against this Blizzard? Because you lost the last Blizzard fight.
Yeah, I mean, it started off really good for him. There is time. That little bit of a stall from Golex buys just enough time for a contestant to come here on the back end. But the Bob is thrown in from Meepy into the back line. Ant Matrix, Immortality Field, Blizzard all invested. Fertile Lance saved momentarily once again, but Golex does a good job of finishing them off after Thick takes care of that Immortality Field. And it doesn't look like Purdue's going to lose this fight. Not unless Blue Phoenix. Oh, Blue Phoenix got like 4 with that. Yes. Holy cow. Bringing it back. Blue Phoenix will get this card into the Foundry.
That was ballsy, my friend. There's no other way to put it. They completely invest on that, and they get the full joy out of it. So, I mean, right now, Purdue Gold is going to have to hold behind small room here and hope that they can get some kind of purchase around the corner here. Mina is starting to land these tree trunks with a frightening rapidity.
Oh, man. Phoenix. Baptist has had an outstanding map. Of course, I'm sorry, I cursed you, and they get frozen up and deleted the first in this fight. But that's 2 huge fluxes in a row. That is a that out of dodge char. We're like, nope, gotta get back to spawn.
I'm good, fam. I'm good. Big Shatter coming out from Thick.
Yeah. Almost got interrupted, but Thick does go down. Unfortunately, the follow-up is just not quite there, as it had only hit Fertile Lance. Now the chase ensues, and Spartans got themselves a lot of space, and you get a couple of ults to work with. Blue Phoenix coming up on another one of these fluxes.
Well, let's just put an icicle to the tome of Rip Pad Thai there. Oh my word, almost went down there.
I mean, the Bob coming out on the offense. Defensive Blizzard is up. It's going to find 3. And all of them going down. Blue Phoenix actually stayed alive somehow. Great heals on the back of that. And both supports are out for the defense. Blue Flux might be able to clutch this once again. Has Dunzo there for that long-range poke and the Discord Orb. And it is. It is the Flux. Raising them up, smashing them down, and smashing the hopes of Purdue Gold, keeping this thing alive for the Spartans. Fertile Lance returns, hammer in hand, Shatter ready to go. It's going to find Tiber on the back as well as May. And Blue Phoenix does it again for the Spartans. I don't believe it.
How in the world did that work? I mean, you got to give massive amount of love to Solos in there on the Baptiste, absolutely pouring the healing in to Blue Phoenix there. But I mean, they traded so many ultimates at the beginning of that fight, and he just waited patiently, kept the heals up, got that kinetic grasp out there, got the extra shielding up, and then just laid in with the gravitic flux. That's two massive fluxes to win fights and gets them a minute 42 on the clock as well, Jeff. So that is a massive time bank here for the Spartans. Purdue Gold, I'm not sure what they're going to do here to come out offensively. I want to see what the Spartans do. Do they continue to run this Celtic Pride? They do. Double sniper setup as well. Dunzo is going to keep on this Zenyatta as well, Jeff. So this is I called it greedy, but I mean, Dunzo's positioning has been pretty good here on
Agreed.
King's Row. Solo Zed has really stepped up from Ilios, and I'm telling you what, the swaps, the willingness to change. We saw Shrimp Pad Thai swap a couple of heroes there, and I'm absolutely loving it. I'm loving the versatility of this team. We'll see what Purdue Gold brings out the gate. A little bit less than 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, and with Blue Phoenix playing like that, no reason to swap off the Sigma. I mean, I think it was 3 huge fight-winning fluxes. Loved the first one, and I think the next 3 were just monstrous. 2 of them in losing fights that Blue Phoenix was able to bring back with a little help from their friends. Dunzo in that final fight coming to mind. On the attack, I think Mina was just looking for an opening pick on the Widowmaker. It's going to go on over to Cassidy. And the Brawl comp with the McCree coming through. Try to isolate, and that's a decent wall. Catches the tanks, and Blue Phoenix is in trouble. The Immortality Field doesn't make it over the wall, and the Sigma is down. Spartans on the back foot, just retreating into the corner. Purdue Gold, happy to let them run for now and let some cooldowns come back.
Mazeration already has an at matrix, my friend. That is massive coming after them.
Yeah, Fertilance isn't going to survive that. That was just nasty. You might have been better off just backing up, but hey, bought a couple of seconds, I suppose. One and done there for Purdue Gold.
They did invest the amp matrix though, so that's gonna be something that we have to be looking at going into the streets phase here. Solozen will have the next one up, depending on how much damage Purdue Gold is willing to take here, trying to get around this corner.
I mean, if May's gonna keep building them like that, then I don't mind them using I don't mind them using them that liberally. We'll say.
Oh,
Bit of a standoff here between bookstore and the long alleyway. Our Reinhardt's identical on Shatters right now. Oh, look, I think it's going to get aggressive. Run behind the Shatter. Both Shatters come out. And I think Fertilance has landed first. As Thick did not get any joy on the back of it. Bob is there. The defensive Spartans are going to hang on. Fertilance sacrificing themselves for the betterment of the team.
3 ultimates into that fight though, Jeff, from both teams actually. No, I'm sorry, 2 from Purdue Gold and 3 from the Spartans. They still have this Gravitic Flux entire combo, and they're gonna have Transcendence in the next fight as well. You see Trip that tight being sneaky Junkrat there in the hallways and looking to get a tire from out back.
The entirety of Purdue Gold is already on point, so this is gonna be a long trip. It's the Flux out. That looked to catch quite a few. Flux. Well, Gold's dropped the Blizzard in the back, but falls. Bush drops the sound barrier and trying to push forward. That second air matrix does come up from May. And Shrimp ended up falling in the back. Tiber able to clean up the flank. While May and Thick sitting here working on the front line. Bit of a stalemate for the moment. Nice dynamite over the top. As it's Thick and Fertilance just going square. Reinhardt to Reinhardt, shield to shield. Fertilance has already got Shatter online, ready to go, but is nice block from Thick to devalue that ultimate entirely. Blue Phoenix comes in off the flank, finds the May, has the Flux ready to go. Who almost got Mina. Mina is just backing out of the best they can do. Not even the defense matrix. Tiber tried to DM it, and Meepy still lands the shot.
Don't you love that? Don't you love the fact that they are willing to just go brow to brow and just slug it out and see who comes out on top without any regard to really what's going into the fight? I mean, this is fantastic. This is everybody putting everything on the line, Jeff. I mean, 3v6, Missouri Baptist is not willing to lose this game right now. They don't want to face match point.
Ty's working around the back, thrown in on the front line. Has another box already. This one's gonna catch three, maybe to get the barrier out of Bush spot. You've got to use that for now. Self-destruct up, nice wall, and Blue Phoenix could be in trouble, but I think it's just the May back there. No, Thick gets back there in time to help out, and they're able to finally burn through Blue Phoenix, while Mina picks up 2 on the way.
Yep, Amp Matrix ready to go into the next fight for the Spartans, and you're looking at Golex building up to another Blizzard. I mean, they're generating these with a pretty rapid pace. So, looking at Purdue Gold, I mean, this Shatter could be absolutely instrumental. Just depends on how much damage poor Thick can take on the shield.
Yeah, there's a little bit of poke, and and then Purdue are like, nope, all right, time to kite back. Nice little push and pull. Getting some initial damage, then fall back behind some safety. May wall to devalue the Ant Matrix, but Shrimp Bad Tie's going to step right in front of it, throw a big mine throw. The Blizzard is out from the attacking Purdue, but they can't find the one to back of it, at least not until Bush Spy is able to pick up a pair. Fertilance is going to get mowed down. Huge Blizzard from Golex, and Bush Spy stays alive long enough to find 2 in it, and it might be just enough. Blue Phoenix is alive. The fight is still winnable as far as I'm concerned. Finally, Thick able to take him down.
Oh, I mean, it's all to play for right now. I mean, they need to hold for about another minute and a half to get on the same level that the Spartans have, that the Spartans put up. So, I mean, Spartans right now, they're getting so much value. The poke is working in, the CC, the extra damage coming in. It's all working in favor right now.
Yeah, a couple of opening picks in the neutral. Dunzo's going to go ahead and invest in Transcendence. I'm not really sure they needed that. I'm honestly not quite sure what prompted that. Maybe it was just taking too much damage and wanted to make sure that they didn't die. But that one might come around to bite him, Billy.
It might. But, I mean, you've got Bob ready to go. Oh, VP Chilla is just absolutely owning this high ground. And sneaky Junkrat, once again, Shrimp Pad Thai ready to go with this tire.
Oh, this could be massive. You can go straight down. Yep, you are. Finds Bush Spy immediately. There's going to be a Diva in Shrimp Pad Thai's face, but doesn't matter. Shrimp has a couple of mines just ready to welcome and greet Tiber into their hallway. Finally, Golex ends the reign of terror from the Junkrat, but it's enough to hold on, and by precious seconds, this clock is going to be at least even, if not whittled down. I mean, that's even if Purdue is perfect from here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Flux, and they've got the Bob once again. Well, no, they don't.
Yeah, maybe not getting a chance to use the bomb, but the Flux does come through. They could drop the Shatter, and it found Fertilance. But now a Blizzard self-destruct combo into the back. And Fertilance gets sent into the Great Beyond to join the Omnix in the Underground. Purdue Cold look to have good done just enough. Bob doesn't make it to the point to contest. It's up to Golex. He's going to ice block up. Tiber and Bush Spy are just mowing over this thing. There's nobody left to contest. There's a Shatter, but the only person I see there is Blue Phoenix. And Fertilance and Blue Phoenix are both in quite a bit of trouble. Oh. All right. Golex is going to fall. It's a 3v2 left on this point. Reinforcements starting to show up. The Spartans, you're kidding me. They make a hole with 0.15 meters.
Yes, and now it's going to be under a minute here for Purdue Gold. They're going to have the Amp Matrix and the Deadeye coming into this next fight. The stall characters that came out, Solo Zen Dunzo, bring out the Moira and the Lucio, so burst healing at a premium here for them. This Amp Matrix is going to have to be huge.
Turning the corners, the perfect place to drop it. There it is. A Deadeye through it. The skull's going to pop up. Lickety split. Spartans managed to LOS for now. Oh, there's one in the back. Yep, Dunzo stuck their head out a moment too soon. Vic gets the big pen onto the opposing Reinhardt. It's a +2 to the attacking Purdue right now. They need to push this thing in the next 25 seconds. Nick is able to take out Zolo Zin and Shrimp Pad Thai. The Blizzard and the Sound Barrier celebratory. And Purdue Gold able to get it done before overtime wick starts to burn.
That is incredible from both sides. Because, I mean, the 0.15 meter hold there, Jeff, that is absolutely massive from them. It gets them a massive advantage going into this overtime. Purdue Gold, they're going to have to really think about how quickly can they assassinate the members of Missouri Baptist Spartans here. If they play their cards right here, Gold can take point A, but Spartans have the definite time advantage. So it's all going to be about playing smart, mitigating damage, being able to be mobile, being able to stay up through these fights. And look at the Strip Head Tie and Meat Pichilla bringing out their favorite characters here. Fer-de-Lance has really stepped up the Rhine game as well, Jeff. So, whoo, boy. Purdue Gold. If they can get around the corner and really block off Fer-de-Lance, they take this first point.
Yeah, definitely. And Shrimp Pad Thai as well. You don't see Junkrat very often in this meta, but Shrimp has managed to get a lot of work done, has been very clever on taking these off angles and catching Purdue a little off guard or forcing Purdue to commit a couple of players outside of the fight to go deal with the Junkrat, many of the times unsuccessfully, I might add. But I think that's one to really keep an eye on. I think Tiber's focus has to be there to block that spam. You can see the DM going up into hotel. They're keeping a sharp eye out. They're starting to learn Shrimp Pad Thai's ways right now. Chilla up on the high ground, and fortunately, they do have a Diva Purdue that does, and might be able to get up there and help with that, but that leaves you open to the back from this Junkrat. As you see Shrimp Pad Thai putting a lot of damage in, but Tiber and the gang just get aggressive, rush through the right-hand side, pick up a kill onto Dunzo along the way, and are starting to move on to this point. Hammer to hammer, think it's going a little low. Nice play as Golex focuses Fer-de-Lance down. It was Mina with a clutch flashbang there to stun up the Reinhardt, really open him up, break open that shield, and allowed Purdue to find that crucial final blow.
Oh, why do you go off the Sigma? The CC was so good, the kinetic grasp was so good, the Sigma was so good. And now you're in overtime, so now they have to stay the course here. They've got to keep one on the cart at least. And this is going to play into the Spartans' hands. So, Shrimp Pad Thai, if they can force out the immortality field of Mazeration, they win this fight easily.
The Spartans do manage to get everybody back, crucially. So it doesn't look like there's any split spawns. We can get a better look as we see it from the Purdue point of view. Spartans are kind of falling back around the corner a little bit. Okay, there comes everybody else. Bob comes in. Ant Matrix is blocked by the main wall, and Bush is going to go ahead and throw down that sound barrier to try to get aggressive. The self-destruct will prevent a whole lot of follow, but the Shatter makes it through. Perfectly timed. Fer-de-Lance stands up and try to drop one of their own, but the reinforcements were all dead. Fer-de-Lance was like, go get him, team. Team? Where'd you go, team? Purdue Gold. That sent them all back to spawn.
Yeah, and that tire got absolutely scouted out and taken out of the field, and now this is going to be 5 points on the board for Purdue Gold. What looked like a massive advantage for Spartans quickly got dissolved. That wall that came up from Golex was absolutely the winner.
And it's up. They don't get the touch. Invest the Transcendence, and they need to get a kill right here, right now. They get some value out of it. See the Discord Orb on thick, swapped over to Tiber. And Maceration does fall. All right. So they got a really good pick there onto the Baptiste, but not before the Ant Matrix comes up. So Spartans can't get super aggressive, and when they choose to, there was a Blizzard waiting for them, gobbled up. Blue Phoenix was all over that one, and that's one reason to bring that Diva to the battlefield. Fer-de-Lance is taken down, though, and Purdue are continuing to push. Remember, friends, they had 60 seconds at the start of this. They're working their way through the Foundry, and they're winning this fight, and there's a sound barrier out, and they continue to push forward.
Oh, my word. This is looking like 6 points here. The Ant Matrix is going to be available to Solo Zen. Shatter from Fer-de-Lance might be the only thing that stops him here.
Deck is coming up on one of their own. This is a wonderful Reinhardt battle. One of my favorite things to see. Ant Matrix up from the defense, but another great May wall. But Reinhardt was on the proper side and able to get two with a big fire strike, enabling Spartans to hold on. But whatever time deficit Purdue Gold had, they have more than made up for with the amount of distance they were able to gain on that cart. That nullifies, that just completely devalues the $1.21 extra time Spartans had on the clock.
I got to question the Blue Phoenix swap over to the Diva. I know that it worked on point C here, Jeff, but the value on point A would have been much more valuable to them to be able to have the kinetic grasp, being able to mitigate damage, being able to have that second shield up there to keep your back line good and ready to go, because once Dunzo went down, that was Dunzo for the fight for the Spartans. So Purdue Gold bringing out the same tried and true here. Spartans looking like they might go a little bit sneaky once again. We'll see what they end up settling on. But Purdue Gold, absolutely correct there, Jeff. They wiped out any kind of a time advantage that the Spartans had. And now we need to see if the Spartans can rally back and keep, themselves in this series. Otherwise, they're going to be facing series point, and I have to worry about their chances after that.
And touching back on the Sigma swap, which we are now seeing as Blue Phoenix went over to that, with it's left on the clock before the gates open, Blue Phoenix was able to clutch out a couple of losing fights on the Sigma, and the D.Va just doesn't quite have that punching power. If Fertile Lance goes down, the D.Va, can't really finish a fight on their own. It's back to the top hat strat, but doesn't quite work this time. I don't know if it was just a fake. But Purdue Gold was absolutely ready for it. They get aggressive on the back of it. Great May wall, but already taking action as well.
Oh, that's done. I mean, that fight's done. They need to get back in spawn and figure out how they're going to come out. And Blue Phoenix swapping over to the D.Va here. So the mitigation is going to be there. Shrimp had Ty bringing out the May now, so they're going to be wall v wall, but they're going to be so far behind in the ult charge here. It's going to take them at least 2 fights to really get the value they need.
And yeah, going back over to the D.Va. And the D.Va's more common in this comp, and there's good reason for it. But Blue Phoenix just looks so good on that Sigma. It still surprises me a little bit. Hey, we'll move past it. We got to move past it. Thick Discord in a bit of trouble as the Matrix comes up from both sides, as a matter of fact. And that's a great shot from Dunzo, able to pop Mina right in between the eyes. Should be point A getting picked up here. But Purdue Gold will not be dealing with overtime spawns, so they should be able to move up and get a hold on Bookstore. Shrimp Pad Thai is trying to find an exit pick, though.
Yeah, I don't hate it. And you see the value already. I mean, Blue Phoenix has gotten, from that swap, 63% to self-destruct. So they're going to have to face Hyber's self-destruct. But I think that the DPS right now have got to clutch this out for them.
I mean, and the Spartans, actually the extra time could become a bit of a bane. They're going to have to win, 3 fights here to start pushing this through, depending on how long this fight takes. That's if they win this one. As Fertile Lance is walled off, deleted immediately, and Purdue Gold are getting aggressive. They have ults to work with. Dunzo's going to shut down a Dead Eye. All right, tip of the hat to you. But can you do anything else, Spartans? I need to see more.
Well, I mean, they have the whole bevy at their lands here, and Fertile Lance just absolutely gets caught out again.
Nice transcendence from Dunzo is going to prevent any dust to that blizzard. At least with Fertile Lance moving in, doesn't die this time, courtesy of Dunzo. Self-destruct up. That'll take Bob out of the fight. Thick is able to pick up 1, and Solo Zen takes Thick down shortly thereafter. So Spartans will keep it rolling. Overtime spawns are going to come into effect, so just one more fight to take point B.
If Blue Phoenix can hold on to self-destruct here, that's a huge bane for them. I think Solo Zen has to invest the Amp Matrix here, especially coming up on this sound barrier for Bush Spy. That's going to be the real difference maker, I do believe.
Chilling, just hiding up top, waiting for Purdue Gold to show. They know they've got time. They are going to challenge this. They're going to amp speed in. They need to get there quickly. They don't! They don't get there in time. They drop sound barrier as well, and they make the same mistake the Spartans did on their defense. They wait just a little bit too long. They're not able to get the touch. They might get the fight win here, though, as Nina's able to pick up a pair of kills, and that will be enough to take the map. May finishes off Fertile Lance, and despite a slight flub on the timing, in the end, it doesn't matter. All about the fight win here in this overtime. And Thick is going to take down Blue Phoenix. That is going to be it. Done and dusted. Purdue Gold hang on in an extra set to win it 6-5 on Kings Road.
I mean, that's just a heartbreaker for Missouri Baptist. And now I worry about what's going to happen for them for the third map as we're going to head into an escort map. So, an assault map. And I mean, Trip Head Tie, they fought with the tooth and nail there. They're not out of it yet. That's the one thing I want to put out there is that they are definitely not out of this yet. But I mean, they're going to be absolutely looking down the barrel of their playoffs lives here, Jeff. And Blue Phoenix, you see it there again. I mean, so much work done by the Sigma. I just wanted to see that Sigma again because it was so good and it's so clutch. And there's so much more in the kit of a Sigma, especially when you're trying to output the damage going in. You've got the kinetic rest, you got the shield there as well. So, we'll see what they happen to choose when we go to our assault map.
Indeed. It'll be the Spartans pick when we return. We're going to take a little halftime break. When we come back, it's Assault. We'll see you back here in a minute for more quarterfinals. It's Purdue Gold up 2-0 at the half here in the quarterfinals of our NECC Champions Division playoff match. Jeff and Billy back at you as we go into our assault map. Billy, I'm feeling a little bit of deja vu here.
Yeah, Hanamura has been banned once again, and now we're heading to Volskaya. So, we were talking in the break about who we had the early running for MVP candidates, and Golek, I mean, has absolutely turned fights on their head. On the converse side, Blue Phoenix turning 2 fights, 3 fights with one press the Q button. Oh my gosh. I mean,
They had no business winning.
No business winning at whatsoever. I mean, I'm still in awe of how they got that done, but it's all going to be settled here. Either we're done in a 3 Overwatch, or we're going on to a 4th map. Missouri Baptists have got to dig their heels in here and really take it to the members of the other squad. So, oh gosh, I'm really looking to see what Purdue brings out the gate here.
And not only the Spartans have to win here, but they're going to have to go win on 2 map picks coming out of Purdue. So, I mean, the Boilermakers will have their choice, if they lose this map, they'll have their choice of Escort. They'll have their choice of Hybrid, which is we go for map 5. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But harken back to what you're talking about with Golex. Golex has been doing such a great job of setting the tempo of these fights, and that is extremely important in these ice cold compositions with the May and the Cassidy and the Reinhardt brawl. So I mean, Golex has been outstanding in that regard. Ooh, let's see if they can do a similar job of setting the tempo with the Genji. The Genji can really speed things where the May wants to slow things down. The Genji is going to speed things up.
And putting Mina on the Tracer as well. That's absolutely scary. So you're looking at 2 flanks that you're going to have to defend from. Blue Phoenix is going to have the head on a swivel. But they might be bringing out a little bit of chicanery here in Shrimp Pad Thai, bringing out the Metra here. Depends on where they're going to go to. That's where, if they're going to stick with this, where do they go with the teleporter out the gate? So, I mean, Winston and D.Va going up against the Rhine D.Va, that's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, my concern is for the backline. I mean, if Solozin goes down, then the Spartans are going to struggle. And to me, who are going to look pounced on. Not a whole lot of frontline damage from a May and a Symmetra, and already they're just taking a boatload of damage themselves. Mortality field already forced out as Spartans claim center box. They're going to go ahead and drop in, put up a wall, but it's pretty easy for this dive comp to avoid that wall. And Furlance finds themselves trapped inside of the center box, as is the rest of the members of the Spartans. That's a kill zone. You don't want to be in there, Spartans.
Oh, that was interesting, to say the least. And I don't know. Yep, Dunzo gone off that map now. So looking at ult charges, I mean, Purdue Gold, almost all of them are in the 70s. Spartans, really lacking behind in that. So we'll see what they're going to be able to bring to this next fight. Yep, they're swapping it up already. Bring out the Pharmacy and a Tank Buster.
Yep, this is a direct counter. I don't mind it at all. Dunzo, like you say, he's going to go and switch over that Mercy as well to accompany Shrimp Pad Thai in the sky. So 3 players swapping out, not a whole lot of ult charge to lose, and immediately finding value. Shrimp Pad Thai, I think, already has more ult charge than they had gotten previously on the Symmetra. But the blade is there, the nano to reinforce. Going into the air to try and take care of the farm. Chops the wings off. Golex, are you kidding me? Gets the Pharmacy. Gets both of them with the Genji blade.
That's going in
That
there.
was filthy.
That's disgusting. And I mean, they're going to win this fight out.
Oh my goodness, Golex continues to pop off on this Genji. We thought the man was good. Billy, the Genji looks even better.
That's just gross and beautiful all at the same time. Beautiful res, though, coming through. This might turn the fight on its head.
Gotta get the Baptiste back, and Mina falls. So let's continue to try to brawl this thing out. Shrimp Pad Thai returns with Dunzo in tow. Iber opts to go ahead and try to attack Solo Zen, but they lose their Ana along the way. And Spartans just kind of muscle through a couple of decent picks in the early round. We were focused on the blade because Golex looks so spectacular on it. And as a matter of fact, has another one ready to go and kills me beyond the Reaper. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and reset. And that's going to be point A picked up. Well, it'll be a little under 4.5 minutes to take point B.
Well, Barrage will be ready to go. Window will be coming up very shortly. Nanoblade not quite ready yet. And Mina direct counter here to the Farah, bringing out Cassidy.
Golex is beating May in the ult cycle. You never see your Genji beat the Ana. Dashing up top, trying to prevent it in, and there it is. Here we go again. Round 2. Golex immediately gets 2. Both supports falling this time as the blade slices and dices through the heel line of the Spartans.
He's the Ginsu knife now. And you only had the, well, I mean, actually, you invested the rally into that as well. So
Yeah, Rally came out as
3
well.
ultimates came out there from the Purdue Gold Boilermaker. So the aforementioned window is available, Jeff. Also, you've got the barrage ready, so nothing really to deny it coming in.
Up pick going up top. Self-destruct was tossed in from here. Pick close to have it online, that Primal Rage, and Golex once again clips the... You know what? Next time I see a Pharah, I'm just going to bring a Genji. Who knew? That's a hard counter. Dunzo? Okay, doesn't manage to get the res off, but does die in the process, but the Barrage is unleashed. That's going to find 2 before finally killing themselves upon the Mecha Tiber. Self-destruct thrown in from Blue Phoenix, trying to clean up what's left, but Spartans have lost a few members, including the all-important Baptiste. They got 1 tick out of this, but reinforcements are going to start showing up for the defense.
Thick is in serious trouble. This might be the point to them.
Nah, there's no way. Is there? There's no way. There's just not enough people left.
I thought there was. I thought there was enough for them to be able to get test there, but I mean 59.3% there, getting the value that they need. Shrimp Pad Thai swapping over to the Doomfist here, so now you're looking to take care of the Genji, get that pop up in the right hook, maybe take him out right away, but Blade ready to go again.
Chilla just teleported into the back with Death Blossom. Is sneaking across the top and has 2 supports over there. And an eye on the Winston. There's the supports moving in. Gets bashed. The bash has been used. The Death Blossom comes out. And Bush Spy goes down. Manages to get May as well. A nice Bionade, a little present, means that Neepy could not heal up from that Death Blossom. And it allows Purdue to finish them off. But with no heals, this could be an opportunity. I mean, Thickest Primally is going to send Ana down to their grave. And despite the efforts of Meepy Chilla, this will not be the one.
That's not the one for sure. And now Dunzo bringing out the Zen here. So Discord Orb's going to be online. But Nanoblade ready to go. Self-destruct ready to go. Rally is going to be ready to go in this next fight. This is going to be a difficult take here for the Spartan.
Quite. I mean, you kind of have time to do an equal push, but it needs to be quick. Like, if I'm the Spartans, I want to get in, get the Genji Blade out, and reset immediately. That's got to be your plan right now, because Golex has been a fight winning every single time this Blade has been online. Golex has been able to win the fight with it. Here it goes into the back, and immediately solos and goes down. Immediately both supports are dead. Looking for the third onto the Doomfist. The uppercut will finish Golex off, but Spartans have no healers left once again.
This is scary business here for the Spartans. They've got 54 seconds left to go. Ferdinand has the mines ready to go again. So they're going to have mines and the self-destruct ready to go. It only depends on where do you go with this nano that Solo Zen almost has. I think you throw it on Shrimp Pad Thai and see what kind of right hooks you can throw.
Yeah, I think that's a great plan, as a matter of fact. It also protects the Doomfist long enough where they can start building their own shields. And the damage mitigation is just as important when you're nanoing a Doom as the damage. Although, extra 50% damage doesn't hurt anybody. Give me the mines coming out over the point to start off the fight. Shrimp Pad Thai tried to go up high, but got boot back, courtesy of the Bush Spy, who's going to go ahead and drop that rally. Deadeye out from Mina, takes out the Dome, and that's a big engagement pool gone. So Blue Phoenix is the recipient of that nano boost, trying to hang on. Eyes up in that top right-hand corner. That's 3 of them up there, though, including Mina. That's a dangerous move. Drops the self-destruct up on the top, and the time burns down.
That is a letter number.
That might just be a letter number there, Billy.
That's definitely a letter number there.
Yep. It has been 0 maps since we saw it tonight.
I knew that was coming out. So there is a definite win condition here. We will not have a tie here on Volskaya. I mean, what we're looking at right now, New Gold needs to get 59.6%, and they will take this series and go into the semifinals. Spartans standing in Sparta on the precipice of going home. And I want to see what kind of counters are they going to bring out here to deal with the Golex Genji, because nobody saw it coming. We didn't expect it coming out. Mazeration and Golex combining for 3 massive Nano Blade fight wins. Borderlands bringing out my favorite player in the whole game, the Donkey Horse.
We see the eraser make an appearance.
So happy right now.
Hey, like the Spartans of old, NBU is going to have to face insurmountable odds if they want to bring this one back.
It's the 300 all over again. But you have spot healing available from Shrimp Pad Thai as well. He's just going to have to watch out for the deflect of Golex, because that pulse rifle ammunition coming back at you, it's going to force out the biotic field. And that's something I'm going to be worrying about between Shrimp Pad Thai and Golex, my friend.
The deflection's also really good against an Amp Matrix as well, because you deflect double damage back at the opponent. So it's a great way to counter that. The Golexes just cemented their place as far as my player of the match here with this Genji performance so far, and they're not changing it up going on to the attack. Eyes on the top left-hand side, where Fertilance and the rest of the Spartans are sitting. Thick takes a lot of damage. Are you going to drop down, Thick? Thick? Well, stuck around a little bit longer than they probably should have. Bit off more than they can chew and find themselves back on the respawn timer.
Well, this is a good early fight win, honestly, coming out from them. So, do you take down Mazeration? No. Look at the peel there from Bush Spy, keeping the Ana up in that fight. But Fertilance, I give full props there. I give full props. That's great staying power there for them. They actually take Brigitte down as well, Jeff. So, nice fight win for them. Minute off the clock. They already have amp mates ready.
But May, because of that survival, because of Bush's sacrifice and Timer's wonderful DM and a great bio-nave in the middle of it, May now has this Nano online and ready to go. Up into the top goes the Genji Blade. Dunzo falls down, moves back up top, manages to deflect the flash in the middle of that. Are you kidding me? Golex, outstanding performance on this Genji, continues to awe and impress.
Oh my god, that's just disgusting. And the supercharger invested here. Oh no.
That flick, oh my goodness, that flick of the deflect onto the flash. That was like a quarter of a second that they had the deflect up. Perfect timing. I can't believe what I just saw.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shook by what Golex just did there, and halfway to another blade, my friend. Deadeye ready to go into this next fight as well. So Spartans do have some tools to kind of counteract this, but it's going to take them a minute to really get it set up. It depends on how they deploy them, honestly. And Meat Chilla is going to have to really watch this Deadeye, because Golex with that deflect can deflect it right back at him.
Golex is discorded at the moment and just kind of poking in and out from that top left-hand side, build as much of this blade as possible. May has managed to catch up as well. Was well behind Golex, but they're right in sync now. And one more Genji Blade could be the end of this series and send Purdue Gold into the Champions semifinals.
I mean,
98, ready to go.
Self-destruct, my friend, can pull out the immortality barrier, then it's a free blade.
Yeah, that seems like a great order of operations to me. It is going to be simultaneous destruct. Ooh, with the Deadeye coming out. Golex actually has to drop down, still manages to pop back up and take care of the Baptiste. Follows it up with a kill on the Meepy Chilla yet again. And Golex picks up 2 opening kills. But Thick and Golex themselves do fall in this fight. The thing is, Purdue Gold don't need the entire point. They only need 59.6%, and they might have just gotten enough done. If the Spartans had gotten a little bit more progress, they might have time to contest. But even with dwindling reinforcements, I think Purdue have this. They need to hold off Shrimp Pad Thai. As Meaty Chilla is now the one stalling on the Tracer. Here comes Shrimp Pad Thai back, and it manages to get Mino with it. Might have just bought a lifeline as the supercharger comes out from Partalance, and the Spartans are looking to hang on. Thick goes back down, and the Spartans will indeed hold the line here on the back point B.
Oh my goodness, what a hold as well, my friend. I mean, 9%, 9.1% is the difference. And look at this stall coming out. Oh, even pulling back. Tiber. That's beautiful stall mechanics there coming out from them. They still have 3 minutes, Jeff, to hold the line here. And you see the swaps coming out right now from the DPS line. You've got the Hanzo and the Tracer now available to Purdue Gold.
And Shrimpatai and Meaty are sticking with their stall comps, and well, it's Golex on the Tracer who
Oh my
needs to get work
God,
done.
that
That
shot!
headshot was filthy, crispy stuff. Like a bag of chips. That one just crunched hard. Mina continues to follow up, and she is dominating the battlefield alongside Golex right now. The Evil Toaster strat will not. What?
It did.
Okay. It kind of worked. Just as they were about to fall, Dunzo comes in with the Transcendence, but Shrimpatai goes down, and once the Transcendence falls, so does Dunzo. Nano Boost onto Thick this time, since there's no longer a Genji on the battlefield. They're going to move back and try to devalue this Ant Matrix. Will do so as they pop that final Rage, finish off Solo Zed. There's still 2 defenders contesting on this objective, including Fertilance, who has Evil Toaster once again into the corner, which I love how that is a verb now. And is, oh no, just getting microwave sizzled down. Good right hook takes Thick out of the fight. Timer is returned on the Wrecking Ball.
What?
Shrimpatai is the one to hold on this time.
Verbs, words, nouns, adjectives. Here we go. Fertilance put up just a stalwart Evil Toaster impression there, and I'm living for it. We've now got the Orisa and the Winston out here in the tank line. So, oh boy, Rally should win the next fight, but Meepy Chilla can turn that all away with a well-placed pulse bomb.
Dragons to start things off. Golex going in the back with a pulse bomb of their own. Meepy drops theirs. Nina goes down. I think the pulse did just enough damage. I don't think Golex got the same value. Bushby's Rally is on the battlefield. Both of these Tracers doing their best to try to burn down the tanks on the other side. Golex goes for the healer instead. And then Blue Phoenix is easy pickings. Shrimpatai is purple, gets focused. Golex finishes them off as well. That's a 2-piece here for Golex on the back of this fight. 5 seconds remaining. May in a little bit of trouble, throws the nano boost onto Thick. Thick is able to pick up 2 with a little help from Golex, and it's enough to close out the map, close out the series. Purdue Gold stamping their tickets into the semifinals match, taking this one 3-0.
I mean, Mazeration came out with a huge anti and a nano placement there in the last fight that wins him that fight. But yeah, here's a look at our MVP of the day, Jeff. I'm going to take the words out of your mouth here. I mean, it was just fantastic work. Got the massive value that you needed out of it, and I mean, you can't deny it. Can't deny it whatsoever, my friend. So, I mean, this is a fantastic, a dominating performance from Purdue Gold. I still have to give up credit to my Missouri brethren up in St. Louis, because they put up a heck of a fight, but in the end, they do go down in the sweep. They put it all out in the line, though, and I got to say, good season to them. But Purdue looks absolutely scary.
Yeah, Purdue look really good here today. And I think there's no doubt in anybody's mind that Golex just absolutely popped in this match. It was fun to watch. I mean, controlling the tempo. I mean, yeah, the blades were flashy, particularly taking out the pharmacy there on point A, the very first blade we saw. Like that just struck fear in the hearts of the Spartans, I'm afraid. But what really, it was about the tempo that they were able to maintain. Be it on the May when we were seeing it on King's Row, or over on Ilios, or on the Genji when it was just super fast building of that Genji blade. May was right there in sync, keeping the nano boost there every single time. I mean, they both came online simultaneously at seemingly every fight they got it. That was just insane work out of Golex. I'm just thoroughly impressed. Purdue, keep this up. They're real contenders to take this thing the whole way. Looking very scary here today.
Looking very scary indeed. And I mean, when we get to see them in the next playoff game, I mean, I got to give them the edge right now, just based upon the paper test that we saw today, how they played in the playoffs. I mean, I would put them as a favorite, but we'll have a chance to see that here coming up very shortly.
Yes, indeed. Semifinals will start 2 weeks from today. We're going to take a week off for Thanksgiving. So semifinals won't be for another couple weeks or so. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to get somebody in here from the Boilermakers. We're going to talk to Purdue Gold, get their thoughts on this series we just saw, give us a minute to get that set up, and we'll be right back. All right, we are here with the star of the match, no doubt. It is Golex, DPS extraordinaire, coming in from Purdue Gold. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on the dub.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was fun games. Fun games.
It looked like it. We had a blast watching it. And you were telling us that this match was a little bit special.
Yeah. I was coming off of 26 hours without sleep, so our comms and our chat were very interesting.
Monkey comms. Monkey comms.
Monkey
That's all
comms, quote
Monkey
unquote.
comms, quote unquote.
All right. Can you share why you were going on no sleep? I know it's like midterms and stuff going on. Is it school related?
Midterm season, it just be like that. By the time I realized I needed to sleep, I had playoffs, so
My goodness. I mean, judging by your performance here, I feel like you just need to go on 28 hours and no sleep every match. Like, this is ridiculous.
I felt like I could have played better, but my entire team declined that.
No, you clearly had our player of the match.
Really? Oh, thank you. That's flattering. I am. If you ever speak to me, you know that I am never my own player of the match.
Hey, I like it. Who would you have picked?
What I've picked? Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. That's hard.
What do you think popped off on your team?
That's hard.
Talk us through it.
I think Thick did played very well, main tank. Thick and Mina, they were both playing very well. We kind of Tiber is kind of the unsung hero. There were a lot of fights like on Ilios and KR where Tiber and I were kind of just playing on the objective, and we somehow won with just me and him. So I think Tiber would be my MVP actually.
I like it. All right.
I like it. I was actually going to give it to Maester Nation, but
May was playing very well too. That's true.
That was going to be my first one, but I mean, just the undeniable DPS prowess that you showed both with the Mei and with the Genji. Why did you lock in the Genji on Volsky? Was there actually a thought process behind that?
All right. So I used to be a Genji one trick for one season, and then I started flexing to the rest of the roles. I haven't played Genji in like 4 months. But Mina on my team was like, Golex, hear me out. Genji. And I was like, all right, but I don't think my Genji is going to be that good. And they were like, nah, it's fine. I was like, okay, I'll swap to the legs if it doesn't work out. And then we just kind of ran with it because it kept working. The nanoblades were kind of crisp, but
yes,
they were.
You took out a pharmacy combo in the air.
I do remember that. It was not as clean as I would have wanted because I missed the first dash on the Pharah, but I got back up there.
You have to go clip that one. That one was awesome. Well, you couldn't tell that you hadn't played Genji in 4 months. I'd say it worked. Oh, well, I mean, any shout outs or anything you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out the rest of my team, especially for that King's Row match where we were all just kind of screaming targets. We were going run, wall, speed through, beat. We were kind of just yelling at each other. That was a very intense game. The other team played well. I had a lot of fun.
I'm glad to hear it.
Even if I kept telling them not to put me in the interview.
Man, I feel like I could talk to you for the next hour. Unfortunately, we've got to keep this rolling, and we've got a couple more matches to get to. But thank you so much for being here. Congrats on the dub. Good luck to the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
All right. I love that guy, Billy. That was fantastic.
Man, I love that guy. He's not the annoying Genji player. He's the humble Genji player.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Oh my goodness. That was great. I always love talking to players. I'll say it every time. I always love talking to players. All right. Well, it's time for us to pass the baton. We've got Corbeck and Infernosis. I always trip over that. I'm so sorry, Infernosis. I'm so sorry. We got Corbeck and Infernosis coming in to take you home for our final 2 matches of the day. When we come back, we're headed to the Challengers Division. It's going to be Eagle Esports coming out of Southern Mississippi, going up against Center College. We'll return with more NECC Collegiate Overwatch playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC for some more Overwatch action. It is game 4 of the afternoon, maybe nighttime. What do you describe mid-afternoon to evening? What's the difference?
This is definitely evening. It's dark outside
Okay.
where I am. Well, to be fair, it's dark outside now. Early everywhere, isn't it?
It's dark
Invernosis?
outside. It's
There's
dark
no
outside.
escape from it now that the clocks have changed, whatever reason that happens for. But yes, I'd say this is early evening. That's where I'd put this.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC for some more Overwatch action. It is late in the evening, and match 4 is ready and raring to go. My name is Invernosis, joined here by the wonderful Corbeck. We've got ourselves 2 teams ready and raring to go. First and foremost, Corbeck, who are the 2 teams, and where are they right now sitting in our bracket?
Well, it is Southern Miss, aka Eagle Esports, right there at Center College. So they are sitting at 4 and 5. So very much a mid-table matchup here between these 2 squads. Dead center, really coming into this, and their records very similar as well. Infernosis, both 5 and 2 on the season, which is relatively good for them. A couple of very competitive squads here in Challengers Yellow. It's genuinely almost a shame to see them hit each other because I've enjoyed watching both of them so far this season. I'm very, very curious to see who will come out on top of this matchup.
I'm trying to look over at their records here. These teams haven't faced each other, have they?
I do not believe they have faced each other. No, this is completely fresh in terms of them going against one another.
Well, Center College faced a team in week 1 named Eastern Eagles.
Different,
not Eagle Esports.
Pesky birds, man. There's a lot of different species.
Yeah, and there's a guy named
Eagles.
Crow on Center College. There's a lot of aviation right now. It's a very
Yeah.
avian-centered kind of thing. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, when they're both tied here, 4th and 5th seed, respectively 5 and 2 each, that kind of leads to a large amount of indicators for we don't know what's going to happen. Both of these teams have had success here in the season. They've had success playing it out, and now we get to see these 2 teams that have had a very nice job together duke it out in one of the most important games, probably the most important game they have so far here in the season. Playoffs, round 1. Winner takes all to go to the semifinals, and will probably face the number 1 seed as they're facing the 8th seed. So unless there's a big underdog story, they'll have to face a very difficult opponent going forward.
Yeah, that is ultimately the wind-up here as we get started on Nepal. Whoever wins this is looking at something a big grim, but very similar draw composition here. The Cassidy Jacob kind of replacing Vector's position as the Reaper on the other side. I'll be quite interested to see what the big difference is there as well. Of course, the off-tank stack with the Zarya as well is something to keep note of here as we go for the initial engage.
Fight has to engage at some point, and an ice wall will go down to try to give Center College a little bit of leeway on the actual objective towards the fight, but you already see Crow trying to freeze down the opposition's tank, but the Immortality Field is barely keeping Juicebox alive. It doesn't seem to matter. Bruce Goose and Jacob, they find the first two, both tanks down for Center College, and they'll follow suit by taking out one of their main healers of Jellyman.
Yeah, the overarching damage mitigation coming out of the Southern Mississippi side is just much stronger, all things considered. The Baptiste in there with the Immortality Field, obviously super clutch. They have the stun in the form of E.G. Jacobs' flashbang coming in here as well, and they have the Diva Eat. And I don't quite think that the Zarya has been able to match that just yet, though Black Blocku is very close to a big charge, but look at this Juicebox hero! Just levels the entire team and cleans them up, and that was all they needed there.
What's the line fellow likes to say? Something you might know not here for Overwatch. He did one game, so maybe they would. Buddy ace across the board as it's Jacob and Juicebox to clean up all 6. 3 for each of them. They'll each clean up for a large amount, but that doesn't really buy too much time. When everyone wipes out so quickly, it's only like an extra 5-10%. Beyond that, honestly, it's probably better for them to all die in the same exact spell swoop, except for the ult economy. But you do hear the ultimates going off. You can see that they're going to drop down the garage door and try to amplify their damage as the Ant Matrix goes through. Jake will be the first to find a kill. Reflex on the Mei will be able to take one more. That's both tanks once again for Center College. Their healing backline has just not been outputting enough heals to keep their tanks in these fights, which has made it so disadvantageous for them the longer the fight goes on.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, and definitely some good early ult usage coming out on the side of Southern Miss as well. I mean, that last engagement with the big shatter, that was a classic example. I was expecting them to take their time and position the engagement here, and I could hand that over to you for the actual call, gift wrapped in a bow.
No.
And Juicebox Hero said, no, jumped right in there. It's got another shatter he's coming up on here, which is going to be incredibly impactful. Add Bruce Goose's Diva Bomb in, and you have a very powerful all combo indeed.
Looking to step up. They took the high ground. Now coming on the side. But once again, a massive shatter from Juicebox Hero, and the team is gift wrapped for them. Didn't necessarily need the handoff there either here, Corvac, as it's over as soon as it starts. And this one, in fact, is just going to be over as a whole. 96%. Diva Bomb's just going to be sent out. Southern Miss, no. They were entirely aware of what it was. Even blocking the opposing side says, yeah, I'll throw out the old Graviton Surge, give it the old... what's the term? Give it the old best try. What's the term?
College try? College?
That's it.
That...
Yeah, the old college try. That's quite literal.
How
yeah,
appropriate.
That makes sense. How appropriate.
All things considered.
Yeah, it was a very dominant performance there, to be honest, from Southern Miss. I genuinely feel like there was never a moment in that match where they weren't in the driver's seat. Very good early ult usage to apply the pressure. But I mean, I think we could both agree here, right? Infernosis, the defining factor was Juicebox Hero hitting 2 massive shatters. I mean, essentially just won his team 2 fights with very minimal ult investment. And when you can win fights at that low of a cost and maintain kind of your ult economy going forward, it just puts you so far ahead of your opponents. But we'll see if things change here on Sanctum.
Hopefully it'll be a little bit different. You obviously need to push from multiple directions. Reflex, how are you alive? Riot will be the one who comes up big, though. We'll boop off, too. It's going to remove the Lucio and the Mei, and they'll have to bring themselves back over the edge as well. But they're survived with the Lucio wall. It'll be the rest of his team to clean up. Pasty, Juicebox, and Reflex find 3 more. That's going to be first point going in favor of Southern Miss, and it was exceedingly favored for them once Riot got the double boof off the side.
Yeah, that was a pretty big play there from Riot. You don't usually see a Lucio get kind of that golden boop right there on this particular engage on Sanctum, but when it does happen as an off-support player, it's the most wonderful feeling in the world.
That's the phrase, good soup. That was exactly what it was, as they drop down below into the soup and take their drink, but fight has to engage at some point. Juicebox Hero gets a little bit over-aggressive. They come in through the side entrance, loses his life early, and now the rest of Center College can now pay what they've done. Southern Miss losing 4 in a row now as Riot, Bruce Goose, and now Jacob will lose their life, and they're just going to have to hard reset. Point will drop over to Center College's side. From the very get-go of that engagement, Juicebox Hero overextended, lost his life, and then the rest of his side didn't have a tank to hit behind, and they just kind of fizzled out of all their energy.
Yeah, it's taking a long time to go back in, but they finally do engage. Dive coming up from the Winston right there. Will not find the target, but Juicebox Hero using the Primal almost immediately juggles things around. Blaku, though, trying to shut it down. A very good Diva Bomb early on as Jellymane will unleash the Coalescence here as well, just to keep sustain up through this entire fight. In fact, both of the Moiras unleashing their Coalescence in here respectively as Reflex comes in with the Death Blossom, hunting for kills, but he won't find him, and now Galvanijo is coming in as well on that dive, trying to make something happen with the Winston. And instead, though, well, Monkey supremacy on the point belongs to Jukebox Hero there, and for Gnosis, they are not able to shut that Winston down, and a good win for Southern Miss.
Yeah, great retake. Did not really allow for too much in terms of the long con fight. It was a very long fight. They only needed the one real fight to get it going, though, and that was where they were able to return it. But we're just now equaling tie territory. Center College still has plenty of time to make the return. They hit about the 80% mark and maybe a bit more dangerous than they anticipated, but they got a couple good fights to give it the old college try, as we've mentioned. And the EMP is ready. It'll actually be exposed. 4 players being EMP'd on the opposing side. Center College has their work cut out for them, but it's still falling apart in multiple directions. Kills dropping for both sides. You can see now as Juicebox is trying to remove the opposition's Diva. Blaku is just being completely snuffed out, demeched, and now being toyed with as they're waiting for them to wait out the spawn timer, and the Coalescence will complete the job. Pasty just throwing it in their face with that can-do attitude. 75% now for the Southern Miss side.
Could have held on to the Coalescence probably, to be honest, but it is an ult that charges relatively quickly, so you still have a pretty significant advantage in the ult economy. Unfortunately, the EMP and the bomb coming in already. Sound barrier invested as well. They're wasting no time. It's another one of these rapid engages coming from Southern Miss. Look at this aggression, sheer power coming out here on the Primal Rage. Crow desperately trying to slow the Eagles down, but what can one Blackbird do versus all of these angry Eagles? And the end result is that they do get a touch on the point, but isn't enough. The hack coming in there on the Diva will shut it down. Jumble coming in over the top there. J-Double just trying to keep it alive. Unfortunately, he can't find the wall. That's an unfortunate situation for Alucio to be in. He will die. He will go all the way back down to bronze or whatever in the pit. And they'll unleash the Primal here as well, just trying to keep it going. And instead, it'll just be a burn down right there. Nothing they can do. An awkward engage at the end here, but I think it is over in Pronosis. There's not much they can do.
It very much so is. And I'll point something out here, Corback. Juicebox Hero losing where they initially lost the point, right, to Center College. One thing we noticed was that he overextended with no real support and then died. Then they lost the point. Massive shadow here, by the way. This is the point. Which one is this, actually? Which one of them? It's the first one. It was the first
one, yeah.
This is a huge shatter. Oh, the turn on a dime for that one. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. It wasn't a Bloody Ace. No, there was a Diva got one of them. I lied to you guys. I apologize profusely. I thought I would know that for sure. No, I'll talk about it once again. Juicebox Hero overextended and lost his life without much support behind it, and the rest of his team was forced to die off basically just the same, but they kind of just reset themselves. They knew they needed to take a step back. They weren't going to really engage that well without their Winston tank frontline, and so it was just all she wrote. But the second fight where they extended through their own chokeholds, they threw the Diva Bomb, which flushes the players out, and while they're escaping the Diva Bomb, they run in, they drop the beat, they go ahead and extend with the Primal Rage as well. They full sent in every tanking utility and ultimate that they could do. Full HP, Primal Raged, Diva Bomb. There was no escaping the dangers that were present to them, and there was no way they could burn down Juicebox Hero in time. He said, you burned me down last time? There's no way I'm giving you the chance to do it this time around.
No, he definitely wouldn't be brought down in that particular circumstance. And I do think on the main, right, it was a bit of a stronger setup, all things considered, from the side of Southern Miss. But these Koth maps, I give them a grain of salt. I always give them a little bit of caution. I think I say this every broadcast, but it's pertinent every single time. You just don't know. Some teams are really good at Koth, and they'll transition to the next map, and suddenly things will not go so well. So we'll see if that holds true here. Somehow I kind of doubt it. I feel like we saw a little bit of Southern Miss supremacy right here, but you never know, Infernosis. You just don't.
None of the games today have gone past 3 maps, and it's a little unexpected, especially when some of these seeds are actually fairly close, 4th and 5th, around that range. These should be somewhat closer games. Some of the games were close, but they still didn't go past that. But we're going to take a quick break. One of the teams is going to make some substitutions, bring players in. So we'll be back really quickly with more action here for the NECC, so make sure to stay tuned for more Overwatch action. Welcome back, everybody. It's more NECC Overwatch action. I can't tell you how hard it is to not say NECC Valor to NECC R6. It is so difficult. It's more difficult than you would think here. The whole season I haven't done Overwatch. Jump in. It's challenges. It is a challenge.
Challenges of being a Renaissance man, dude. What are you supposed to do? A Renaissance caster.
I'm the Swiss
Pulled in
knife,
so
the
many
Swiss Army
directions.
knife of the NECC. They throw me in
Yeah.
anywhere they can get me. The only place they haven't thrown me in is Rocket League, which I technically can do, and League of Legends, which no, keep that away from me.
Too complicated for me. I was gonna, it's very Da Vinci-esque. I'm sure he had to juggle lots of different things as well, but even he wouldn't cast League of Legends. I'm pretty sure I heard from someone. It's too toxic, is what he said. He wrote that in those
somewhere along the
notebooks.
lines. Yeah,
If you're ever
the Da
wondering.
Vinci Chronicles or whatever
Da
it
Vinci
is.
Code, wasn't it? Don't get me started on that. I have deep-rooted opinions on that book, so we'll skip right past that. We'll talk about Overwatch instead. And it is an interesting matchup we've seen so far here, actually. I mean, I was saying it was kind of Southern Miss supremacy, and I'll stand by that, Infernosis, but I think there's a distinct possibility that coming out in a more organized setup might really benefit Center College. I think one of the things that we saw them struggling with was a lot of timing issues, timing of ultimates, timing of engages. You often saw Southern Miss grabbing the initiative, which is such a, any, Sun Tzu, whatever you want to, Clausewitz, they'll tell you grabbing the initiative is a very important concept in any sort of conflict. And I think that's really been something that's been detrimental to Center in a lot of these engagements. I hope that in a map like this where they can better set that timing, it'll more dramatically benefit them. I mean, these compositions are pretty straightforward. I don't think there's a lot that needs to be gone over. The only difference is reflex on that May. That could be a big change up here and a big advantage to Southern Miss.
I want to point out there's 3 players on the Southern Miss side that I distinctly remember time and time again giving MVP nods. It was Juicebox, Bruce Goose, and Jacob. All the time. Jacob was a sleeping giant till the playoffs. I think we gave him 1 nod throughout for MVP, but playoff season was where he shined, and I don't expect that to stray away here, and we're seeing that continuously come out, but a very early start for the side of Southern Miss, and Immortality Field had to be utilized as the quick rush was attempted, but the Ice Wall separated the mainline tank, and Galvanijo will lose their life. Now it's Center College forced to take that step back, but Ultimates have started to charge up for the Southern Miss side. This next fight could be where we see our first shatter.
Crow really needs to get in a good position here. He's the key DPS in this setup, the one who needs to do the majority, the lion's share of the damage. Going up to the top will give him that high ground positioning. This could be a good position to play out of for the Hanzo, but they need to move quite fast. Good cutoff there by Pasty. That's a great early kill.
Yeah, getting rid of the healer towards that back line will also get rid of any chance for the ultimate to go through. No extra damage assistance where necessary, but they also still have to worry about more than just that. Crow sends out the Dragon Strike. It not just finds 1, but 2. A complete and utter dismantling so far here for Center College against Southern Miss. Pasty's the last one alive, and it's not because Pasty survived, it's because Pasty died first.
Yeah, it's a huge loss. I mean, you think about the value an Immortality Field would have had in that particular situation. A very good read by Crow, and Pasty needs to be careful here again. He might actually get brought down if he's not quite cautious, but fortunately the rest of Southern Miss is able to help him out. It's interesting that that fight went the way that it did when you consider the fact that they lost Pasty so early. I thought that maybe we'd see a little bit more pushback from Southern Miss, but I think we're getting it delayed here.
It's a very big possibility. Shatter goes down. This shuts down not just the Coalescence, but puts the tanks on the ground, which now is allowing for a lot of the DPS for Southern Miss to be sent forward. You do see the Diva Bomb getting sent. It doesn't find much impact, but they will still find 2 kills off of the past engagement, and they're trying to flush out the last few remaining players. That would be the Crow of the opposing side of Center College, and they'll accomplish that goal. Southern Miss steps up. Now they can push the payload just a little bit back, and we've got this fatal funnel that is this initial archway. The question is, how is Center College going to adapt and move past it?
Yeah, we will see. That's going to be a key aspect of this. They're going for the long rotate here, I think, which is a valid strategy for what they need to do. They have a very solid ult combo. They just need to get it off first, because if the Blizzard comes out and the High Noon comes out early, it's going to be a very short fight.
Mike goes forward. Shatter doesn't really find any impact, and a Diva Bomb will be sent. Those comboed can be quite impactful, but it doesn't doing much, and a Blizzard will be sent as well. A large amount of impact being done, but it's Juicebox here to come up with the first. Galvanijo's out for the count. McCree on McCree violence. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Cassidy on Cassidy violence goes in favor of Southern Miss. My apologies. And then you'll see the 2 tank front lines of Southern Miss. clap off 2 more for Center College. It is a dismantling once again, as they're just trying to find the last few stragglers of Center College, and they'll complete it by taking out J-Double.
Yeah, the ult bank here very much well, I was going to say very much in favor of Southern Miss, but honestly, by the time that this next engagement starts, it will be the Shatter, the Bomb, the High Noon, and the Amplification Matrix all coming online. The swap coming in from Blaku Blaku over onto the Zarya is going to set them back. It's going to take them a while to get that grab in play. I mean, obviously, the Grab Dragon is going to be the playmaker, but here they go, a very quick engagement to start things off.
Fight goes forward, Dragon Strike is sent, as well as having the Immortality Field will keep them surviving through it. But now you'll see the Diva Bomb be popped. I think this one out of necessity, not desire. He doesn't really find anything or any sort of impact. Jacob, though, and Cassidy comes up big, finding 2. Refrags once again. It's that Dave-on-Dave violence, and it's going to drop in favor of Southern Miss. Now it's just the last few stragglers. The Coalescence will be popped here for Jellymane, but beyond that, it's not finding much impact. Instead, 2 tanks will do it. Finally, Jellymane will clean up onto Bruce Goose. Southern Miss had the advantageous start, just can't complete and finish.
Again, the ult advantage is sort of swinging back towards Center College. It might be enough for them to break this open, namely looking at this Shatter from Galvanijo. It's going to have to be huge, but if he can hit it well, he probably wins this fight outright.
Full charge here for Blaku Blaku as well here, Corbeck. This is an engagement that's going to be very advantageous for them because it's 81% for that ult as well. Charging ever closer, 10% away now, but a Shatter has to be engaged. Juice Box will eat that Shatter, but beyond that, an Immortality Field will be popped to save him. They'll dive in on top of it. Here comes the Graviton Surge, comboed with a Dragon Strike, and Crow finds impact tremendously, swinging and killing the rest of the side. It's going to be your main take at Galvanio, comboing a Blaku Blaku. James, they'll keep themselves calm, coordinated, and together. They've got a whopping 3 minutes to push at this last few meters.
The problem, though, is that they use so much right there getting through this door. It's going to take them a long time, I think, to achieve power parity back on the side of Southern Miss in terms of ults. But, I mean, these are quick engagements. They're very good for the team. The Amplification Matrix could come out at any time here. They might not even need it, though, to win.
Immortality Field popped. It will start to go in favor of Southern Miss, though, and it will continue to do so. Bruce Goose and Jacob. Jacob finding 2 more. Reflex will step up as the May, taking out Jellymane for the more of the competition, and Center College will choose to take a step back. After losing that fight, they need to re-coordinate themselves and piece together an attack. They don't have very many ultimates, but the Lucio, the Reinhardt, and of course, their Hanzo are coming up with their ultimates, and these could be devastating to the competition.
Going right back in on the hard engage. EG Jacob doing a really good job of just clearing the board there with that High Noon, forcing them back. Jellymane dying early too will set them back a fair piece here. You kind of, need your main healer, right, if you're going to make a convincing push, and they very much want the Grab Dragon, but it's just not going to manifest yet.
Coalescence Ascent, this could have a huge impact, but underneath the payload, they'll drop the Shatter, and it's all Galvanio in the feed. 4K to his name, as well as having that massive Fire Strike. 2 of them alone from just the charge. And while you see them trying to clean up and stay alive, it does not seem to matter. Was that a re-mech kill as well into Crow?
It sure was. Yeah, I don't know what happened necessarily with Crow there, but he gets the old Titanfall treatment. You hear the High Noon coming out from the opposite direction. I think it was Who's James unleashing that one. It's not really finding anyone. Reflex has the Blizzard. The sound barrier's already been invested. The sound barrier coming on the other side, and that's going to cool them down just a little bit. The Reinhardt drops, and here's the rest of the press from Southern Miss. And a very quick, clean engagement there to stop the push.
What's the coffee type that has to do with like a cold press?
Isn't it? No, I know I don't drink coffee, so I have no idea. But isn't it cold press?
Somebody would know.
There
is cold press coffee, but I think it's like there's like types of coffees that have like specific names that are like Italian and whatnot. So I was just trying to do it. I was going to make a reference to it. But Blizzard Cuz gets sent out here from Reflex. It manages to freeze down 2. It's going to take out James. It's going to take out Galvanijo. And it allows for the rest of Southern Miss to now push off that pressure. And Riot more specifically will be the player to do so. Blaku Crow both fall to the Lucio. Juicebox Hero will clean up their Lucio of the competition. Southern Miss winning that fight handily. They really only had to expend 1 ultimate, maybe 2. I think Riot used his as well to get the job done.
Yeah, imagine a Blizzard that gets its job done. The pressure coming in immediately from Blanco. Blanco throws that down range. It's a good grab. Oh, but they can't find the angle on it. Crow's going to have to blind fire this through the box. I mean, it's a very good dragon. It's a great dragon. The amazing follow-up there from Galvanijo to keep it alive. I couldn't have asked for much more there out of your main tank in that scenario when Blanco kind of fired a little bit too early, and that might just escort him through to the end.
It's going to be extremely close for them to do so. They will throw that a wall, separating Galvanillo from his team, but it goes down fairly quickly. Now you see the Deadeye be employed. Jacob comes up to find Galvanillo. Main tank gone now for the Center College side, and they have to fight in a bad spot where they're in overtime. If they step off of this, it's all over, and a Diva Bomb is sent. Bruce Goose is the one to find impact with it. It takes out the Lucio of J-Double and can now re-mech to rejoin the fight and engage towards the Lucio of the opposing side. They're trying to keep themselves together. They're diving in both situations, but the spawns just aren't there for Southern Miss. They're forced now to step over towards Hammond. They've also had a massive Dragon Strike be attempted towards their face, but Crow does not live much longer to actually tell the tale. Finally, some kills dropping for Southern Miss, but it seems to be all she wrote, as it's just the last few stragglers, the trickling in, so to say, as they try to keep it alive, but with only 1.69 meters to go, the fight eventually does have to end, and Center College is the team that is consistently coming out on top in these engagements.
They're still going here. I mean, this is a pretty solid fight for the defenders to waste as much time as they have. The investment of the sound area there from J-Double, that leads to a string of kills. A very good Blizzard, though, coming back on the other side. Is it enough from Reflex? I just don't think they have the bodies quite present despite the respawn advantage, and I think that's going to be the end result of this. This Diva Bomb coming in here as well should deny a touch. Pasty has to teleport straight into it, and that will be that. Well, they do complete here, Infernosis, but it was a slog, and they run out of time as well. So, I mean, you get the 3 points, but you always want it with a little bit left in the bank if you can do so.
Yeah, if we do see Southern Miss swing theirs entirely in their direction, then what? At best, Center College can go for the tie, the draw, if they try to go for it once again. If that's a possibility they want to go for it, then yeah. At most here, we need Center College to completely deny Southern Miss if they want to win this map. They absolutely have to. So the question is, on my mind, Corbeck, what defensive setup does Center College need to do to deny Southern Miss? We've seen what they like to play. They haven't super strayed away from that one. What's the best lineup for them in terms of denial?
I mean, you're looking at it, honestly. The only thing I would switch...
Still, basically.
Yeah, the only thing that I would switch out in this is I would switch Jellymane over to a Baptiste, just for the immortality field and the amplification matrix. I think Baptiste probably the support with more utility here. The raw healing power of the Moira remains immense to this day, but the Baptiste just offers that immortality field, which is just such a critical piece of utility. A lot of this is going to come down to Crow. This is essentially a mirror matchup. The Maze are going to be the differentiating factor because she has so much CC ability, the wall, the power to change the battlefield, right, in a very, very effective manner. That's going to be the person to watch here. And E.G. Jacob there going for the early swing on the Widowmaker. I think that's only going to last a few seconds. And I actually disagree with this high ground hold. That I would not have done. You are a brawl composition. You want to get right into the gut of the enemy team. You don't want to faff about up here.
Well, if they can jump down, then it's not the worst, but at this time, they're kind of being walled down. They don't really have the ability. That's almost first pip on the point as well, but Immortality Field will be dropped. That will buy a little bit of time for Southern Miss, but beyond that, they need to actually clean up the kills, and they'll start to cascade that going forward. Juicebox and Jacob have been a prime duo combination so far, and they're continuing to be it as this objective starts to fall in their favor. And it's just Jacob. I think he's found 3 now. Juicebox has found 2, and then we saw 1 drop in Pasty. I mean, for Reflex. It's been a very strong performance so far from Southern Miss. Center College get caught off guard and then pay the price.
Terrible positioning, like actually appalling positioning. That was a fight entirely lost by the fact that they started on the high ground with a brawl composition. They should have started on the low ground, tried to cut them off as they were coming through the hotel, split the team, find an individual target. Instead, all the pressure was put on Center College to get back to the point. The Maywall coming up there, preventing them from rotating in immediately. It was very well played from Southern Miss to see that vulnerability and take advantage of it.
We call that in R6 knowing or watching and imitating, but not knowing what you're doing or why you're doing it. I think that was kind of what we saw. They've seen that strat before and wanted to implement it, but speaking of strats, Speaking of ults, you'll see a nice shatter be placed. It doesn't do much, though. Juicebox dies immediately afterwards, and it's really been that Mei on Mei violence, and Crow has started to come out of their shell fairly into this one. You said Crow would be very important for them, and I don't think there's any denial of that one. Crow is pivotal towards their success, not just in terms of the util as a whole, much like the immortality field's useful as Baptiste. Those walls are massively important to help your team as a whole and deny that backline and force them to funnel around a different direction.
Yeah, it's the case. I mean, the walls are the key part. It's another good one right there, but the Blizzard here really tipping the balance. Blaku's ult gets eaten in the midst of this as well, which is just unfortunate indeed. It's just going to allow Southern Miss to paint the kill feed blue. They don't need any more excuse than that, and they're able to hold on to some ults here as well, which is absolutely crucial. I'll be very surprised here if Center College gets a meaningful retouch before this second point gets completed.
It almost feels like Center College got caught off guard by how quickly Southern Miss was able to walk forward, right? They just didn't keep intel around the corner, and it just felt like Southern Miss were in their face with that can-do attitude before they even knew it hit them.
They're immediately going in for the engagement again. The Blizzard coming back the other direction. Bruce Goose there gets the eat on it. Crow just unfortunately not able to get anything off. Bruce Goose has been too strong there. Hungry Diva coming in big for the team. The follow-up very savage here. They should be able to clean up most of these kills, and definitely Center College reeling right now. Cannot find their level, their equilibrium here at all, and they're getting punished for it time and again. 5 minutes going into this last stage is kind of absurd, honestly, and you're going to see an almost immediate attempt at a re-engage here, but this feels very much vain.
Hungry Diva. It's a good line. I like that one, Corbeck. I like that one a lot, but I'll tell you who doesn't really like it, Center College. They've had a lot of struggles facing off against Bruce Goose. There's a reason why we voted him MVP so many times. He's phenomenal as a player and completes his utility. You do see a shadow go down. Juicebox looking to find some impact. Will do just that as his hammer slams into the heads of not just himself, but the competition as a whole. Riot boops one off the side. Jacob completes the fight onto their opposing side. And it's just cleaned up by Southern Miss. Blue in the feed, and there's nothing that Center College have been able to do to deny that. While Galvanijo can make the return to the objective, same as Jelly Main, they're not able to do anything besides that, and there's really no strong contention when it comes to the fight. No trickle-down economics towards their play. Not like we saw Southern Miss attempt to do for their defensive buying time. Center College died, felt themselves a little bit too much, and 4 minutes remain for Southern Miss.
Yeah, this is a very similar Southern Miss team to what we saw on the last map. I think their aggression is really doing them good credit here for most of these fights. Center College feels like they're constantly in a position where they're more reactive than proactive. And I think they're getting punished for that. At the start of the map, we talked about kind of initiative, right? Seizing initiative, using initiative. And Center College just has never gotten it. They have never been able to roll high enough on the dice. They're always behind the ball. Whatever metaphor you want to use for it, it's just not worked out. And as a result, Southern Miss has very much felt like they're in control. They're setting the tempo. They're engaging how they want, when they want. If Center College is going to battle back on the maps that come after this, and I'm talking about the maps that come after this because I think very unlikely that they can hold this point for 4 minutes and 13 seconds when they got absolutely pasted here last time we saw this. On the next few maps, they really have to figure out how they can kind of take away some of that initial advantage from Southern Miss. They have to be the one initiating the fights, and when they do initiate the fights, they tend to win Infernosis. They really do okay, but usually they're going into every engagement kind of a man down, and it's costing them. Let's see if they can hold this, though.
The hope really and truly is that they will, but some early ult charge attempted by Blaku eaten up by Bruce and will instead be their snack. And the first kill will drop in favor of Southern Miss as well. Pasty takes out the DPS, that's Who's James. And now it's just up to Crow to be able to dish out that hurt as their Reinhardt Galvanijo has been taken to the wayside. Same as Blaku. Southern Miss have swung themselves now into a probable map win. There's no one to contest. There's no time. And a nice wall will be placed to make it even more difficult. You could feel the heart break there for Center College. As soon as that first kill dropped, it felt like the wind got sucked out of their lungs and they couldn't breathe and felt suffocated on the objective. That's exactly where you see Southern Miss be their most important. That's where you see them play their best. When they're brawling, that in-your-face can-do attitude. The only times we see them really struggle against this side was when we saw Crow pop off with multiple Dragon Strikes. That was their undoing, the Grim Reaper of their side. And it was these fatal funnels, these corners that they utilized. Beyond that, that really and truly was the only times I really saw Southern Miss struggle in a lot of ways.
Yeah, again though, I mean in those instances, at least that play of the game we saw right there, the ults were kind of moving in favor, right? They had started in favor of Center College. They made the play with the grab. It didn't quite work out the way they expected, but it set them up for success on the other side. And it was probably one of the few times in that entire map that we saw Center College actively pull that off. And if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive, they've got to figure out how to execute those kind of combos quicker and more frequently here across these maps, or map 3 is going to be a very short and unfortunately unpleasant affair for the folks over at Center College.
Yeah, it's maybe another game here, Corback, where we see it not go past a BO3. A full reverse sweep is required at this point in time here. That's a tough ask. It's a really truly tough ask. Somebody who was it that asked me earlier? It was Berkeley Stevens. I love Berkeley. Used to be Yelk Rip, now Ult Charge. He brought it up to me. He put me on the spot, and he says, "Do you think it's possible for them to return and bring your full reverse sweep?" And I felt like I was pinned down. I was like, "That's a rude question. I don't." But I'll answer it, and I'll give them guidance for how I think they could do it. In this situation, reverse sweeps are tough, dude. They're really difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I know. We play R6, we were on one side for the entire time, like for a very long time. You have to come back from like 5-1 halves, right? You have to come back from huge and extreme sides. It's easy to look at a reverse sweep there and be like, oh, that's somewhat normal to see a big reverse like that. It's a bit more difficult for me to picture that in my mind, to see them return and bring it to a BO5. I'd have to see what the next map is before I give it a chance. I don't know what it is. I'll wait for the booth to give me that map. What was that? We'll go to a break instead. So we'll know afterwards, so we'll bring it up then, but we'll head to that quick break now, so I'll actually have the talking point afterwards. But I'm Infernotion here by Corback. More NECC Overwatch coming right back in a few short minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Overwatch here. It's the playoffs, the quarterfinals to be exact. I'm Quarterback, and alongside me is Infernosis, and we are watching Southern Mississippi Eagle Esports versus Center College Overwatch. And, well, it's been a bit of a Southern Miss supremacy sort of evening, hasn't it, Infernosis? They have had the better of Center College on 2 maps now, and I can't help but feel like that might not change going into our third.
Yeah, it's really been a Southern Miss slugfest, right? I like to use the word barn burner because it makes Chief angry, but he's not here,
Yes.
so I feel like it's not a great word for it. But yeah, it has been Southern Miss's game to lose, and they have not been doing that in the slightest. Even when we saw them slightly struggle to hold defensively, their attack was 100% put together. They lost, what, 1-2 team fights as a whole, I think. They were at the engagement. And the third one they struggled on, but like they put themselves back in the respawns with their side, so yeah, it wasn't a game that they were necessarily struggling with, but we are going over to Temple of Anubis, so there will be a lot of difficulties here, 2 CP points. So your defensive side has a massive advantage, so maybe that's what a side like Center College, who played fairly well on their attack, it could be an even worse situation for them, considering that Southern Miss's defense was just enough to force the overtime for Center College.
I have not seen this map in a while, actually, to be honest. I think this might be the first time that I see Anubis played here in NECC. I know other teams have played it, but in terms of actually casting it, I think it's been quite some time for me. So, yeah, 2CP, I mean, there's a reason they're removing the game mode from Overwatch 2 whenever that appears, and it's because it's not very fun for a lot of teams, and it can be quite difficult. I mean, think about things like respawn advantage. That's going to be a huge factor here. That's something to watch out for. Obviously, this is a very entrenched composition that Southern Miss is showing us. The double shield is very much set up for maximizing range damage. Reflex obviously feeling very confident here, enough so that they'll use the Sigma shield there for the early engage, but then he falls back, and that's when the real meat of this guns start firing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
This is, oh my goodness. No. I'm not even casting this. This is actual genuine awe right now. Quarterback. We watched every single moment of that one. I don't want to hype up our observer too much. I don't want to get an ego, but a really good job. That caught every single bit of that one. When you sacrifice the Sigma shield to cover your Hanzo like that, it kind of makes it a bit more difficult to return it, and it took them a little bit of time to do so. That's why the Orisa gravity pull, it was pivotal. It forced the Reinhardt to take a step back, which then gave sightlines to a couple of the players that overextended past that shields, and that's where Reflex picks off the last one, picks up the one trying to step up to the outside, then a second one, then their third. Too much damage for a Hanzo, and there was no denying it for Center College.
Blaku trying to form the front line here as the accretion comes out. The immortality field has to be invested as well. They have at least set their battle line, have Center College, but they're having a lot of trouble getting through the front door, as is so often the case. Crow here now trying to do a little bit of the reflex act himself, but having a much harder time. And there's the Gravitic Dragons combo. That's one you don't see often, but it is brutally effective, as 2 members of Center College find out to their detriment. And now the cutoff will come in as well. I get the feeling that Southern Miss is not in a particular merciful mood at the moment. And, well, Juicebox Hero going to go ahead and just get hyper aggro, and Bruce Goose will happily clean up those kills on the backside.
Just clean work for them here, Quarterback, right? There was really nothing they needed to do beyond that. They knew that they could stagger the spawns a little bit further, which gives them a better position, and it buys a little bit more time. That's exactly what they need. They know that Center College can defend them at least a little bit, but they also know that they can attack them fairly well from what we saw on that last map. However, 2CP, cursed point for them right now, and this is a cursed map. Nobody really likes the game mode, like you've mentioned. And now when you're adding in the fact that they've dropped down the amplification of the Matrix, they're just going to hide away. Center College is going to bleed even more time away from them. And Center College now is forced to rush through this back alley once again.
Been here, done this. I mean, I know how difficult this kind of attack is. You'll see the shields coming in on the initial engage. Bob is thrown in now to just create even more trouble, a fly in the ointment, as it were. Reflex is down, though, and that's a big kill. They managed to get the Hanzo out of this, but Bruce Goose is giving them no time to rest, and then Reflex gets res back into it. Now Blaku attempting their own little Gravitic Dragon combo. It's very solid. They managed to section off Bruce Goose here as well. Could bring him down quite easily. In comes the flashbang there, drops him almost immediately, and they are clear for the point.
Yeah, when you get through a chokehold like that, everything feels just wonderful. You feel like you're on top of the world, but Well, they started to put something together. Maybe we saw a glimpse of Southern Miss being able to buy a little bit of extra time, as there was Jacob trying to go with that Ash from the high ground, pop maybe 1 or 2 players. Boost up. The Baptista J double says, no, thank you. Not going to allow that any sort of way. And now it's going to be second point going underway. Center College with a fabulous retake, bringing themselves out of essentially a giant pit. And now have Southern Miss on their worst position. Well, I guess it's defensive's best position, but they now have to be make it or break it, almost perfect to a degree, besides the respawns, to get this job done.
Is ironically both your last stand and also a spectacular place to
Yeah.
be. And they've got the good ult advantage here for them as well. I think this initial fight now, especially, will be a clear win for Southern Miss.
It does feel like it's going to be that way. You can see the Gravitic Flux go down, now forcing them to engage. There was an Immortality field that's popped. Pasty will remove it, and now the rest of Southern Miss can just pop in, deal with the damage. And then you see Juicebox Hero just holding down the left click to get the job done. I hate Orisa so much, but their hitbox is so easy to hit as a sniper, so like it's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, she has to be in a double shield setup like this to have significant viability. I mean, in that situation, I actually think Bruce Goose could have held on to his Gravitic. I don't think they needed it. Once Jellymane was down on the Zenyatta, a lot of the punch was taken out of Center College's composition. But, I mean, he's done a good job of almost, getting 30-ish percent, 37%, almost 40 now back on it. So that was solid indeed. And this is a nasty little cutoff here as well.
Reflex is extremely low, was healing up, but not fast enough. The rock, the meteor, the whatever you want to call it, coming out from the Sigma of the opposing side of Blaku. Blaku takes the head off Reflex and forcing the resurrection here from Riot. The DPS are trying to be aggressive, which is not the bad decision, but at the same time, they have ultimates to work with, one of those being the Dragon Strike, but it's being emphatically countered now, as you will see the Transcendence go through, as well as seeing the Gongos of Death be dropped and employed. They're trying to be able to increase their damage, now having to deal with Bob in the same process, but it's Juicebox Hero in the middle of that distraction that cleans up too. Reflex with the bow, puts one to the body, and cleans up Crow. And the rest of Center College flushed away back through where they came, and Southern Miss continue to hold on to this point.
Yeah, it was a critical bomb right there, actually, coming out from E.G. Jacob. Did a really good job of just kind of disrupting the setup, and that was critical because I don't think it really allowed Galvanijo here to reset, right? That was a big part of that. And once the rotation is kind of broken for the Orisa, their effectiveness goes down dramatically.
Oh my goodness. How do you squeeze that arrow through that of all places? Of the targets to hit, it hits Crow. It's a clean kill. Galvanio will be able to take out Pasty, but 2 more drop in favor of Southern Miss. Juicebox and Bruce Goose, the tank combo up front, deal damage up front, and clean up 2 more. Now it's just the last few stragglers being flushed back once again. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, Center College only has a few more pushes in them if they want to be able to take this point.
I don't know how it works either, threading those arrows in like that. They always seem to find the one person who you don't want them to find in the mix, and that was very much the case right there, considering that Crow had that ult in the tank and was preparing to use it with the amplification matrix that would have boosted the initial arrow, and they've already lost a DPS early on again in this push, but honestly, in this time frame, you've just got to commit.
They have the Dragon Strike. Crow is teasing it right now. You can see he's tempted to do it the entire time. Will finally employ it, but I think most of Southern Miss was seemingly aware of it, so they took a huge step back, saying, hey, we're not going to, box you up front, and we'll have for Reflex now pop theirs. It's going to be effective, much more than we saw for Crow. It finds 1. Juicebox cleans up for another, but the refrag comes back now as Blaku finds 2 more. Sigmas have been very important for them, and it's only continuing as he finds yet another target. Juicebox will be resurrected, though. A Valkyrie has been popped by Riot, and they're trying to use that as a great form of utilization to heal and keep the team alive, and it is not failing whatsoever. Center College are bleeding the last few remnants of their side. Jellymane is performing a magic trick now as the Coalescence is in hand, but not actually doing anything, unfortunately. As they off yet another Gravitic Flux popping down. Blaku's charged that quite well, but is now just being burned down quite swiftly, trying to keep these corner pocket players out of the fight. Will be able to get 1. Is somehow still alive until you see the Gravitic Flux drop in favor of Bruce Goop, the 3K, the 4K as well, getting rid of the Soldier and cleaning up this map's first round.
Last match, it was a lot of Juicebox Hero kind of being the dominant force. On this one, it feels like it's been surrendered a little bit to Bruce Goose. She's been really the difference maker on a lot of these plays for Southern Miss, and unfortunately, they won't even get a tick, Center College, on point number 3 or 2. Very unfortunate indeed for them. I can imagine that's quite frustrating as well because it looked like maybe I was going to say it was a bit of a misplay. I think for it was a Blaku, I believe, on the Sigma to just remain in that engagement, right? Because when you looked at the amount of time that ticked down before they actually killed the Sigma off, you could have gotten probably a full team reset and gone back in and tried for another whole team fight. Instead, you kind of forced Center College into a position where they're almost trickling in because the Sigma wanted to invest so much in that fight, yada yada yada. But it looked like it might work for like a second there when Jellyman came in with the Coalescence. Things were looking okay through a damage orb, but whatever, that's pretty micro, all things considered. But in the end, it was a very, very solid effort by Bruce Goose to shut it back down and kind of stabilize the line. And that's what you want out of an off tank in a lot of situations. It's a difficult role to play. You have to be able to really read the flow of the game and know where to react. And did a spectacular job of it here across this Temple of Anubis map. Now Southern Miss attacking the Center College. I mean, if Kings Row is anything to go by, it's not going to be particularly easy for Center, but if there's ever a map where you're going to hold the team up, it is most certainly this one.
Yeah, this is the map to do it. There's a nice clip here for the NECC of me last semester with, I believe it was Berkeley, who mentioned time travel because they did it with more time than you actually start with in the game. I think they hit like 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Great clip. Caroline and our observers even talking about it right now. Funniest thing, but the dive is going forward already. Dive's going forward already, but you can see Jacob doing my favorite thing in the universe, playing Widowmaker, trying to find that first pick. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do that much, and 2 of their players will lose their life, which means just a quick reset for the side of Southern Miss. They know that if they lose 1 or 2, take a step back. There's no need to engage in a disadvantageous position, especially when you know that it's too difficult of a chokehold to get past already when you have all 5 or 6.
Very half-hearted dive, if I'm honest with you, Infernosis, and they're getting punished for it right here. It's the support line is solid and certainly can back up the dive, but you know, they're not getting a lot of value out of the Widowmaker despite the good positioning. They're not really able to get Reflex into a position where they can actually be impactful, and the end result is that these dives are falling a little flat. This is good though. I mean, they're asserting a little bit of dominance here, but look at how transient it is. It really doesn't last for very long, and already they're trying for these brief engages with Juicebox, but he just cannot sustain in this position. This is about the best luck that they've had. Who's James here sectioned off, might actually die, and okay, good, they managed to get the McCree down, but there's still the rest of the team to deal with.
It's just going to come down to like the individual engagements. For Center College, they need to return back to the objective. They've been able to do that, but they haven't really been able to piece anything together, and Bruce Goose is dropping out the Graviton Surge, making it even more difficult, and they'll clean up spectacularly off of it. Jacob finally finds their kill with the Widowmaker, but Ryan and Juicebox, including the player Bruce Goose, we're doing the rest of the work. Southern Miss clean up. House take the first point, and they've got plenty of time afterwards, but Center College had a pretty good time bank too. It wasn't the worst performance from them. I don't think second point is going to be the best for the Widowmaker, though I hate dubbing on Widowmaker. I one-trick Widowmaker here, Corbeck. I don't know if you knew that. But I also agree, it's not that strong, and there's a reason why it's not prevalent right now, and it just doesn't feel like it's going to find the impact you want, especially with a Ryan Shield up front, and you're having to rely on a Winston. Everyone's going to be mobile, but a Pulse Bomb sit. That'll start things off very strong for the first kill, and Reflex finds their second.
A brutal read right there to pick out Crow with the ult, but the fight's still going. Juicebox Hero has confirmed some kills. Bruce Goose is confirming them. Finally, EG Jacob getting clocked in there on the Widowmaker. Only one defender left, kind of in stall position, trying to hold it out, and it's just not enough. And Southern Miss sails by Center College here to secure their next spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, this was a very dominant performance from them. They were basically uncontested when it came to their attacking. Their defense had a couple things to piece together, but their attacking was, when they got past it and got past that fatal funnel in the beginning, they were unstoppable. It was momentum. It's all about that drive, all about that power. You know, they managed to keep themselves alive and stay hungry and devour. So, you know, it's a thing to look at. I don't know if you catch that reference.
Oh, I do. I'm right there with you. Don't worry. Yeah, no, it was a very solid performance from Southern Miss. I don't really know what more we could honestly say about it. I mean, their tank line looked dominant. Their supports were doing exactly what they needed to. I mean, I will give credit to Center College. There were moments that looked quite convincing. The early start of that Anubis defense, for example, looked very good. They had a couple of great combo plays on Kings Row. But when stuff started getting really difficult, when things started to go awry, Center College just got too bent out of shape. They weren't able to snap back into form. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eagle Esports, never looked fussed, right? It was always an adaptation, even right there in that very frustrating start to Anubis. They quickly identified the target that they needed to find, right? It was Who's James, who got knocked off the top deck, and they closed down and got the kill. That's basically exactly what you want to do. And at the end of the day, Southern Miss just a stronger team.
Yeah, it was a very dominant performance from them. You can't give too much hate to Center College. They played their best. They made it here, but there has to be a victor, and the victor is going to be that Eagles side, and they took it in a very nice fashion. But we'll take a quick break, though. We're going to have an interview with one of the players for our winning side and hear what maybe they have to say about it after a quick 3-0 victory for them. So make sure to stay tuned for more NECC action. We'll be right back, the player, to talk about this more. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC with some more Overwatch action. My name is Infredosis, joined here by the wonderful Korvac. We've got ourselves an interview here on the phone down below. As you can see, the one, the only Juice Box Hero. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well, yeah.
Glad to hear that. I really am. W, big one, 3-0,
Yeah.
same as all the other games before. How do you feel immediately afterwards after that victory?
Honestly, business as usual. Yeah, they were good for sure, but I think we just played pretty well. We have some things to work on from the game today, but yeah, feeling good.
Things to work on. I know Korvac pointed it out on last map for y'all's bit weird attack, trying to get through first point as well. Korvac, you want to touch on that?
I was just the dive composition that you guys were setting up. I mean, it was sort of a quasi dive. I was curious what your plan was. What was the thought process there? Because it wasn't what I would say a traditional double bubble composition necessarily.
Yeah, so we were like trying to buy time for our Ashe, or we were on Ashe at the time, or Widow, just to
You were on Widow, yeah.
Yeah.
just to buy time. So like I was soft jumping, like taking space, building nano, that kind of stuff, and then Bruce Goose just kind of walked on the flank and killed like everyone. So we didn't need to use nano. We were kind of planning on using nano to break open first, but Bruce Goose is a bit of a freak, so you know.
That he is. Yeah. we had a couple words. We had a couple words in between actually talking about that. I said, "Who was the best player in your team?" You didn't really answer it actually. If you want to go ahead and tell everyone here in the audience who do you think is the best player on your team?
Well, okay, so individually, it's got to be Bruce Goose, I think. But I do all the calling and like shot call everything, and like basically babysit my team to rotate a lot of the time. So I'd like to think I'm pretty important there. But I think everyone has stepped up. Really, I want to give a shout out to everyone, even Riot, who just sat there on Mercy and damage boosted. He was doing great.
It is important for context, right, to point out that your entire team is there in the room with you right now. So
There's also an asterisk. That's not what he said in between the break.
No, it's not.
It's nowhere close.
PR department's kicking in here.
Hey, man.
Oh, that's funny as all get out. Korvac, you got a question you want to bring up about their strats?
Just curious how you guys are feeling about now you're going forward in the playoffs. It's very likely that you're going to hit the #1 seed. You guys had a pretty solid regular season. How do you feel though about going into a matchup that I imagine will not be quite as easily handled as tonight's?
I don't know. We're just gonna go and play our best, and if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Yeah, they beat Purdue.
Wait,
silver, I think. But yeah, we are excited because we didn't play our best comp today, actually. So it'll be fun to actually get to show what we're best at.
Is this saving strats, Korvac? Is he saving strats right
he
now?
is.
No,
Yeah,
it's not. We just didn't get to a good map for it because I trolled the map bans on the first one. But
So not Troll R6, Troll OW. So yeah, we're used
Exactly.
to seeing people save strats in other games. This one, the meta is basically pretty tight.
Yeah.
So I guess there's not really saving strats in Overwatch as a whole. But speaking of saving strats, and speaking of you saving face earlier by doing a complete 180 about who was the best on your team earlier, I'll let you actually give a second to shout out anyone behind you and actually give that. Except maybe Jacob, you had some pretty harsh words about him.
Yeah. Okay. So first, I'm gonna just shout out Reflex on the May and Tracer. He's did really well. His May used to really suck, so it's really good now, which is really good. It's really nice to have a May that knows what he's doing a lot of the times. Pasty is really good. Really good mechanically. He DPSs a lot, as I'm sure you guys saw a little bit. But he makes the right calls a lot of the time. Riot is picked up a lot of new heroes. He kind of started as a Brig OTP, so playing Mercy and Lucio to that level is good. Jacob, obviously, our hit scan player, he's good too, I guess. And then I got to give a big shout out to my tank duo, Bruce Goose, who I felt like we locked it down. Yeah, that's the whole team.
Well, Glad to have you here, Corbeck. You got any final words?
No, I'm good. As congratulations. Look forward to seeing you guys in your next match.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, UC Box for Hero, for joining us here. Hope you have a great afternoon. But that has been it here for the NECC for this game. We have another game that's coming up afterwards. The time, I'm not sure exactly when it's going. Most of these games have been fairly immediately afterwards. We are super ahead of schedule. Every game today going and finishing in 3 has really thrown this out of proportions. A polar opposite from last semester. I'm gone for a couple weeks and you guys start actually winning games in an orderly fashion. Come on, this is unprecedented. Ridiculous, so to say. But yeah, it's been a very quick day. Maybe this last one will go past 3 maps. Who necessarily knows? But make sure to stay tuned. My name's Infernosis, joined here with the wonderful Corbeck. We'll be back here for the next one as well. So make sure not to miss that one. This is the NECC with Overwatch. Stay tuned for Match 5. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Much shorter break than anticipated there, but apparently the two teams were a bit more ready than I anticipated. Nudge, producer should have told me, but it is what it is. I'm not throwing shit. I'm definitely not throwing shit. My name's Infernosis, though, joined here once again in the booth here by Corbeck. Love him to death. Great guy. Much better cast than me at Overwatch. Dude has a big brain.
Hush.
But we've got 2 teams coming up. Corbeck, why don't you tell me about them in the division as a whole and how this bracket has been faring out?
Yeah, it's looking at Challenger Cyan. What is it? Cyan? We've literally had this problem before. I'm so bad with colors. Anyway, it's Challenger, that one color that I can't pronounce. And it's another mid-table matchup here for us actually tonight. It's Augustana College versus Valparaiso University. And both of these teams 6-2, 4 and 5 seed respectively. Again, very similar to our last match, and it was quite interesting. I think I thought that match was going to be a lot closer on the last one. It wasn't, which just goes to show you rankings aren't everything. It's really important to note here that Augustana did run into Valpo Shield during the season, and they did beat them 3-0, and that was the last time these two teams met, but that was in week 2, Infernosis, so a lot might have changed since then. I don't want to put too much stock into that particular result, but I given that that's there right in the past, I assume coming out of the gate here on map number 1, we might get a relatively good perspective on how this is going to run.
I'll bring a parallel over to R6 we had yesterday. There was a team that had lost in week 2 complete blowout, right? They had gotten wiped.
Right.
14-7, I think, was the total scoreline for the two maps they played. They came back and won, right? Or technically, they wiped map 1 and then lost
Sure.
map 2 and then won map 3. But they won, right? It was a very good game, and they had this huge return. They basically were an entirely new team of sorts. I think that this might be what we see here. Augustana faced UC Davis in week 8, and they lost 1-2. And UC Davis played against Valpo Shields on week 7, just a week prior, and Valpo won 2-1. So Valpo has that winning record against UC Davis, where we do see Augustana has lost, which was a huge upset for them in their week 8. There's got to be something here that maybe means something to them, but obviously starting off strong, Sim teleports into the objective. Now the firefight goes through, and the brawl has to officially start and engage. The Immortality fields start to make that a bit disadvantageous to the side that loses theirs first, and that's what we see. Majority red in the feed, that we do see Dad and Suburb trying to keep themselves up, or sorry, that Super B is that's what their name is, and it's in fact going to be a team kill favoring, and the first point will go to the Valparaiso side.
Yeah, Valpo coming out strong, good teleport in, and we're able to capitalize on that. Interestingly, their Symmetra ult charge is a little bit different here, but it's relatively minor sort of nitpick here as they move around and go back in for the engage. Augustana needs to get an early win in this fight. An early kill would be good. It's not going to come.
Yeah, those turrets deal a lot of damage trying to step through, and they didn't really have any eyesight on it. They didn't try to, I guess, dip their toe in the water before that engagement, and they face the price. It's too cold, too icy. You can't swim in the winter, and unfortunately, you're going to get that hypothermic shock, and you'll find yourself lying on the floor quickly afterwards. And Valpo will once again win that engagement, bringing them even higher on this percentage scoreboard as they're nearing 40% already.
Yeah, already a very cracking start here for Valpo. This engage coming in, but they're missing, I think, Weezer. It's a bit of a rough start.
Another fight immediately dropping in favor of Valpo. 2 kills dropping, now another 2 going forward. It's been a majority of the tank front line as they cleaned up 4 out of the 5 kills that have dropped. I think one player, Fampeedy, is just kind of hunting around for some of the util that may be left, but there wasn't really much to go off of. Augustana just aren't piecing anything together quick enough or strong enough to get past this chokehold.
No, it's a very dominant performance right now from Valpo. They don't look fussed at all, and they've got the ult advantage going into this fight as well, and we are getting dangerously close to last fight territory here for Augustana.
Ooh, Ant Matrix goes down, but a shatter is attempted here by Brub, but unfortunately for him, blocked by Breaded Man's shield, and Breaded Man will be able to clean up the kill into Brub as well. Another kill drops in their favor. It's Sea-Dog, as also the Immortality field is stripped away from them. This fight handily going against Valpo as Augustana are keeping themselves calm and coordinated, but a quick double kill by Fampany and dividing this map in half will make things even more difficult as that laser is devastating, and Brub's hammer will complete the rest. That's necessary. The 3K to his name, and this objective that was objectively going to Augustana denied by just needing 2 players to do the majority of that work.
Well, it's interesting. Any magic that Augustana had earlier in the season when they beat these guys 3-0 doesn't seem to be there just yet. But I mean, it's very early days, isn't it? Really only stage 1, map 1. Plenty of time to go back the other direction. Augustana flashing us that shadow dive, as I've heard some people call it. You've got the Reaper and the Sombra in there, very heavily reliant on Dad's ability to generate EMPs in a timely and effective manner. Valpo, though, they're sticking with a relatively aggressive composition and maintaining Fampeedy here on that Symmetra. That's an interesting choice on their end. I'm not entirely convinced that they'll have a distinct advantage here, but they'll certainly have the momentum advantage at the beginning because of this teleport.
TB allows me to brawl fairly early on, and both teams tend to bring it, but Valpo brings it, and we don't see Augustana do so. Like you said, that shadow fight, whatever you want to call it, what it comes down to, it just doesn't give them that same level of swiftness. But the objective isn't even unlocked yet, so it's not necessarily a big point, and the first kill even drops in favor of Augustana. Super B not just finds the player Brub, but takes out Sea-Dog as well, singing them right into the drip. And that's both your frontline tanks for the Valpo side that are now out for the count. And it's going to be up to your DPS and healers to keep themselves well-oriented, and it's just not seemingly going that way for them. Dad takes one more out. It's just having to rely on an Immortality field here for the player that is Dead Knight, and they're not able to keep themselves together. I'll bring forward a joke here, quarterback. Game 1, we had a player for the Stevens College side. They were Mommy, and now we have a player on Augustana that's Dad. We almost have a whole family.
Freud would have a field day, no doubt, with all of that, but It's neither here nor there, really. A lot of this is ironically, a lot of this relies on Dad. The Sombra has to be mega effective here to really make that pick count, and I just haven't seen it yet as we get into another fight here.
Yeah, the Coalescence dishes out a lot of damage, but we haven't seen any ultimates that have been beyond that so far for Augustana. We do see that the wall has been divided. That's Fabity's ult doing that work, but we're finally seeing some more util drop out. 2 kills drop for Valpo, and a Diva Bomb will be able to take out Bruv. That denies any chance of their Shatter going forward, but they don't need that Shatter. The rest of the squadron there for Valpo will clean up house, now taking the objective, and only 37% went in favor of Augustana as they held.
Dad nearly on the EMP. If they can execute well, unfortunately, there's no real ults that they can combo with it just yet. They could wait until they get a primal. That might be what they choose to do, but if they invest it here, I just don't think they're going to have a follow-up.
Shatter is implemented. This is Bruv's, and they're just going to EMP. They don't really plan to use any ultimates around it just yet, though they do have the Primal Rage if they choose to do so. They're going to clean this one up mostly by the aggressive dive and the initial denial of actual, I guess, ability usage with that EMP. It works dividends. It pays for them in stride. And for some reason, Breaded Man Primal Raged maybe to survive the Death Blossom initially, but
yeah,
it's a bit of a waste here, Corbeck.
Yeah, I think that was the idea, I guess. I agree. It was a waste. They did not need to use the Primal. Even if Breaded Man had died, he probably would have gotten back to the point before the next engagement starts. Dirty Wolf coming out here on the Soldier is not a choice that I necessarily agree with either. I think it's a bit of a strange call, and he's already dead. I mean, that doesn't really help him at all. Dad there ticking up towards another ult, but the Coalescence coming in early. That's very problematic indeed.
They're a player down going into this fight. They pop the wall. They try to keep away from a Coalescence as Harvicle tries to harvest some of the opposing side. They just didn't have anything beyond that. They even popped the Amp Matrix to try and engage and get, I guess, make up for the damage they were lacking from Dirty Wolf's early death. It just wasn't there, Corbeck, and he didn't feel like it was the same level of engagement we've seen from them on last round or even the beginning stages of this round.
The part of the problem too is that they invested ults going in at a 5v6, which is usually something you don't want to do. But look at this teleport engage straight into the gut there, and Weezer's just waiting for him. They're going to throw a Diva Bomb in it as well. Superb gets 2 with the bomb and 1 with the remake, which is very impressive indeed. Probably did need to throw the bomb, all things considered there, but it will enable the team to handily win this objective point regardless. I guess, you can't take it with you over to the next round, right, Invernosa, so you might as well use it.
You can't store it for later, right? It's not a chipmunk.
No paladin
saving
stuff here.
acorns.
No paladin shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. I will openly say, it was a nice ultimate, right? And the remake getting another kill on top of it, it wasn't necessary, as that was basically a fight Valpo was preying on and just begging to try and give themselves kills, which was not going for them. The TPN, it was really expected from Augustana, but it was nice. It was nice to see that go through. But with this new objective in this round, I really do prefer this one out of all the other ones because it's a lot of really wide open space for the brawl. There's also some pillars and slight walls that can deny a lot of ults and utilities. Some people kind of fall behind. And this is such a good objective for Lucio as a whole to be such a thorn for anyone trying to fight. And the brawl that comes up here on the high stages is paramount to success as the round progresses onward.
Oh, brutal control room engagement right off the start, as is so often the tradition here on Control Center. It will be a very close quarters, knock them down, drag them out sort of match. Weezer looking for an early advantage, won't kind of find it. Harvicle forced to throw the Immortality Field quite early on. The Immortality Field coming out as well from Valpo to keep them in the fight. And Harvicle already has a Amplification Matrix. Unfortunately, it won't keep him alive. He will go down. They lose the Baptiste healing right there early on in this fight. And that's quite problematic, especially because an Amplification Matrix coming the opposite direction, being used for its healing capacity, but it's not enough to keep their main tank alive. Still, though, it does look like Valpo will probably come off the winners here. Looks like a potential re-engage might be coming.
Ooh, yeah, they're able to keep their spawn staggered enough to be able to contend and keep fighting. Fampany has the Dead Eye, will be able to utilize it and finds one more on top of it. But you'll also see that Gravitic Flux go down, and that's going to give Bruv the next kill necessary to get rid of that pesky Lucio, like I mentioned prior. It was an interesting engagement. I mean, Augustana taking it for just a little bit wasn't like this huge side, but Valpo in a position where they didn't have the Amplification Matrix first, they didn't have a better engagement, and yet they still come out on top in the end just by staying alive and re-engaging where necessary. But a shatter is attempted by Sea Dog. almost entirely blocked. No one really taking the brunt force of that damage, and Breaded Man also attempts to go for one of their own. A 4-stage pin, and now it's a firefight, so to say, as the hammers swing forward. Neither side getting the best of one another just yet. The fight on the objective is objectively dropping in favor of the Augustana side. The respawns for Valpo have not been favoring them, and now are going to have to walk all the way back as they're losing 3 more players on top of it.
Yeah, Augustana holding firm here. Committing the sound barrier there at the tail end, I think, was actually a bit of a mistake. Superb trying to get very aggressive in the follow. They can't really afford this. They don't have the resources. They don't have the bodies up here. They do move forward enough to get Dad in a position where they can get some turrets down, which will help the amplification matrix being unleashed early on here as well.
Trying to keep the fight towards their spawns, not a bad play. I actually really like being the aggressor in a lot of these situations, but there's so many times where I've seen that flip on its head just by the ability for which a Lucio is known famous for. Speeding up, right? Taking themselves forward into that fight and actually being able to engage in a good fashion, but with the ice wall going down, it makes things a bit more difficult, as well as a blizzard being sent out here by Weezer, and they are cleaning up house as they have frozen any chances of Valpo to step forward, and they're just continuing to deny them entry even into the building as a whole. 80% in ticking, and Valpo are at their wits' end to even step inside the building.
Yeah, getting very close to last fight territory here. Only 2 ults to speak of as well on the Valpo side. They need an absolute miracle to make this stick, and I don't know that we're going to see it just here.
Well, will be splits. It makes things a bit difficult, but there also will be a shatter being utilized there by Breaded Man, and it's blue in the feed. Just Famputy left standing, and they will be felled very quickly afterwards. I believe it was a team kill, actually, for the Augustana side. And that's going to be Augustana taking the victory there on map 1, even though we saw a very strong start for Valpo. Literally, basically no chance for Augustana in that first round. They returned in round 2 and in round 3 and swung themselves handily in favor. They did a very good job to return themselves into that.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it was a bit of a rough start, all things considered, right? But they came back. They showed some real mettle. And I think one of the things that they did really well was a general high caliber of ult usage, especially thinking back on that control center. I do think Augustana's ult usage was impeccable. They really knew when they needed to push the button. They really knew when they needed to push forward there, and they knew when they needed to be a little bit more conservative and keep it close to roost. I think one of the other problems too is these teams are both struggling a little bit with disengages, which means that these fights are going really long. And for Gnosis, they're very complex fights, a lot of, kind of soft backing off and then a quick re-engage. And in those situations, it gets really confusing. And generally a team that looks a little bit more organized, a little bit more calm heavy is the one that emerges on top. And I think that's been benefiting Augustana, especially on those last 2 stages.
When you say these fights are going for extremely long periods of time, this isn't like the trickle down plays that we saw previously in the last game when it came to Kings Row. This is like the fights are going on for long periods of times, and 1 or 2 are dying, but they just make it back and their teammates are still alive, right? It's engagements that are way too long for their own good.
Yes.
And while their ultimates are being charged, the people are just living. It's almost like the healers are working overtime. Somebody's going to start docking their pay at some point for putting in too many hours because they're committing so much to it, and their teammates are charging their ultimates, which is good. And we saw that handling on that last round where the amplification matrix for both sides were the first 2 ultimates to be ready. But they didn't really swing things handily in favor to one side or the other. They just were there.
Usually it's a little bit indicative of like a target focus issue, right? When a lot of people are surviving for a really long time, it's usually that the team after the initial target, perhaps in a fight, is killed, has a little bit of trouble readjusting to a new target and getting everyone on board. And God knows that's very, very difficult to do. Having played on multiple Overwatch teams myself, I can attest to that. But that is usually what happens. But teams need to know when to disengage. You're down 2 people in a fight. Is it better to keep the trickle going? No, it's better to go back, get the rest of the team, come back in and try a set play. The only place where I might say it's okay to stay engaged is particularly Legion Control Center, just because if they push you out the doors, it becomes a mess. Like, it's really hard to get in, as we saw at the tail end there. So that's about the only time I would see that.
Now, what's your opinion about Blizzard World? Because that's the next map
Oh, I
we're
love it.
heading to. I love this map as well.
It's my favorite map, actually. I like, not necessarily like in terms of gameplay, because it definitely has its problems, but so does every map really at the end of the day. But I think it's very cool. It's the most creative map I think in the entirety of the game. It's just so fun. There's a lot going on there, so I like it for its visuals and its general, its mood. Its mood.
The map is really fun. That's first and foremost. But is Echo still as prevalent as she used to be on that map? I mean, when I last cast
Flyers
Overwatch,
are
she
viable.
was everything, right? She was basically as in most compositions for most maps. I have not seen her today ever.
Really?
Right? So
Interesting.
jumping into that and now going to Blizzard World, which is a map I also haven't seen today, I would like to see Echo. I would like to see an Echo pop off and be that key figure that Echoes typically tend to be when it comes to Overwatch and compositions. Echoes with a combination of having a Mercy to assist and then also having a Winston to dive in. Then you can go double Winston comp and Primal Rage both in. There's a lot of different things Echo can bring to the table, and Blizzard World is one of the perfect maps to do so on. It's wide. The sky is everywhere. There's just so much available to utilize as an aerial-born hero that people who are stuck on the ground, lowly peasants on the ground, don't have the ability to utilize. Right? It's a whole new world, so to say here, Corvac.
Yes, it is a whole new world when you're up there flying. No carpet required in this particular scenario. But I mean, Flyers are still very dominant. I think one of the reasons we didn't see that come out in our last match is because none of those maps were particularly Flyer friendly. Maybe Temple of Anubis, you can run a Pharaoh on. It used to be kind of a thing that people did, but sort of tapered off really towards the end of the game. But nowadays, I definitely think it would not surprise me at all if we saw a Pharah or an Echo played here, especially on the early points. Stage 1, a lot of teams do run it, but it does look like neither of the teams is showing it. Both of these teams and both of the teams we saw in our last match as well do seem much more comfortable in more kind of I would say solid compositions, a brawl composition. They're showing a double shield here as well. I don't necessarily like Valpo showing double shield on attack. That is a difficult thing to run into a very challenging defensive setup, which is usually what Blizzard World is. And they don't have a Lucio either, so there's no option to kind of speed them into a position where they can plant the shields and try and fight from behind like that fire base, right? This is going to be a slow run up here. And I know that Mei isn't, a sniper or whatever, but she can do a lot of damage at range, and I think they're setting themselves up for a relatively difficult attack with this composition.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I mean, we know what Sea-Dog and Fampity are capable of doing, but Fampity was on the healer last time around, right? I mean, Fampity was DPS. We see that switch there with Bruv, but it is interesting to see them rock the double shield. They're trying to go forward with it. They're trying to move around the left side here, trying to swing around to this corner. And it doesn't look like Augustin is really giving them that space just yet. They're still trying to play around it just the same, but they're also having to move around the shield. That is one of the advantages of being able to toss that shield out as a resale, but unfortunately, when you toss it forward, they can walk through it as well. It's not a solid wall here, Corbeck. They can walk through it just the same and fire back, and they did just that, and they'll find not just 2, but 3, and force Valpo to turn around and run with their tail tucked between their legs.
I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about, though, why this composition isn't a great choice. Not only is it a great choice because it's always a little bit hard to attack with this setup, especially if it's not kind of the meta-dominant composition, it's also just a bit rough to get up close and personal with this Reinhardt, this much more brawl-oriented composition that Augustana is showing us. Like you said, the shield isn't solid. They just walk through it. They start swinging the hammer in Sea-Dog's face, and life becomes increasingly difficult for the Orisa.
Yeah, the song Life Could Be a Dream. Yeah, not so much. It's more like a nightmare right now, and it's continuing to do that going forward. So Super B just dives in as a diva. Gets a massive amount of damage going forward, but I think most of it, majority, saved by the fact there's an immortality field that gets placed. They're trying to keep themselves back, retreating, so to say, but first person to die actually in this engagement's not going to be a player in Valpo. It'll be Breaded Man. They lose their Reinhardt, and immediately afterwards lose their player of Baptiste, Harvical. Now they're going to try to bring themselves back together, but they only have one more DPS as Bruv has lost that fight as well. It seems to be a dire straight position, and the last few remnants of their side are being flushed off of the objective, not given the time to wait for the rest of their team to apply until the Reinhardt can make the return, but they're already halfway through. Second pip has been guaranteed on this first point, and it looks to be they'll give it up and try to plant for the street's face.
It's a shame that they had to use both Bob and the bongos there at the tail end. I think Bob just Yeah, Bob just
Took a swim.
teleported straight across the map. He just YOLO'd. A feeling that many of us can relate to at times, I'm sure. The desire to just run screaming through an amusement park and hurl ourselves into fake water. But, you know, it's a bit of an interesting fight. I think the first kill was just so impactful that it took a lot of effort for Augustana to recover. Their positioning was a little ugly early on as well, and I think that hurt them. You can just see Valpo continuing to apply pressure here. They need to get through the gate. They're probably missing the beatdown bongos just a little bit right now here, but they should still be okay, I think, on this attack.
I want to point out there, the Valpo Immortality Field is what kept them alive inside that really close fight. And what we thought was going to be them losing it turned out to be Bread and Man to die first, and the first kill was way too impactful. But speaking of kills being impactful, a 5K here for Bruv as the Death Blossom is intense, so to say the least. The last kill will be stolen from him, unfortunately, as Dirty Wolf will take it instead onto Super B. But Valpo swing themselves forward now. Very nice start, and they can continue to push this payload through this Streets phase, and Augustana got to pick something else because that did not work out for them.
It did not, and I handed it over to you right as Sea-Dog died, and I was like, well, I've spoken too soon. Did not necessarily see it ending that way in their favor, but it certainly did. It was a very good play by Bruh to kind of slip into the back line right there and just go stabby and get all those guys down. So I gotta give credit where credit is due, and here comes a very quick re-engage, though. They're not giving it up without a fight, that's for sure.
Trying to keep themselves close. The Immortality Field will be shot. They'll pop the Diva Bomb, though, out of, I guess, necessity, not desire. So it's a little unfortunate to see it go away, but they're still trying to push forward. Weezer is able to find a kill as the Mei, tagging the body and head of Bruv, and removes that Reaper from any point of contention now. And you can see that there are two ultimates ready and available. Parvicle's amplification matrix, I always struggle with the word for that one, is coming up fairly soon. That's why I usually say garage door. It's just easier in my head.
Yeah,
they have the Rhine Shatter
door,
and the Blizzard.
TV.
There's a lot of names, dude.
I heard a lot of names. There's no set architecture of calls in Overwatch. It's one of those things. Breaded Man now going in for the shatter spot, and lots of bodies behind the Orisa. It might have been enough here to Dead Knight actually pulling out the Transcendence here to keep the team alive, keep the dream going, and Famputi now helping to turn it around. A good slam coming in right there. The rest of the team looking to follow up on what their teammates have done, and they just might do it. Some very impressive kills coming in, and all in the back of Dead Knight making a really good read early on in that fight.
One of the things we can point out as well was I think Sea-Dog put down they used their Solidify Fortification, whatever the name is for the Orisa, and so Breaded Man tried to charge and he hit something, or he hits Sea-Dog as they were immune to being moved, right?
Yep.
That stopped the charge from hitting the majority of the team, all of the team that was downed at that point and laying on the floor. That was insane, and it probably kept the majority of them alive and allowed for that Transcendence to go forward and allowed for Valparaiso for the Valpo side to stay alive and turn that fight not just around, but win it ultimately in the end.
Well, Bob getting massacred right there as soon as they were invested. It's a bit unfortunate, and that's going to give some oomph to Augustana here, at least temporarily. They will backpedal just a little bit. They have Dad with the high noon, and they're actually going to use that almost in a zoning pattern there just to make sure they secure the side. The Blizzard comes out. It does not get eaten. It was very close. Superb, unfortunately, put down the D-Matrix at exactly the wrong time. Another Gravitic coming in. Great sound barrier there by Vanilla. Big hug to keep it all going, keep it all alive. Dad gets a really impressive kill here as well onto the other Cowgirl in the mix, and that should be enough, I think, to buy us a couple of seconds breathing room right here as Dead Knight prepares to go forward again with another Transcendence in the pocket. Good early orb coming in, and might actually cost a Diva a mech.
Maybe exactly what we see. Super B's having to take a step back now, not at a good spot. The good thing for Valpo here is the fact that they can just take a step back. It's almost like 2 CP defense right now, Corbeck. They're so close to their spawn. It's basically an uphill battle to stay this one. The second you lose this fight, they're pushing it past you, right? Because they can lose 3 players in the same fight and just have them back 10 seconds later because it's that close to the spawn. So you kind of have to think twice about engaging. That's why we're seeing Augustana be very laid back. They've even stepped back, majority of them in this back room. They're trying to play this corner, using this door to their advantage in the shield of Breaded Man. But eventually the cave will have to fall. And an amazing block by the Sigma shield denies the Reinhardt shatter, but Super B wants none of it. Hits them with the Diva bomb and hits down Bruv once more. Headshot kill, collects one more. And it was just 2 players left standing for Valpo, but it does not matter. That fight handily in favor of Augustana.
Looked like it could have been a bit bad. There was that really good block that you mentioned, but Superb just cleaning it up with the Diva Bomb right there. Exactly what they needed. Still, Beatdown Bongos coming in and Fan Putty nearly on that Gravitic Flux as well. Two big ults. This Deadeye coming out at this stage will get nothing as the fight starts to boil.
Bombs being sent out, that'll help assist. Amplification Matrix being popped here for Harvicle as well. But they've lost their Lucio, but they picked up 2 kills of their own, one of them only being in a bomb. But still, that's something, you know, one way or the other. He's fairly useful in a lot of ways. But Brov's got the high ground. There is no Death Blossom available, so it's not that useful in terms of actual utility, but it does force some eyes upward, which does allow for him to, I guess, take some of the heat off of his teammates in the fight. But a Gravitic Flux now being popped. He slams down Harvicle, finishes the kill, finds the next shot onto Dad, and his teammates will clean up the rest. Valpo with a dominant performance. You do see the Blizzard was thrown, but it was much too little too late. And it's going to be a dire fight in the last few seconds as they're nearing the last few meters in this last engagement against Augustana.
Yeah, overtime fight indeed. Fanputi trying to put through a little bit of damage here early on. Chiroro in the midst of everything else, just trying to stay alive. The Transcendence coming out almost immediately from Dead Knight, keeping the team in it, and the kills starting to come in now for Valparaiso. They just need to overcome this little bit of a disadvantage here that they have with this spawn pressure coming out from the side of Augustana. It looks like they might have just about done it. They will cap that last defender, I believe it was Vanilla Big Hug, and they will tap it through here. So no time left in the time bank, but they still complete. And I think that's the most critical aspect of it, because it means that they will continue to keep the dream alive.
Oh, their composition, we have been talking about it. Mostly you've been really onto them about it. You've been pulling their leg, so to say. Their composition for the attack was that double shield, which is so weird. It is very weird to see that be brought in, especially on first point. For payload, it makes a little bit more sense, but no, it was still extremely strange for them to see that, but they were so successful with it. Yeah, they capped it in overtime, but I was not predicting them to even make it to the end, let alone survive that long when they were bringing that composition. They get themselves one single good push onto first point, take it, and then the rest of the map is just theirs for the taking as they play that payload game and drive it consistently forward and bring themselves all the way up to that 3-point round lead. Now Augustana is forced to play this one near perfectly. They need time on the board if they want to have a really good chance for this one. And it's definitely doable for what we've seen from them so far.
I mean, it's interesting. I think I think they did a good job towards the tail end of just kiting. I think that was something that they're doing very well. It's a term that does sometimes get used in Overwatch, right? One of those general sort of gamer terms, let's say. But they were doing a good job of kiting right there. They were doing a good job of kind of absorbing Augustana's more aggressive pushes. I do think when they had their slowdowns, it was largely because Augustana was just able to maintain that very high tempo aggression that this composition allows them to run. Going to be very interesting to see how the attack goes, because really, theoretically, the double shield should be much stronger here than it would be on the attack. The defense is where this shines. If Augustana can just overwhelm the front line, that'll be big.
They're trying to do so. A couple of them get yoinked back by the Orisa grab, but it doesn't really do much beyond that. But Dirty Wolf's got a dirty angle. Playing from the opposing side, will be able to boost Pack away just a little bit and use the shotgun to get some distance, but that was a lot of damage being done with that dynamite. Gets a lot of intel as well as being able to tag and get some consistent damage, which makes healing just a little bit more difficult. But we can already see the amplification matrix being popped, the garage door, window, whatever you want to call it, and now it's going to flush away some of the Valpo players. They're much more scared of this corner, and it was honestly feeling like Augustana places that one just to give them the space to push out of the site, and it's paying dividends for them. 3 kills. Dad, Superb, and Weezer take out 3 of the competition. Superb finds their second now going into this one onto Dead Knight, and now it's just 2 players left standing. They flush out the bomb as well to make matters even worse for them. They can't even keep the AI involved for long enough, and Augustana will bleed them away, giving themselves up to the first points, and Valpo now forced to play the streets face.
Yeah, you made a good point in there, and it is very salient, the fact that they, use that amplification matrix basically as an opener and a space taker, and it's something that a lot of teams don't think about, but, it doesn't have to get damage, right? It doesn't always have to be a killy ult. Sometimes it can just force the other team into unfavorable positions, and that is exactly what it did right there for Valpo. They were not in a particularly good spot after that ult dropped. You said that they were kind of scared, and rightly so, and that really allowed Augustana to apply pressure, take space, and start getting kills, and that was what got them the win.
It's kind of like an ice wall in a lot of ways, but I'll cover more about that when we get through this fight. A Deadeye is utilized. Dad finds the kill into Bruv. Beyond that, the Gravitic Flux doesn't do too much for them, but a lot of util is being utilized. Churoro will lose their life to Dad. You're seeing a mighty amount of success with the DPS here for Augustana, and they're just continuing to rush forward. Dead Knight trying to take things into their own hand, trying to dive onto the back line, but too aggressive, and they will pay the price accordingly. This fight, handily Augustana's. I'll touch back on the thing I was trying to touch on earlier. Ice Wall, in the same way in Valorant, it's not just useful for cutting off one player and playing them alone, it also guarantees you that they either will be pushing that way as they have to destroy it and break it down and push through it, or it forces them to go around a different direction. That's intel, that's information, and allows for you to adjust accordingly. It's the same thing they did with the Amplification Matrix. They forced them to run away. They can guarantee that side, and guarantees are everything in an esports scene. You need that guarantee if you're going to give yourself the best chance possible to push forward.
Man coming charging forward now, has the shatter in the pocket should they choose to use it on Churoro's case right there, and Churoro will try and run away, and it looks like they'll temporarily extend their life. Man now the one in danger here, getting absolutely pounded on the front line, but will survive regardless. Oh, never mind, I spoke his death into being right there, and Man will go down. Here comes the Death Blossom from Bruv, and he'll desperately want that one back, not the 5k of which he is used to, based on his previous performance. Famputi, though, doing a good job sneaking that kill on a Weezer at the end and just making sure that Augustana has to respect backing up here.
I'm going to go ahead and I'll be back. I'm going to go and call Fellow real fast. He would be the most ecstatic right now in the world. The fact that a Roadhog is being utilized here in competitive play. He only knows how to play Roadhog, so it's basically everything for him. But here, Deadeye being popped. They're trying to get some early damage off of it. Doesn't really do that much, though, and an amplification makes should be yours by Churro on the opposing side. The Diva Bomb is sent, and that actually takes out Sea-Dog, and then Bob will be the next one to be taken out. Superb is now having to run away as Bruv tags them down with the shotguns of death, and they're continuing to try and pound the hurt going forward, but they'll pop their own Amp Matrix, now flushing the rest of Valpo away from them. It's kind of just a get-out-of-jail-free card for them. It's been that way time after time here, Corbeck. It's not just a damage field for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're using it in a very tactical manner. I don't actually think they needed to use it right there. They probably could have held on to it, but it was committed. Now they've taken a very aggressive fight on the corner, but look at that. The pressure already coming in from Man. The kill feed starting to light up blue here. Augustana going forward, not giving him any room to breathe. Valpo desperately trying to back up, and unfortunately, Dead Knight getting caught out there and brought down early on. Superb continuing to take a very aggressive position here. Will back up to the rest of the team. And now they are within the golden box of victory. It is so close. There's still an engage from Valpo to come.
Yeah, the fact they killed everyone at the same time may be a good thing there for the side of Valpo, as they were able to get their respawns reset. But the bongos go down. Both immortality fields are set in stone. And Dad goes for the Deadeye. Finds not just the first on the Roadhog, but the ult finds two on top. And it's all Augustana in the feed. Not a single player falling for them. And they'll completely team kill out the competition of Valpo. It will be a very nice time bank left for them. I said they needed it. They did not need to hit that O2 situation, and now they'll have the better position. Better pizza, Papa John? How many times have we made that joke today? I'm tired of saying that. The word better for me is just triggering that phrase out of my head. But 2 minutes and 48 seconds, they got a lot. They can do a lot with that.
Don't like Papa John's.
You don't like Papa John's?
No, not a fan. Not a fan.
I had a friend that worked there, and he always smelled like Papa John's, and it was awful.
Oh God.
And
That's
pizza's not bad.
unfortunate.
I don't like hate Papa John's pizza. It's like mid-tier pizza to
Yeah.
me. It's the smell. If you smell like it always because
Oh.
you work there 24/7.
That's
You don't want someone who
unfortunate.
smells like pizza.
It's not like, working in a coal mine bad or something, but it's still pretty oppressive.
There's a lot
to
of
have the
dough. It
smell
is
of
just
awful-
yeasty dough, dude. It is.
Yeah, just following you around everywhere. Oh my lordy.
And you know how Papa John's, they have this, like, their dough, like, when it's cooked and it's baked, it gets really dusty, right?
Yeah.
That gets all over
Imagine.
his clothes.
Oh,
like,
no.
he has to do ton laundry, like, every single day for his work clothes. It's crazy.
That's rough. That's rough indeed.
Now he works at Walmart.
Speaking of, probably an upgrade. I don't know,
An
honestly.
upgrade, yeah.
Speaking of rough, though, Valpo in a bit of a rough situation here. Gonna have to do a lot of work to keep this points. They brought Sea-Dog in on the ball, so we'll see if the old Sea-Dog there, Arf, can keep it together, keep it working. Already running back though. He's still want to take the initial engagement, and I can't necessarily blame him.
Nope.
He'll back off and wait for the rest of the team to get into a position where they can provide him with a little bit of support and vice versa.
Is that the running away with your tail tucked between your legs? Quite literally? Rough?
Quite
Dog
literally.
moment? Yeah.
Captured.
We'll make a lot of references. This is not a bad play here by Augustana. Pushing the opposing direction kind of gives, hey, we're not going where you would expect us to, but if this was out really quickly, I mean, it was a pretty static defense. A lot of damage was dished out towards them, and it doesn't really work out just yet, but they're still looking to contend in this direction, trying to get those ultimates charged up, not losing a player because that would be the worst possible situation for them in this direction because this is the longest walk they can make. They're doing a good job of keeping the heal static, keeping themselves alive, and trying to just get a bit of tag team off so they can charge those ultimates and fully pump forward, and they'll do that with the Amplification Matrix, but the wall cuts off but not enough as they'll walk themselves around, and the Fire Strike manages to find 2, and the Hammer finds 2 more! 1 left standing, they'll drop the mines, but unfortunately, it seems like this map is theirs. The mines will not do much. Augustana will find it. That's their second map win. Quarterback, are we seeing 4 maps here? Or will Augustana do what the rest of the teams today have done?
Yeah, it's interesting. I genuinely think that this could go to 4. I actually think this could potentially go to 5. I think these teams are quite evenly matched. I think that really what's been helping Augustana immensely is their ability to kind of play a very organized style. I think that's been really benefiting them, whereas Valpo has been getting a lot of really big plays off the back of ults. I say that, and obviously that last play right there was a huge play off the back of the ult just for Augustana. It's an interesting matchup between these two teams. I'm surprised that Augustana is having it as much their way as they did, especially on the tail end of that Blizzard World map, just because Valpo looks quite good. I mean, they look quite staunch in the way that they're playing, but I mean, I think in that situation right there at the tail end, if you had not seen that amplification matrix hit like that, and I mean, sometimes that just happens, right? The fire strike comes through. It's just an inevitable wall of fiery death right through the middle of the team. I think if you hadn't seen that happen, I think that would have gone all the way to overtime quite easily.
Yeah,
but it didn't, and sometimes that's the way it goes.
the Fire Strike was good, especially considering the fact that ice wall came up at like good timing,
Yep.
just not good enough, just barely not good enough, right? I
Exactly.
mean, that is something that that is not the fault of May at all, right? That is not the fault of your player trying to place that ice wall. It was a well placed ice wall, just poor timing by just the milliseconds of it. But ultimately, poor, not a great way to phrase this as a whole. It has been neck and neck. It is close. It very well could go to map 4 and 5, but I think Augustana is going to want to try and finish this one out strong, but we will have to take a quick break before actually seeing how that map 3 is going to fare out. So make sure to stay tuned. I'm Infernosis here with Corback. This is the NECC with Overwatch. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, and the handsome fella next to me waving is the man himself, Corbeck. Game 1, map 1, map 2. It's not game 1, it's game 5 of the night, but map 1, map 2 dropping in favor to one side or the other here, Corbeck. And I think we have a chance here if Augustana can close this one out to not see a fourth map. I think this will be the first day in NECC history where every single game broadcast in the playoffs does not go past 3.
I think it's a distinct possibility. And I think if you're sitting in Augustana's position right now, you want to do that, right? You want to close it down. You don't want this to go any longer, because teams, when they come out on these third maps, having literally been in this exact same situation before, perhaps not at the same level of play, but at a similar level, best of 5 series, coming out and winning the third map is actually huge for a team's momentum. A lot of teams will come out, they'll win that third map, and they'll really turn this into a fight. And Augustana does not want that, right? They want to put this to bed. Whether or not they're going to be able to do that, though, I'm just not sure. I mean, they start off on the defense here on the Temple of Anubis, which is a huge benefit to them, right? I would say that this is the side that you want to start on. They're showing us the Pharmacy here as well, which is an interesting combo. Certainly can be effective on this map. I actually mentioned this at the very start of this match when we were talking about the prevalence of flyers or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a map where Pharah can do a lot of work, especially on this first stage. Admittedly, Valpo doesn't have too much to counter it. They've got the McCree. But if they can get on top of this Augustana side and really just put the work in at close range where the Pharah, is being forced to play off, I think you can really see an effective attack here from Valpo.
I think that's the direct approach as well. Mei is good, but Mei is not really your go-to hero to deal with the Mercy combo. It's going to end up being Dirty Wolf to do that job, but the first kill will not be actually Dirty Wolf or any of the DPS. So we see Dog on that Hammond. They quickly dive into the objective, and now they have a semblance of control. They're actually contesting now, looking for that first stage pip, and Dirty Wolf will finally put their name on the board, taking out Weezer, body shot, headshot, kill, and they'll find their second onto Vanilla Big Hug. That gets rid of the Mercy. Now it's just the Far and Fan Beauty will get that job done instead. Valpo has completely said, we're here to win this one out. You are not even defending the first points. They have more time now than they started the entire game with. 6 minutes, Corbeck.
Yeah, swap the Pharah immediately. I wouldn't even hold it. Yeah, just swap it over immediately. It's not working. The Pharah was not engaged enough in that fight at all, whether or not that was Dirty Wolf just performing a beautiful check down or what have you. It wasn't engaged enough at all, and it just allowed Valpo to section off targets on Augustana and just bring them down. Coming back in on the Soldier, far more viable, I think, is a choice here on this last stage.
fight has to engage. We do see that there's an amplification matrix ready, and there it goes. Dead Knight goes ahead and pops it, but does get antied as well, forced now to pop the Immortality Fields. And while Breadman will be able to find the player that is Fampity, refragged back by the Lucio, that is Chororo. 1 kill drops in favor once more for Valpo as Bruv takes out Weezer, but Dad is going to dish out his punishment, a timeout of sorts to the competition. And the frags are going in multi-directions. It's usually fairly even, so Super B now finally reaching a point that's above, and Dad will clean up the rest that's necessary. A hold for Augustana, and this is important because this would have been another moment where it's time travel, where they ended the game with more time than they started. We don't see that, though. Valparaiso failed to clean up in a very nice hold from Augustana.
Yeah, it's interesting actually right there. Speaking of time, I think it was a mistake to keep that engagement going for as long as it was. I think Chiruro probably should have gotten out of there relatively quickly, Sea-Dog as well, and just gone for the reset. I mean, it's a small amount of time, but they did burn some seconds off right there, and it's seconds that they'll probably sorely miss if this goes closer and closer to the end here. But they've got 2 ults to play with compared to Augustana's 3. Make it 4 now for Augustana. Yeah, you're going to want to dry push this. Just go in, try and force some of these ults out and save your bank for a later date. You've got a lot of time to play with.
There's plenty to work with. There's some ultimates as well in the books that can go. You do see there's a Dragon Strike going out. Weezer's looking to dish out the damage. Will do so, but here comes the Deadeye. Dirty Wolf gets a tag damage down, but the Immortality Field saves the life. However, it's going to be a bit of a cheaty situation as they'll have some aimbot to work with, and Soldier will spray down too. Dad, massively impactful, and Weezer will clean up where necessary. The DPS for Augustana has been pivotal, but do not deny how strong Superb and Breaded Man have been. The front line has been nigh insurmountable for Valparaiso.
I hear that colleges have crying closets nowadays. This is something that I hear. I need one after that, because honest to God, if Valparaiso had just held on to their ults instead of committing them right there, they'd be winning this right now. Like literally, they did go and walk on and take the site. Instead, they committed all their ults there at the tail end of that fight to very little value. Let's see if they can pull off a win here on the other side.
It's ready. There we go. He waits for his team to step into the site first, and it works, though. They're still finding lost amount of impact. The minefield for Sea-Dog finds 2 alone, and Augustana have bled their last bleed. The open wound is festering, and I don't think they'll have enough time to get back and put up enough fight. They can get back and tag, but they're continuing to just lose players after players. Small bits, the trickle-down economics. Unfortunately, you're not bloated up at the top, and you're not able to actually get any cash down to the bottom. Your teammates are slowly losing their life, and you're not able to assist anyway. You're losing to Dead Knight. A Baptiste, yes, which can gun, but it's a Baptiste. You're not even dying to Dirty Wolf. You're not dying to the Junkrat. You're just falling apart at the seams, and there's still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on a 2 CP map.
I'm glad they won that. That helps make me feel a little bit less frustrated. I think they would have won it a lot quicker if they had the entirety of their ult bank in play. But they did a really good job there of splitting Augustana on the initial attack. You saw it when the amplification matrix was put down. Chiruro just kind of able to section off. I believe it was Breaded Man who was on the Orisa and just gun him down right there, because Breaded Man was basically separated from the rest of the team. And they managed to, with some very, I think, canny tank play, maintain that separation throughout most of the fight. So really they were only looking at hard engage of maybe 1 or 2 members of Augustana at any given time. A very valiant, very solid Anubis attack. It was actually really well done by Valpo, except for that one mistake in regards to the dry fight. It was, you know, far more convincing than I think some of the stuff we saw earlier on our last Temple of Anubis, all things considered. So a good run from them indeed. I will be, you know, cautious here in the sense that Augustana might come out and look super good as well. They're running something akin to actually what we saw ran in the last match by the Eagle Esports. They might be looking to run this more as it's supposed to, though, less about those little like kip up engages and more about just kind of going in as a brawl with your Winston on sort of the front line duty. It'll be a curious thing indeed to see how they play this.
I just want to point out, I want to give some love here to the UI we have here for Overwatch. It is so much nicer than the R6 one in a lot of ways. Like the overlay that we're
this
using.
Game is beautiful. Here. I mean, that was a big draw.
It makes such a good. It makes making like the UI for it so much easier. The R6 one has to be so plain in a lot of ways, and we just keep remaking the UI for R6. So it's even worse. We have to continuously remake, stream overlays because of that. It's ridiculous, but. it is what it is. You will see there will be a hack going down onto the tank for Bruv, and somehow still alive, though. And while the Immortality Field will be dealt with by Breaded Man, they don't really have a great sort of entry beyond that. They kind of fell off the high ground. Breaded was forced to take a step back, and once again is attempting to be forced off, but now stuck in a trip mine. He's barely able to survive going forward, does get nanoed, has great assistance, fights in the fight. Harvickle's doing everything they can to keep this fight going forward, but Breaded Man eventually loses that bonus and is forced to take a step back, but it creates space and now allows for Augustana to attempt to push through, and under the bridge, they're being shut down by the player that is Dirty Wolf on the Ash, and while they may be able to find Amputee, they need to do more than just that, and Valparaiso are denying them at almost all facets of their approach.
Just keeping the tank alive. This must be so frustrating here for Breaded Man. He just wants the kill and he just can't get
Why
it.
won't you
Look at the
die?
support play that's coming out here. They just are keeping Bruv up through an obscene amount of damage, and I mean eventually, you know, the reflection cracks and the mirror breaks, but a valiant effort right there by Valpo to buy as much time as they did on that one. Still a little bit of a re-engage trickling in. They're not quite done yet. Here comes the ball for the classic ball stall. It's not going to last very long. He's hacked almost immediately, and Sea-Dog is sent back to the kennel, but a really curious first attack. I thought that Augustana was basically doomed, but they did a good job of recovering and a good job of kind of snapping back into shape very quickly and getting very aggressive there. But credit to the Valpo support line. That was a very impressive bit of play there from them.
It was. They held on for a very long amount of time. Dead Knight did literally everything they could, but eventually, you know, everything does have to come to the forefront. The folds will eventually have to crease, and that's what we saw, but look here, EMP in the books for Dad, and he'll catch 4 of them in the process. Only Fampity and Dead Knight survive it. If Fampity goes for the Riptire, but isn't finding an effect, Superb actually gets the kill instead. And they'll finally be able to find some sort of success as Bruv takes one more, does remove the Somber. However, it's Bomb to take out their Brigitte on the opposing side, and they'll have to rely on Harvickle to be able to step up where necessary. Superb finds 2, though. Graviton Surge is utilized, and the Minefield will be able to take out Superb, and they'll also have the player of Fampity step up to melee. 1 tag punch down, and a second one as well. Valparaiso are apparently thinking this is UFC. They're dealing more damage with their fists right now than most of their util. Augustana are really staggered on this hold. You're still sitting on the fight trying to play that one, Breaded Man? That's a huge time waste.
Yeah, there's awkwardness on both sides in the engagement here. I mean, Augustana did a good job initially. You really felt the pressure that was being applied to Valpo right there, and I don't think Valpo had a particularly good answer, but they never really took down to Dead Knight. They got sidetracked by other targets, which allowed the Mercy to stay alive and keep healing. She can be a very elusive target to kill. On the other side of the ball, I'm glad that Femputi has switched off of the Junkrat, because honestly, the Junkrat play was fine, but the ult usage was really causing problems for the team. But look, a very solid engage early on from Breaded Man here.
They're trying to keep the fight going forward, and the Immortality Field is more than enough to be able to do so, and it's just easy pickings for the rest of Valparaiso, as it was mostly just Dirty Wolf and Bruv that were swinging on the site and getting some tag team damage down, and now you just see Dirty Wolf continuing to walk forward, trying to put the pressure on, and I think the majority of this pressure is trying to be utilized to get that pulse bomb up and ready to go, which would be able to swing the fight handily in their favor if they can dive that back line and at least get rid of Harvickle or Vanilla Big Hug. If they do get rid of that, the rally would not be available. It would be a huge factor in winning the next fight.
Well, they're about to lose their advantage in the time bank here right about now, and that's gone. So a little bit rough there for them. Alpo doing a really good job of holding the line. The Valkyrie being invested early on here.
High Noon being placed. The Deadeye will be able to go forward, but Fampity doesn't really get much off of it, and it's only able to get a bit of tag damage down, but the Valkyrie is being utilized by Dead Knight. Very important, and Valparaiso shuts down Augustana. They are giving no chances whatsoever. This map is very much so favoring Valparaiso. Any and all of these situations you think would maybe drop to Augustana here, Corbeck, are not. Valparaiso have a vice grip on this hold, and they're giving no chances.
Yeah, both these teams' ult discipline is a little bit lacking, though. It's all the discipline of like a 13-year-old me at a Vegas buffet. They're just not they're not doing a very good job.
Is there a story to that?
Holding it together. And I mean, that's good for Valpo more than it's good for Augustana, because they're holding on to, or they're able to kind of keep up in the ult contest. Superb now trying to be sneaky. No, Superb, you twigged it. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Sea-Dog firing off the grab early, gets the initial grab, but there's not enough follow-up. Superb instead getting a kill here onto Dirty Wolf right away. The ult coming back the other side, but the Immortality field is pocketed in a corner right there. And now a little tete-a-tete between the two windows. They just need to go forward, and they do. And look at the kills that come piling in for Augustana, and now they have the opportunity to start ticking up ticks on the point. That's exactly what they needed. Nope, they can't come back from that one, but I mean, Time Bank, Valpo still did a really good job right there, except for that final break. Honestly, for me, Infernosis kind of shades of the end of last map. Just one big play is the deciding factor right there that keeps it in Augustana's favor.
Oof, yeah, that was so. Let's deep dive exactly what we saw there. So Augustana approaching for the side. They're trying to go through small cave entrance, and we see the initial fight go forward. It was Valparaiso's Graviton that went first, if I remember correctly, and that forced them to pop down the May wall, which did create some space. I think it was yeah. It did. They popped on the May wall, the ice wall for Augustana. It did create some space, which did force a lot of Valpo to kind of go around it to be able to contend and fight in that objective. But there wasn't much beyond it. The shield was up. There wasn't much there. The Immortality field was, both of them were on either side of the wall. So neither team could really get rid of them. So there was really no killing. And then we got to see the Graviton go through for Superb, which then set them up in another direction. They had multiple outlooks, and the fight goes to the team that doesn't pop that one first, which then means they can then swing forward. The Immortality fields will have faded by that point, and then you've got a ton of ultimates to work with, as both of them had popped their, wow, I can't remember it, garage door. I'm really bad at remembering that. Amplification matrix. There we go. Both of them popped that. There was a lot of damage being dished out, but it was the majority shield of the player of Bruv that burnt first, which then allowed for Augustana to sweep forward and take objective.
Interesting that they chose to bring a Torbjorn here in this fight. Torbjorn actually pretty good on the Force Port of Anubis. I would say it's one of his most valid points to be played. I don't know if it'll necessarily really work out for them, but certainly forcing Augustana to look multiple directions is going to be advantageous for them. Augustana struggling to just get the intro they want.
The Ashe can deal a lot of damage, and Dirty Wolf is fairly good at hitting those shots. The hit scan is quite important for them, but having that extra DPS essentially with the turret is quite important. And it also has intel here, right? It's an extra layer of, hey, it's shooting at somebody. We know that it's tagging some damage off. It can be very important. But you see them go for the overengineering. He's going to go ahead and buff himself up. Now looking to stab in a different direction. You can see that the Winston's a little bit struggling, but Bredaman will survive and head the other direction. But there's not really been a great chance to jump forward. And the dynamite kills Vanilla Big Hug. I think it exploded. I don't think the shot went. An insane chance kill, but it'll be fragged back fairly quickly. Frags going in both directions. It's really hard to say who's necessarily on top here. But the ultimate here for Fampiety will go down. They'll throw the molten lava all over the objective, which does make it quite difficult to contend. But I think Valparaiso are going to be able to take this one and hold on. They won the majority of that last fight.
Oh, Valparaiso messed around too much, or not Valparaiso, Augustana messed around too much at the entry point right there. That was like really the problem. They took too long to get in on the initial engage. They took too long to build up. I don't know what they were looking for, whether it was down on the Sombra that they needed to be in a certain position or what have you. But they probably would have won if they had just another 30, 40, even a minute to work with, because they would have been able to use Dad's EMP in a more effective manner. And what ended up happening right there at the tail end was they just had to throw the EMP to just keep in the fight, and it was the win condition for Augustana, and they had to throw it away because they couldn't get the regroup they needed to push back in on it. So unfortunate for them. They needed to get out in front a little bit earlier than that, and they just couldn't do it. Again, this isn't a guarantee for Valpo either. You could very well end in a draw, which I think means that we'd see the fourth map regardless, but it could very much end in a draw. But I kind of feel like Valpo has to be feeling this, Infernosis. They got to be a little bit hyped right now. It was a good defense on their side. They kind of came back and won it. And now certainly with 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, they can see victory.
Yeah, I mean, the red of their eyes, right? I mean, you can feel their adrenaline pumping to give themselves this chance, and I think it's a really good chance we see map 4. I mean, in all honesty, there's I mean, we're definitely seeing map 4, but I think there's a really good chance that we actually see Valpo win this and have their first up to it. But ultimately, there's a question on my mind of whether or not Augustana can even hold them for longer than a minute, because they didn't really do a good job. In fact, they did a pretty poor job of their defense this time around from Valpo pushed forward. There's a reason why Valpo had so much time stepping into that second point. There's like 6 minutes. They lopsidedly affair felt forward, and it was really up to their healers to do most of the work, and we can already see that diving into it. The ice wall will separate a little bit, but 2 players are already dropping. Make that a third. Valparaiso swinging themselves emphatically one direction or the other. They'll wipe them out systematically and bring us through. Valpo will find themselves that map win. Yeah, map 4. Really good one, too. That is the first one of the night and the last one of the night here, Korvac.
Yeah, the first and only, dare I say. And Valpo doing a really good job of winning this one out. There's that kind of crazy play there that we had when they both came around the corner. This was very decisive for Augustana. What you missed, though, was the kind of slow build up to that, which is what cost them ultimately in the end. They just slowed down. And I don't know if that will signal a momentum shift here going into map 4, but certainly it's something that's going to be bubbling around in the back of their brain. Like, oh, what happened, right? Now you start second guessing yourself a little bit. And if you're sitting in Valpo's Shields position, you're like, okay, they beat us 3-0 last time. They just dropped this map, right? Like, now is our chance. The iron is hot. It is time to strike. And try and take advantage of perhaps a little bit of a cracked mental.
Hopefully the mentality is not too bad. I mean, when you take a victory like that, your mental is going to be up, right? The confidence is there. But we've also seen Augustana be in a situation where they got kind of walked through by Valpo on map 2 for Blizzard World, where in their attack, the defense wasn't that great, and their first hold went in a situation where you and I both agree they did not have the right composition to push that attack. They still got it. It's got to be pretty demoralizing to face a composition that should not have this, right? Should not have the chance that they're having, and yet they still take it, right? I mean, full send. That's props to them, but they don't win the map. It's not a huge deal for them. But map 3, we're going to map 4, and I'm actually really curious to see what the map is. We really don't know until it's go through. It is an escort map, so there's a limited choices. You would probably know more about what maps are escort maps here, Quarterback. But
I feel like Dorado will be the pick. That would be my gut instinct. I don't know for sure. Gibraltar. Okay, so they're
no, they banned Gibraltar. They banned Gibraltar.
Oh, Gibraltar's banned. Okay, okay.
So no Gibraltar.
That was going to be my second. That was actually going to be my second guess. But I feel like Dorado is very likely here. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that these two teams would both like. It is Dorado or no Rialto.
It's Rialto.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I know it sounds like we're having a conversation, but I'm just crazy. But there is somebody there speaking back to you.
No, it's all in your head, Quarterback.
No, there is somebody speaking back to me, and it's not God or aliens, or the CIA. It is in fact the production staff. So it will be Rialto next. That's an interesting choice. I think that's a good choice in a lot of ways. I think from what we've seen, the brawls have kind of been favored by Valpo. I think Rialto, or the brawl has been favored by Augustana. I think that this map does give them the opportunity to close those distances a lot more effectively on certain points. What I think Augustana is probably backing on by picking this map is that they're going to be able to knock them out on point number 1. Because if they have to fall back to second and third, where things get longer and sightlines get more difficult, it becomes increasingly more difficult for the kind of style that we've seen Augustana play. So that's what I would intuit here. But whether or not that's going to hold true in the long run, I do really like Rialto as a map. So.
It's
robots. Actually, it's all been replaced by robots.
Yeah,
what was the joke in Overwatch a couple of seasons ago? They're taking away good, hardworking human jobs with those robot gondoliers. It's never been the same.
How will the economy recover?
How will the
We've been talking about
economy
the trickling and the trickle-down economics for these late-stage fights, and it's all coming up to here. The robots, they're taking jobs.
Damn robots.
Gondolier
probably tough, to be fair. I mean, I'd be annoyed if a robot took my job. They have to like balance and like push it along. Oh my god,
that's a good robot.
I'd fall in the water.
To be fair, the mechs in Overwatch are like they're sentient. They're beings, right? Like
he's probably pretty friendly.
Yeah, he's probably a really nice guy. Don't you shoot them and like they don't care? Like nothing happens to them too, right? Like,
yeah.
Why don't we bring them? They're the new hero. They're the new hero, right? Like,
There is an Omnic hero. We saw him briefly. His name's
Zenyatta.
His name's Zenyatta. You might remember him from earlier.
Yeah, but Zenyatta can die.
Overwatch.
These dudes
Yeah,
can't,
these
right?
guys can't.
Like,
Yeah, they got that special no kill gondolier.
yeah,
I
dude,
don't
it's
know
the hat.
how
That's
that
what
works
does
out.
it, dude. It's the hat. Like,
It's
just
the hat.
once that's I'm telling you right here, folks. Too much drip, nobody stands a chance. That's what it is. He's just swagged out of his mind. They never stood a chance. Never should have come here, as they would say.
Well, I hope that's not the case for Augustana, that they never should have come here. But Valpo already setting up, by the way, for a very kind of vicious engage.
Yeah.
They're looking again for that more close range composition and some good spam coming in here as well, namely Famputi on that Junkrat, Dirty Wolf coming in on the Ash. That gives them the ability to contest when these points do get a little bit more long range. On the side of Augustana, they're just going to have to take quick engagements. They just have to strike. They have to use Weezer's wall to create separation, and they have to go in and get individual picks early on.
Yeah, and Weezer's been really good. Phenomenal when it comes to the wall placement for a large majority of Augustana, and we can see that continue to go forward. I'm really looking forward to seeing where they're going to place that one down, but Junkrat has been pivotal in a lot of the senses. Famputi has been very successful for Valparaiso to work with, and we can see that already. 61% for the ultimate. Mobility is key, the damage is key, and those unfortunate traps have actually been effective against Augustana so far. Valpo have given themselves a really strong, I guess, swing around, but overall, it's been a mostly denied push, and Valparaiso are able to hold on. It's up to Augustana to make their way past it. And I think they're going to have to rely on an ultimate to do so. They'll pop the amplification matrix and hope that it's enough, but they already lose the first player. That's going to be a second. Weezer and Vanilla Hug out. Dad and Bread and Man are quick to follow, and it's just up to Harvicle and Superb, and I don't think they're going to stay for much longer. Harvicle is just going to take a drink. Does not want to be here. Boosted off by Famputi, and it's that Junkrat I've already raved about.
Yeah, many an attack has died right here on these corners of death. I mean, this is a very difficult place to get through. This initial site kind of battle on Rialto is a very difficult place to be. Now the ult advantage is so distinctly in favor of Valparaiso, by the way, that they'd have to do something terrible to mess this up, at least this next defense. Famputi wasting their tire there early on, but it won't stop Bruv from racking up a kill, and it looks like they've already showed Augustana the exit.
It gets rid of the immortality field, which does burn that, but an ultimate for that is a costly price to pay. It's better just to shoot it down. I mean, there's other ways to get rid of it, but it's not the worst case scenario. Famputi's been really good about charging that, and the impact that they've made is enough to warrant that. I think they'll be able to get it charged back in time. But both sides of 3 ultimates, both of them having a shatter. Payload's easy to hide behind and work with, but it's really a question is whose shatter is going to be the most important. And when these walls that Weezer are placing is separating so well, it's just going to come down to more than just one thing. And the amplification matrix is just going to make it even more difficult. Great shot there by Famputi with the mine. Second one, a spam. And that shuts down Augustana's approach once again. Valpo are swinging themselves very well, holding on to this corner quite emphatically.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, just wasting time, forcing Augustana into uncomfortable positions. But I mean, something in the offing here, because by the pricking of my thumb, something 6 ultimates this way comes. So that could very well turn this around, but they're going to have to probably use all of them.
Fight has to go. 2 stun down, but it doesn't seem to be the biggest deal. What will be instead is going to be the fact that Superb finds 2 with the Diva Bomb and another. How many remake kills are we going to have tonight, Quarterback? It's seemingly an infinite amount. And the more rounds we have, the more maps we see, the more we're seeing them go. It is an insane note to have here. I don't think I had any of them before you came on. I think you're cursed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I feel like I've been seeing them a lot lately. Ever since they made the change, I feel like I see at least 1 or 2 a match, but already the engagement coming in from Sea-Dog, just trying to create a little bit of separation here. The high noon coming out from Dad will actually secure a kill onto Dirty Wolf. Couldn't have asked for much more in that particular situation, but dies almost immediately in retribution to Sea-Dog's minefield. No mercy to be had. Speaking of no mercy, poor Bruv, he's all frozen right there, and then he slammed into a wall, which is now painted Bruv color. As Sea-Dog dives back in again. Sea-Dog just trying to keep the contest alive, trying to hunch a support here as well, but he just can't find his bite that he needs. The mech is taken out here. Superb will lose it early on, and a charge coming back in from above, and they might just have stabilized here at the very tail end in overtime. Is it going to be one of those style of pushes? The shatter coming in from Bruv. It's a big one, and now the backup coming in. It's Vamputi back on deck. This is exactly what they needed. The Junkrat power as another minefield comes in. A beautiful tossed mine from the Junkrat will take out Dad, and that probably does it. So Valpo, oh, they just watch as they snatch victory there from the jaws of defeat.
That's so close, quarterback. That's such a close fight and engagement without Breaded Man being incapable of moving forward because he's stuck in the mine inside the trap, right? And I mentioned that earlier. We'd already seen a trap be effective. And on top of that, diving into the back line, the minefield of your Hammond and just being a thorn in the side anyways, and the mobility that they brought to the table with the explosive DPS they had, there's no answer for it, right? There is no answer. There's only questions to go. And Breaded Man was too separated, not able to really assist, had to watch his team die. And that's something that really sucks to see as a frontline tank as you're forced to watch that situation. But I want to talk about the data eye we saw from Dad. I don't think that kill would have happened if he had been booped up on top of the payload. I think it was just enough to get over the shield of the Reinhardt on the bridge that was on the closer side of bridge, and it caught the player stepping out of the spawn and trying to make their walk over. Really cheeky play. Also, another question here for you, Corbeck, more specifically. What is Bruv colored? What is that? What color is that?
No idea.
What is the hex code for that?
For Bruv?
Yes.
I don't know. That's actually a really good question. I feel like Bruv would be a sort of a red.
Sort of red.
That's my read.
A sort of reddy paste. You know, was it a thick paint?
Yeah, like that, a reddy paste. Dare I say it, a crimson paste, just painted all over a wall. Expressionist art, very Jackson Pollock.
Yeah, very Pollock. Very, very heavily scented though. A lot of iron. You know, very. Yeah. It's like vitamins in a nutshell.
You wouldn't want to be the cleaning robot. He's probably going to be very envious of the gondolier robots.
See, it's when these jobs are involved that no one complains, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness, it is what it is. But a fight has to engage at some point, and it will drop in favor of Valpo first and foremost. They'll find the first kill, start things off. It'll be Chiroro who does so, and now they're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the fight. They've already been way more successful than Augustana was when it came to pushing past that first chokehold. And that spells disaster here, Corback. I think this one may be over before it really even kicks off for the Augustana side.
It might very well be Sea-Dog getting beat up just a little bit right there, and Valpo continuing to apply the pressure. Dad finally finding some success, though, so a good kill coming in. Unfortunately, the res rendering that largely moot in the greater scheme of things. A nice attempt to pin the ball in place right there with the coach gun. Doesn't manifest in anything as Dirty Wolf gets yet another kill there. No res for Dad inbound, and Vamputi now really just free to do whatever they want from above. There's no real hard counter for him. Now the nano boosted Bruv comes charging forward as Vamputi does get the kill into Harvicle. That means the healing's down. Watch this point blank barrage come sailing in. That'll get one more. And now it becomes a largely academic matter. Superb trying to keep the dream alive, goes for a close-range gravitic flux and gets it into motion, but the golden box of victory is almost partially occupied at this stage as finally Augustana tries to tick up some kills, but the rest comes in and Prof unleashed at point-blank range on the enemy team. He does have a shatter, but really he's being used more of a punching bag right now as he tries to dig in to hold ground and get the rest of the reinforcements in here. They are not forthcoming. Oh, no! Oh, you can't, though. You can't be doing that.
It's burned too. Corback, it's gone. It just disappeared, much like their chances of winning that team fight. It's gone in the air. That sucks so bad. They use the resurrection. They get Bruv out of the fight in the back room, or the side room, I guess I should say. He goes for the shatter, and he jumps just a little bit for it. And I think if he hadn't have hopped, he might have actually been able to tag that on the ground, but you know, hindsight's 20/20, so it's not necessarily an option, but they'll be back into it. They do have two ultimates. One of them being expended, it's Bob, but the bongos of death have been sent, and now music will play. Can the Grim Reaper play his melody, or will it fall in favor of the opposing side? The barrage recharged, and if Anthony comes up big, as well as having their Ash clean up two more. It's just up to the one player left standing as Ash cleans one up the top, and you will see Valparaiso in a dominant map. This one not even anywhere close as the other maps have been. Valparaiso stopping and running as they spread themselves through and defeat this map of Rialto.
Yeah, it's good. This is what I was talking about. Valpo seizing a little bit of an opportunity, smelling it really, and going for it. And I can't blame them, pushing us onward in the series right here. Some beautiful play from Superb right there on the off tank. By the way, I loved that setup with the bomb, the mech kill, and then going and chasing down the Junkrat as well for good measure. What more do you want out of your off tank?
Kills? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You got 4.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do about it? They're really cleaning up everything they need to, but yeah, what an emphatic way to finish that one off. I don't think anyone saw the chances here for the return here. Is this a possible full reverse sweep coming out here, Corbic? I mean,
Very much so.
it has been all Valparaiso for the second half, and I don't just say that to say that their performance in the last map was strong. They definitely deserve the victory. This map was a complete pin in it. They said, "We're here. There's no chance that you're taking that away from us. There is no, well, we did this wrong, we did this." There is no excuses. They beat you. Rialto is not your map. And I can only assume as more and more maps and more modes go through and we start to cycle some things, there's not going to be very many room for excuses. If you're hoping for that 3-0, it's not there for you.
No. Augustana's got to find some steel. They got to plant their flag and not get pushed off here. This is very winnable. They've won multiple maps in the series, right? They know that they can beat Valpo. Valpo might be surging right now, but it can definitely go back the other direction. They have to set kind of their feet and just not get pushed off here. And they can do it. I believe they can do it. But I do think that the advantage is solely resting in Valpo's court right now. They must be absolutely gassed, ready to go. And on the other side, Augustana is probably, their mental might be just a little shocked here. I'm sure they're quite frustrated with how this has gone these last 2 maps. And it's a lot of playtime as well. And sometimes the team that starts to pick it up in the tail end, they're the ones that just have more energy in the tank as things go down. Like they've already gotten the negative emotions out on those earlier maps as you push on to map 5.
Yeah, the momentum kind of swings things in your favor. And unfortunately, we are the ones who have to kind of put a damper on the momentum there for Valparaiso. We're going to have to take a quick break between map 4 and map 5 to kind of give a breather to not just us, but the players themselves. But we'll be right back. It is the final penultimate map. Hopefully there is no possibility for a tie, in which case then I'm lying and we may go to map 6. But we're all tied up 2-2 here. I'm Infernos is joined here by the wonderful Corbeck. Stay tuned for the final map and the outcome here for the NECC Overwatch Division. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome and oh-so-talented Corbeck. Really glad to have you here. Finishing things off strong, maybe finishing things. A tie is still possible, forcing map 6. But who knows? Who necessarily knows how this one's going to go down? How excited are you for this next one coming up, Corbeck?
I'm actually genuinely looking forward to it. I think these two teams have been very evenly matched. And I mean, there's a reason that it went to map 5. I think I'm mostly just curious whether Valpo can keep this momentum going. I think that's the thing that really has me kind of grabbed here, right? Is whether or not Valpo has the capability, can kind of just push this forward, or whether or not Augustana is able to dredge up some spirit and put the brakes on this. I mean, that last map on Rialto was a drudging, right? Like they absolutely got worked over there. Many a team has kind of been broken by the first point of Rialto in the history of Overwatch, and I'm very curious to see whether we chalk Augustana up in that column or whether they're able to push back here. And it's going to be Numbani that is the decider. It's hard for me to draw too much off of the map type just looking at it. I think that the hybrid map might favor Augustana a little bit. But Valparaiso's just looks so good in Infernosis. It's hard for me to count them out just based on that.
The mobility that Augustana brings, the Winston that we know that Breaded Man is so good at and has been really tricking onto. Brub has been one-tricking Reinhardt. That's a fact. We know that, right? The Brub basically doesn't switch off Ryan. It is shield and hammer all the way. That is what they want to utilize the entire game. And that is not horrible, right? But you do need to be a little less static in a lot of ways. And this first point is going to heavily favor an attack that can be mobile and move themselves around. They bring in the Sombra. They have the Brigitte to be able to rush in. If the rally does come up, it's going to be even worse. They have an Ana for a bit of range damage, as it is high ground potential city for this first section. And they have that Winston to dive in and assist, as well as getting some tag team damage up. They're facing a Pharah, for goodness sake. A Zarya should get a lot of personal charge, and it should be a huge level of assistance for them. I can only predict that Augustana has the advantage in this point, but Valparaiso has shown us weirder things, and they've definitely shown us what they're good at. It's anyone's game.
They've made a bit of a mistake here, though. They're playing very split, and that actually really works in favor of Augustana with their more dive-oriented composition. And you see that already, Dirty Wolf getting brought down. Unfortunately, the loss of Vanilla Big Hug is big, but the rest of the team able to capitalize this. I mean, look at that really good hack. Unfortunately, they lost their other support player as well, but it might not even need it. They're doing a really good job here of playing around it, and Famputi on the Pharah just really wasn't able to do anything. And again, it harkens back to what I said here. They played so split that it really benefited Augustana from just being able to pick and choose who they wanted to kill, and there was a very slow reactivity on the side of Valpo.
Just the sheer ability for them to be the ever-present thorn, as well as being the knife in the back, so to say. They're not just a simple, like, prick, right? You're not pulling up a rosebud. No, it's a dagger in disguise, and it will bite you. It will absolutely tear you apart, and they just weren't really prepared for it. And now going forward, there really is no main switches coming out from Augustana. They'll stick with what they have, and if it works, it works. And we're seeing them being pushed back super aggressively, even to the point of which Breaded Man will get the Primal Fury, pop it, and now start to swing and cascade forward to push back Valparaiso even further. It just doesn't seem like a great chance. Famputi's trying to bring it a little bit closer, does manage to take out the player that is Harvickle, but quickly refragged back, and that spawn is going to be staggered even further.
Swap to Pharah. Swap to Pharah. It's not working. Yeah, there it is. Good. Thank you. Swap over to the Hanzo. I don't even think it was worth it to go for the barrage. They're just playing too fast for it. The Pharah can't get into a good position to actually do damage. And look at this. Dad's sitting on an EMP here. Could easily break this third point defense wide open with that. And we can see a blistering time bank from Augustana. They are not pausing. There are literally no breaks on the Augustana train, except perhaps for the breaks that have just been delivered in the form of Helix rockets shot directly into the face of Breaded Man. That might slow them down.
Things are starting to fall more for Valparaiso, and that's good. That's a good thing, but look at the time bank we have here, Corback. 5 minutes. There is so much time available for Augustana to just play and get it a little bit closer, get a little bit closer, and a little bit closer until ultimately they lead it to the fast pist. Wow, last pip is what I was trying to say there as I completely flip it around the other direction, but one of the things I've just loved so far about Augustana's push is they haven't needed every ultimate to do it, and they have so many of them saved up. They go for the EMP, it finds 5. They'll kill off 3 more on top of it, and while there will be a very nice ultimate coming out here from the soldier that is Dirty Wolf, it doesn't seem to do much beyond just a single individual kill, and this will allow for Augustana to push this payload around both of these bins and force an open engagement fight as they near the last few meters at this point.
To quote the great Nathan Explosion of the band Death Clock, brutal. Just absolutely brutal. Right there. That was a beautiful engage. And they still have ults to play with. They've got a rally to start the fight. The Shatter is well placed, though. It'll drop right on the front line right there. But Superb hits him with the Graviton in the back and tries to create a little bit of space for the team. Unfortunately, Breaded Man is down early. The Nano Boost was coming out here as well. I believe they got the old Raid Boss Grid going there for a second. And they will just back up. And this is a good disengage here. I think this is really what they need to do. They just need to keep falling back, regroup, and commit again. Because now the ult advantage has fallen out of their favor, but they can still reclaim it, I think, earlier than Valparaiso could.
Hopefully their ability to reclaim this will be able to not just find the reclamation of the payload, but also be able to stagger the spawns. Because just wiping them isn't going to be enough at this point if they continue to push it back like this. They need to be able to stagger those spawns just a little bit to force either a trickle or force it the other way, but it almost might have been a better choice for them to just wipe them, because they had the first pick. They weren't able to find anything after that, and they lose 2. They're both of their frontline tanks, and one of them had Primal Fury ready, so a bit of an underperformance from those front lines. Maybe the healers didn't catch up enough. It's a little bit too difficult to say, but Augustan has plenty of time to work with. They still got 3 minutes, and they've gone a pretty dang far for it so far.
And they have 3 ults, including an EMP, which really a nano-boosted Winston and a EMP should be more than enough to deal with this defense if they're deployed correctly. And they're about to have a pulse bomb in here as well. That said, well, there's the EMP to start things off. It's a good one. It got 4, but there's no follow-up. Oh, no. They nano-boost the Zarya as well. And then instead they'll use the Primal Rage on the Winston. Not a fan at all of how this is played out. Honestly, you want the nano-boosted Winston right there as opposed to the Zarya, and you want to just be able to cruise forward. At least they'll hold on to the pulse bomb.
Yeah, but a Shatter is now available for Bruff. They can play this a bit more aggressively up front, too. You can see Sea-Dog doing that right now. Shields in a forward position. Cheap would call this an Apex position, but he's also a Boomer loser. So it's hard to mention him for Overwatch when he's an R6 caster somehow. I don't know, he got a job. But they play that aggressively, which does put some pressure on Augustana's attempted push, but they can also play through this high ground that we see right now is for Dirty Wolf. They're trying to play the long con, and you do see the Nano go down. They're popping the Soldier ultimate, hacking away at the competition quite literally, as the aimbot is effective, and it will be able to spray down 2 very swiftly. We'll be able to see an escape be made by Breaded Man, but beyond that, there just wasn't much put together for Augustana, and that 5 minutes of time they had it at one point or another is trickled down to 1:45. They're running out of time to piece together a puzzle.
Yeah, Augustana just needs to just hold up. Just hold up. They've got another ult to play with, a very powerful ult in the form of the Grav. They just need to build up Zarya charge and go in for it, but they're pole-sending it here.
Graviton Surge is utilized. Does give them access going forward, but Suburb now no longer has them. When the only ultimate ready is that Amplification Matrix, Harvicle does have the ability to do so and will pop it. They're fighting for the left spawn. Right spawn seemingly locked down for them. They do not ever care about it, and they'll clean up the last 3 that were trying to trickle forward. Sea-Dog did not make it there in time. They're tagging him down. They don't manage to kill him, but they'll get there. They had 5.5 minutes to do it, though, Corbeck, and they only get 1:14 at the end of it. It is close, but no cigar to lead to overtime for Valparaiso. They're going to have to be insanely strong about this first push, because we know how Augustana got it done. Valpo does not usually bring that composition, so they don't really have that same option.
No, it's a very stodgy defense there at the tail end by Valparaiso, to their credit. I think part of it was buoyed by the fact that Augustana just was not doing a very good job of deploying their ults in general. I feel like they were kind of throwing them a little bit haphazardly at times. I think even until kind of the bitter end right there, the way that the ult was used kind of at the tail end of that fight was sort of, man, I mean, I'm glad it worked, but that was a bold play. That could have easily gone wrong if there hadn't been follow-up there. But, you know, It's over, right? They got a minute 14 on the clock. Valparaiso coming out on a very similar composition. They're putting Faith back in Famputti on the Farah. I just don't know about that. I don't think it worked particularly well last time. I don't think Farah was involved enough in the fighting to really worth picking again. They'll also bring out Dirty Wolf on the Hanzo, which I think is a much more valid pick because you can combine it with their, Sea Dog ult and get a lot of value out of that. It's a big play to be made, but oh, never mind. They're switching over to the Reaper. I really don't care for this. I think this is a very kind of comp at odds with itself.
Yeah, they're trying to utilize the high ground, which once you take and have advantage of this, you have range potential to essentially lay down Hellfire on anyone that's trying to hold it as well as you force them back to the side to contend. Reaper just fights on site. There's really no assistance beyond that. Yeah, he can TP up, and we do see that going forward, but they've actually got to piece something together in the opposing direction, and it's going to be difficult for them. It's not impossible, but maybe it's just really being here for the counter to the Winston because they know that Augustana is going to bring it. Countering on paper doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work in the book itself. You're going to have to write a little bit more about that one, but they'll take out Harvicle. They'll find 2 more on top as Famity cleans up both the healers. And while Superb may be able to find 1 more, it probably is all she wrote here for the Augustana defense. Valparaiso doing a very good job to take this one, and I'm idly impressed with how quickly they were able to do it.
I am as well. I still don't like this composition, but I think the reason that they won, well, they need to send a nice thank you letter, perhaps a gift basket over to the supports there from Augustana, who honestly the positioning there was what got them killed and unfortunately also what got the team killed. I mean, Harvicle was way down the street back towards the enemy spawn, and with the Farah in play, that was just way too easy. And then Vanilla Big Hug, I think, was like basically coming over to try and help them out and got caught in the rotation and killed. It just was not very good, and well, an early death there onto Weezer as well won't do them any favors.
It's a bit, you need to be a bit more methodical about your approach to a lot of these engagements, and you need to play something that's favorable towards the hero that you're actually bringing to the table. So think twice about each and every engagement, and each and every mobility that you do. Every minute adjustment of your playstyle is important, but Death Blossom is available for Dirty Wolf, so moving up to the high ground is not a bad decision. However, you're just kind of getting tag damage off, and your team is falling behind when it comes to the payload. In fact, being pushed off of it instead, because you weren't really there to assist in the fights. I mean, I'm not going to blame Dirty Wolf for that, but I do feel like the lack of DPS that was available to him was a hindering factor for them to be forced off of it.
Yeah, I mean, the EMP came in and really cut down on any response they could have mustered. I credit Dirty Wolf for actually not going for the Death Blossom right there, because I think it would have been very ineffective. But I do still think that when I say this comp is at odds with itself, the Reaper is looking for close-range engagements. The Farah is looking to play a little bit standoffish towards more high-ground positioning, and I just don't think they gel particularly well together. I mean, look at what Dirty Wolf's doing right now on the second deck. That's not a particularly effective Reaper play. Like, you're definitely going to do damage, but the damage is heavily minimized, as we have just an absolute brawl here, by the way, in the Fashion Boutique. 2 giant angry space scientists beating one another to death as a bomb comes sailing in as well, and Dirty Wolf finally deploys the Death Blossom to a well, it's not a very good garden, let's just put it at that. Instead, Valparaiso able to do a really good job of just cleaning this one up.
Chiro, I think, was actually going for the nano onto Dirty Wolf, but hits Bruv instead. I think it was actually more effective than going to Bruv. I legitimately do, because Diva was trying to eat away, destroying most of the Death Blossom in what was it you called it earlier? Hungry Diva, I think was the phrase.
Diva.
Yeah, eating away. The Death Blossom wasn't as effective as they necessarily wanted to be. It did get a bit of damage off, but it just wasn't what they were hyping it up to be. They held onto it for so long, which was a good decision not to use it that first time, but they held onto it for too long, honestly, and that tag damage from above just wasn't what they wanted. So giving it above allowed for the damage to go through that, then allowed for them to actually get a bunch of damage going forward, the extra HP, everything, I guess, being coordinated together was a bit more impactful than I think they expected it to be, but this first push actually trying to go through past that second point, snuffed out fairly quickly, as Augustana has done a good job of keeping them at bay on this choke, but eventually something has to give way, and I think it's going to be the side of Valparaiso, as there's an EMP ready, as well as 3 other ultimates for Augustana to play with.
Yeah, all discipline They don't need to use all 4 of them. They could genuinely just get by with an EMP Nano Monkey, I think, and they would kill this push dead. So hopefully they can pull that off on the other side. Instead, they're going to go for kind of a brawl engagement, and that's unfortunate for Breaded Man, who very nearly dies right there, but he is able to get back to cover at the tail end, and we'll jump in again.
Shield, please. No barrier? Absolutely no barrier. Breaded Man is dead. Famputy cleans up the kill. That is a horrendous start for that initial engagement where they should have had this huge play. Now they're forced to go for the EMP and the Nano. They feel like there just is no choice otherwise. Luckily, they do get the D.Va bomb fairly quickly. They haven't been able to utilize much beyond that. A heal will go through. Dead Knight pushes on to the backside, and 2 kills will drop in favor of Valparaiso. Augustana had a position where neither you nor I expected them to even have a chance of losing it. And just a poor misplacement, miscalculation for some of their ultimates just did not breed good competitive playstyles, and they'll have to scrape by just barely by getting a D.Va bomb to find 2, and then hunting down the last few remaining players. But look how close that payload was getting. Too close for comfort.
Too close for comfort indeed, and honestly, they owed a huge amount of debt to Superb for hitting that D.Va bomb superbly, because honestly, the ults that they had going into that fight were not used in a particularly good fashion. I think about Dad investing the EMP when you were already down, and it's kind of like, oh my lord, maybe we should just backed off and waited and re-engaged or something, and it's just that was not a particularly pleasant bit of defense right there, but they salvaged it, they pulled it together, and now Valpo is being forced into a pretty awkward rotate here.
It is very awkward. I mean, Valpo is having to go the long way around. They're forced into a bit of a fickle pickle, as it said, and then now with Breaded Man going for the Primal Rage, he's not able to be anti-ed on top of it. This is free reign to force them off, and now have the rest of the team kind of be pivotal towards their actual, attempted defense, but Valparaiso's assault just doesn't work out. Snuffed out quickly, and they're running out of time to match the same time spree that Augustana had, and I think this is something that's very doable for them if they can just get a team kill or something of the sort, but the ultimates do favor Valpo. There's only 2 now up for Augustana, but it is that EMP and Nano they used previously, but we also knew how that one went down, now don't we, Warbeck?
Yeah, but again, it's the fight winner. The beatdown bongo is getting deployed early on here. That'll just set some work up here. Famputy trying to get access to that damage boost before they use their tac visor, but instead the enemy team's just kind of melt before this aggression. They still have plenty of ults to use here on the side of Valparaiso as well, including a nano boost of their own. Big EMP coming in. They've got to follow up on that massively. They get rubbed down, but Famputy pops the tac visor and comes swinging back in as you see a series of kills being traded back and forth. No real team with the advantage, but Dirty Wolf tries to crack it open with a Death Blossom. They manage to get Bruv back on the resurrection as well. The D.Va bomb comes out. That's a kill onto Famputy. Oh my lord, is that going to be enough? Bruv has the Gravitic Flux here as well, and they'll do a great combo with the grab coming out from the Orisa to just keep on fighting here. Sea-Dog confirming the kill there, and Superb losing the mech. Now the Valkyrie is invested here as well to Dead Knight, keeping them alive, keeping them fighting. You see Dad come rotating back onto the point as Breaded Man goes down. It's a very nano boosted Orisa there at the center of this fight, pushing forward, continuing to use that grab. You're running out of time. You don't have much fights left if you're on the side of Valparaiso. This has to be absolutely perfect here as Dirty Wolf adds another kill to the count. And look at that, the 2 DPS absolutely popping off here for Valpo. Exactly what they needed in this moment, but will it be enough as the Primal Rage is unleashed? The beatdown bongos are in as well. Dirty Wolf looking to use that Death Blossom to keep things alive. Doesn't even need it. Unfortunately, though, it is in overtime that they finally complete.
Draw.
It's entirely possible, actually.
Draw.
I hope not.
Listen, I'm paid hourly. All right, I'm just kidding. Just be that guy. Just going into it. No, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm actually really enjoying this one. And the return that we've seen actually leading us to a BO5 is it's intense. The buildup is there. You did a great job of digesting that one. I felt myself absorbed into all of the action. I'm sure a producer can agree. My hands were up on my head. I'm exasperated. My facial expressions are
It's a stressful
shocked.
fight. I mean,
It's stressful.
right
Yeah.
to the teeth. Yeah.
I was like, they can do it. They can get it done. No, like what? Like it just everything was. It was back and forth. It was very nitpicky. Valparaiso, like you said, they need to play it nearly flawlessly, and they played fairly textbook.
They did.
It was a very, very good hold on the payload to push themselves even further. And I would like to give a huge boon to the fact that their DPS stepped up tremendously. There's a couple weak links we saw from them on their middle stage push inside streets, but the actual late stage, as they got towards the third pip, they kept themselves coordinated, and the DPS output was immense. There was not much that Augustana could do, especially when they started to hit that phase where their healers were getting staggered in their deaths, and it was not a great return opportunity for them, as they just were not able to be in the same fights that their tanks and DPSs were involved in.
Yeah, very true. I almost feel bad for Valparaiso. I feel like they should have been able to get it in earlier, just how well that they played. But I mean, it was a stand-up defense from Augustana, and look at this split comp again.
Oh no, and they're forced to drop down here, Corbeck, as well, because you can't let them even get first pick. You have to contest. The high ground potential here, it's available, but at a massive, massive risk. So splitting like this can be so dangerous and advantageous at the same time. It's a double-edged sword, but seemingly for Valparaiso, it's working out for them right now. They're dropping. They're trying to punish a couple of the players on the outside, but I think this is a smart decision by Augustana to realize they lost a bit too much and to take that step back and try to play for the next fight.
Honestly, to Dead Knight needs to give Chiruro like the biggest, I don't know, high five or something, because it totally saved him. He was down to about 2 health, and then the immortality field came flying in and preserved him in the corner, which is the only reason I won. But here's the final engagement. Augustana jumping up to the high ground, immediately getting things started. Fampuni trying to get the turret down so that he can provide some DPS coverage for the rest of the team, because they sure as hell aren't going to do it with the pistol. Dad now going in on the backside. There's multiple kills coming in from Augustana. That might be enough to do this. Sea Dog hunting for the Mercy. Can't bring it down. Look at the avoidance coming in there from the support. Then Superb hits the big Diva Bomb. And here at the last hour, Augustana might just do this. And they do. Augustana takes the map.
Oh my goodness. Corbeck, we were this close! This close to another map! A map 6 being necessary? The only time we see even beyond a map 3 tonight, and it was almost a map 6 necessary. What are the odds of that? It's just what we deserve towards the end of this one here, Corbeck. I do think it's the justice. Was it really just a 2K? No, there we go. There's the third kill. To give the play of the game. There's a lot of really good plays there that we could have given the nod to individually for the play of the game. That one was fairly good as well. That one was fairly influential, but I do think that just the overall play as a base level was paramount to both teams' success going into this one, but obviously only one team can be crowned victor and actually make it out of this first day of the playoffs.
Yeah, and you got to feel a little bit for Valpo. They did such a good job pushing back right there. They were playing very well. Those middle 2 maps where they really stepped up the tempo to push us onto a map 5 were nothing short of brilliant. And even there at the bitter end of New Bomni, I mean, they were playing so solidly. It's unfortunate that it came down to the situation that it did, because I almost don't even feel that it was a fair test of these two teams to only have to defend, that first point of New Bonnie, or just play around that first point of the map. I wish that we had gotten to see more out of them, because frankly, it was a really good game between the two of them. Very evenly matched teams and some very genuinely entertaining collegiate Overwatch.
It was a really good game. I genuinely enjoyed it, basically every single moment of that one, and couldn't have a better co-caster to do it, to carry me through it.
Thank you.
It was a really fun in time to do that one. There were some hype moments last season, but there was none that was just that's close, right? In playoffs, it builds a whole new level to everything. May not have that story from the whole season, wasn't involved really, but I felt involved in this one and felt really close to the action, and leading that one to the BO5. Oh man, pristine. But we'll take a quick break, let my heart calm down, and maybe Corbeck's as well. And we'll also bring a player in from the winning side to talk about it and really tell us what happened, what gave them the confidence to close that one out. But stay tuned. You do not want to miss this interview. It's paramount to seeing just how the story has unfolded and will continue to close out as the playoffs undergo. Stay tuned for more NECC Overwatch. We're back into the action, folks. Well, maybe not so much action anymore, but we're back with an interview here to close out the night. It's a great way to finish things off strong. Every game only going to 3. This one, all 5, and boy, was it action-packed. Map 1 and Map 2 going to Augustana. Map 5 dropping to them finally as they really strong return being made by Valparaiso. But we got someone on the phone with us right now, hanging out with the crew and ready to answer some questions. It's Super B. How you doing?
I'm tired. I want to do homework, but but I'm glad to be here nonetheless. But had a lot of fun, to
Sure
put
hope
it
so.
bluntly.
We had a lot of fun watching. We had a lot of fun. We enjoyed. I'm sure Corvette can agree. We enjoyed that very much so, especially that last map. It was really fun to see that one go. Rialto, not so much. That one was a little too quick. But on one of my favorite maps as well, right? Like, but it ended a little bit too quick. But Corbeck, do you want to start off with the first question?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry to
I'm
put you on the
curious,
spot.
No, it's all good. You guys had those middle rounds there where I think things got a little bit spicy, right? Map 3 and Map 4. Going into Numbani, what was kind of the discussion that you guys had, or how did you get back on the level to win that one out?
So going in, obviously our choice was between Numbani and Hollywood, and we scrimped Numbani a lot more. We felt a little more comfortable in our dive there. But we prepped in between. We rolled out on the Sombra and Tracer. Obviously, we kind of thought that they were going to play more ball because that's kind of what won them those 2 middle maps. So we just kind of anticipated the ball. We saw that they did not play ball, and then they just lost. So we were just able to kind of like use that to our advantage, and we just we played pretty smooth throughout. Last point attack was a little sloppy, but we just made the right adjustments, played rush, played fast, and just kind of did it from there. And then defense was a little more the same. They just didn't play ball. We were able to just kind of like force them on third to to just fight for however many minutes it was. Just getting those trades, those picks, and I guess like that's most of it.
Fair enough.
Now, yeah, fair enough. Group. I mean, watching you guys play was not just fun, but it was also really interesting to see the way that you guys kind of digested information. That's why I love first-person viewpoints, right? Seeing the overall action is really cool, and it's a thing. I learn more. When I'm seeing how a player is adjusting and moving and digesting things. So I kind of wanted to ask the question: How did you guys digest getting pub stomped on Rialto? How did you recover confidence-wise? Because you guys turned it around on map 5. It was a good map 5 for you guys. You guys had a really good map 1 and 2 as well, but it was just 4 just wasn't there. How did you recover?
Well, okay, so I'll be bluntly honest. So we thought map 5 was actually going to be Busan control because we're so used to playing map 5 controls, but then we forgot the format was hybrid, and then so we had a Busan game plan all set out, and then we're like, wait a minute. I think it was alt chat in game where it was like Ike. I think Carol was asking if Ike was the last map banned, and I was wondering why that came up. So we had the Busan plan set out, and then we're like, wait a minute, and then we set up the Numbani plan. But just like we just had to remember like to just play smart necessarily. Like we kind of tried to force a lot of things, especially like kind of what I said earlier. I mean, we picked Rialto because we like rush. We just kind of like we just all like the map, and then just seeing it not go our way because they just played something very like they had ball to displace mainly, and again just kind of like what I was talking about earlier with the Sombra counter picks, just trying to play around them. We just had to go in positive mentality. We knew we were good on Numbani. We knew that Numbani probably wouldn't favor them, and then we just executed. We just knew we had to execute. Sudden death situation. We were also panicked that we might draw that. We were very scared that could end in a draw. But yeah, then it would have won Busan. Then we would have gotten to execute the plan. But in terms of the pre Numbani plan, yes, just playing smarter, not harder.
Hey, that's a way to win, man. That's how you got to do it. You play smarter, not harder. I'm curious now. Okay, so that was a tense match, right? A tense mid-table kind of matchup for you guys. About I would say like a team that was at relative power parity with you. How do you feel moving forward now in the playoffs?
So I mean, obviously we're confident. I think the score did get updated. I think UBCO won, so I think that means we're playing them.
Yeah.
And going in, I mean, we beat them. we were their one loss in regular season. Like we have no reason
We went
to.
3-0 on top of that.
We
right? It
did.
wasn't just like a normal loss. It was a 3-0.
It's true. I mean, close through actually. Those maps are really close, so we can't. Like we have to take our prep really seriously. Obviously, they're the best team in the division for a reason. I guess after all those tiebreakers, but just going in, maybe looking at if we like looking at the previous match we had against them, seeing what maps they like to play. Maybe go and see what maps they played in their first playoff games. It's going to be difficult to maybe scout them and get a good read on them, but obviously we just have to go. We just have to go in optimistically. We need to be more flexible. We'll definitely spend some time reviewing how to play against certain comps and just make sure we prep directly for them.
Well, preparation is key, right? So VAR review, I'm assuming in practice times that you're doing, those games aren't till what, December 2nd, right? Am I correct about that?
I think so.
I should know.
Week?
I can say technically no. Okay. I don't need to know. I'm not an Overwatch caster. I'm not an Overwatch caster. I shouldn't.
Wait, we're off 2
have
weeks.
to know this one.
I
assume it's December 2nd. They're telling me it's December 2nd in the booth.
All
you can hear it as well. You got a lot of time, though. It is Thanksgiving break, and I do hope you have a really nice Thanksgiving break, and everyone out there watching does as well. How much prep are you guys going to put in? Because you're talking about going in and putting in that work. Not to dispel any secrets from behind the scenes. Feel free to not answer, but are any of you guys calling out of Thanksgiving to hop on the old sticks?
I'll doubt that. Obviously, we want everyone to enjoy the holiday and to be stress free for a little bit. But obviously, that we'll get probably normal week's worth of prep. Playing, reviewing, doing what we need to do. But maybe I'll do some studying on my own time and then report my findings. But I just surround myself with the game way too much, so I won't mind taking some time maybe over the break to do my own work. But no, the rest of the team can definitely take a break.
We all absorb ourselves a little bit too much in the esports scenes of our choice. Some of us spread ourselves thin, though, like Korvac and I. Me a little bit more thin than he does, but we do spread ourselves across multiple platforms. But we try to keep the same love and spirit for it, and I hope you guys can hear it in each our cast. But I'll give you a second here, Super, to actually shout anybody out who's been behind you, who's been helping you out. So I'll give you a second.
Oh boy, well,
get on your soapbox, preach.
Oh well, I mean. Obviously, first I just need to thank the team, just for sticking through that grueling set. I mean, I think 4 or those other guys are like seniors. This is kind of the last hurrah last season. I've been playing with them the past 2 years. Shouts to Andrew, aka Weezer. Shouts to the Weezer gang. Actually, I almost forgot that. Shouts to the Weezer gang, because our hype guys in the Twitch chat for sure. Getting Weezer into our roster and just sort of integrating him into the system. Obviously, shout him out for kind of getting into the, absorbing our culture, the sort of culture we set. I'll shout out our director, Joe Loomis, for just sort of also sticking behind us, sort of also letting us do our own thing, letting us sort of look at our own games and just, but again, just like organizing, getting us into these tournaments and sort of like this whole scope of our program going forward. Like we're getting a new facility next year, so on and so forth. So we're expanding very heavily under Joe. I don't know anyone else. I mean, thanks to I guess all the supporters who are watching. Whoever, thanks. I see you pointing yourself. I'm looking down, but I see you. I mean, thank you to you guys for casting this set. Totally not forced. Totally not
yeah,
forced.
They definitely didn't bring me out from other games to sub in.
Obviously, since we're getting into the late evening, but thanks to everyone, I suppose. I don't know who else specifically, but
you did good. You did good. Tugged at my heartstrings, man. Tugged at my heartstrings. And hearing that you guys have a majority seniors that aren't going to be there, that's a sad thought. That is. I graduate in December. I'm not on a team, so nobody cares about me. But if I was, man, I would be super sad to say goodbye to all of them. So make sure to keep your friends close. I don't. What is she? What? I don't even. Or I don't know what Observer's saying. I can't understand her in the background. Cease. But thank you very much, Super. I really appreciate you having here. Thank you for putting on a great game. Thank you for putting on a great showcase. Really proud to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, best of luck going forward, dude. Wish you guys the best. You tugged at my heartstrings. Now I got to root for you because they probably won't be bringing me back. I made one too many Papa John's jokes, and I'm 100% sure they're Domino's fans here. And
are we sponsored?
Yeah,
Are we allowed?
No, not in the slightest. we're just creating story drama here. But thank you, Super. Appreciate you having here, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so that's it. Unfortunately, here for the NECC, my name has been Infernosis. Still is, hopefully. I hope that continues the way. But joined next to me is the handsome and oh so beautiful Corbeck. We have absolutely enjoyed having each and every single one of you watching and been able to, enjoy all the games throughout the day. Corbeck, do you have any closing words you want to give as well?
Oh, it's been a pleasure. It's nice to cast Overwatch with you outside the box a little bit. Exciting stuff. But I love that last match, and I love these collegiate teams, and I cannot wait to see how the rest of the playoffs develop.
And playoffs is going to be so much fun. Stay tuned for This is the NECC with Overwatch. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your night and a very safe and pleasant Thanksgiving.